Welcome, junglers of all ranks, to another university lecture, a League of Legends university lecture. Today's topic is going to be all on Olaf. Think about watching this video as you've signed up to a university course. This is a 3-year degree in a video format. That's going to be a couple of hours. By the end of this video, you're going to have a master's in Olaf. And to help you get your masters in Olaf in League of Legends jungling, we have Professor Joey here, likes to be called Jolaf. Welcome to the university lecture. It's excited to have you as a guest, Joey. So for people that don't know, Joey and I go back. Let's just say Joey came to my door as a young Platinum 1, Diamond 4 player in around April of last year. And Joe was actually one of the first people to basically, he helped me start up really the Sol2, what's known as the Sol2 Jungle Academy today. Was one of the, I think you were literally the first member to sign up to
I think
program.
after Will, I was there as soon as it was announced. I was just like, I'm getting in this. I got to get in
And
there.
you
as soon
made
as
like
I
some
can.
sort of PayPal thing that like instantly, because you wanted the spot, there's like 3 spots available at that time, right?
Yeah.
And then you like
Yeah.
made a just to make sure you got a spot. So this video is like, I'd say about 17 months in the making.
Yeah.
When you first joined Salty, were you playing Olaf at that time, or did you not choose Olaf? I think you were playing a Rek'Sai at that time, weren't you?
Yeah, I think when I joined, I was a Rek'Sai Skarner 2 trick because I got to Diamond playing Rek'Sai. But then I was like lacking so much of the jungle fundamentals. I really just got there through like a little bit of luck, to be honest. And I didn't really deserve to be Diamond, so I was just a Platinum player. And I was struggling, and I was just playing Rek'Sai and Skarner. And then we discovered, a couple of the junglers like Olaf.
So Joey here, he helped me make the season 10 Olaf guide. I have that link somewhere here. It's like my most popular video on my channel. It's got like 60,000 views. That was such an interesting guide to me because that compared to all my other guides I've done, like I've done Diana, I've done Eve, I've done Nunu, I had no one had more results from any other guide than my Olaf guide. Like I had people from all different ranks. I had, a lot. It was a lot of guide. So many beginners that they found the guide and they like got gold like very quickly. And I think the most interesting thing thinking about that guide is that there's just beautiful structure to the way that Olaf was played, and it was literally a set. It's like baking a cake game plan. It's like do the start blue clear, do the dragon, reset, prep herald, and there's actually no other jungler in the game I feel like that had as clear game plan as that. And it was sort of by luck and just I think we sort of like figured it out together. I had Shernfire as well, also helped me for that guide as well.
Yeah.
But you were sort of like my test dummy on it. On the guide. And I mean, Joey here, so he started as a Platinum 1, Diamond 4 player, and then through Sol 2 over the 17 months. He's currently around 500 LP Grandmaster on OCE, the number 1, undisputed number 1 Olaf on OS, or like the most played as well by far, right? There's no one in high elo that's played
Yeah,
more
I'm
Olaf than
probably
you.
about 150 games on anybody at least, maybe 250. Yeah.
And across the 2 seasons, you would have about 800 games probably of Olaf.
Yeah, at least at least 800, probably more. Yeah.
All right, so where I actually want to start is going over, bring a bit of a trip down memory lane, going back to my Season 10 Olaf guide. And I just want to go over some points, sort of like a revisit. Obviously, you've recommended this to all the people that you've sort of coached for Olaf. Be like, hey, just watch this guide as a starter.
Yeah. I actually have a funny story about this. So last year, about like right after this got released, I started coaching on my friends who was in Silver 4. And so I showed him the guide, and I was like giving him just like a few like, one-off sessions just like to help him with some of his problems. And it took him 2 weeks to go from Silver 4 to Platinum 4 with like a 90% win rate. And he was a hard stuck Silver 4 player, used this guide. 2 weeks later, he was Platinum 4. And I was just like, I've never seen anyone improve or like climb. It may not be overall improvement in all areas, but climb that fast. I've never seen it before. So that was when I was like, holy shit, this guide is crazy. And I just recommended it to tons of people after that.
Yeah, that actually brings a good point. The last episode, literally the last episode I did with Curtis, Broken by Concept, we literally talked about how you can like all in your stats on like one thing and climb faster than someone
Yeah,
being an all-round player. And that's a perfect
he won't
example.
climb
Like
as
this
fast.
one
Yeah,
specific way of playing the game, and if you perfect that with Olaf, like it's like, yeah, I mean, again, so many people use this guide to get to, platinum. People got to diamond. People, even in high elo as well, they like refined it in master.
yeah.
So let's go over. I only picked a couple of slides. I just want to sort of revisit some things talking about, we'll start with basic. So we'll go over this and then we'll talk about runes and builds and all the boring stuff. And then we'll get into like a lot of gameplay examples. So, and this is a great critique as well, looking back. Like I actually haven't looked at this guide for, over a year now. So,
Yeah.
It's interesting to see if it still holds true to, LF in season 11. So champ identity. This is what I came up with. An assassin who consistently gets a large gold lead in the early game to take any objective. Do you think that still holds true today, Joey?
Yeah, he's an assassin in some ways. Although you
Because
build him
people
like
will
a
think
tank.
he's a bruiser. Yeah.
Yeah. He does a lot of damage. He's really tanky, but he's also kind of like an assassin because he can't really be peeled. So he's just gonna kill your carries. So I guess that's kind of accurate. I like that.
Do you have a better definition, you think?
Um, an assassin who consistently gets a large gold lead in the early game to take any objective. Um,
Like, if you could sum up Olaf in like one sentence, maybe it doesn't have to be related to this. What would you say?
I'm trying to think of something to do with the way you describe him as like a train. I love that analogy of Olaf's like a train. If he gets going on the right track, he is never coming off that track, and he's just going to plow right through the nexus. And there's nothing you can do to stop him.
But if the train gets derailed, it can go bad real quick.
Yeah. It's like when you're like a train conductor and you can like put the train onto different tracks, you can like change which way it's going. Like the trains can go off different tracks. Yeah. The way I see it is if you die before level 6 as Olaf, the train just like completely flips and it can just be like an 0-5 early game very quickly. But if you're getting to like, level 6, you're getting your ultimate without dying, that's like a key indicator for me that you're about to just like completely stomp the game.
So I had under here a couple of indications where you're not playing Olaf correctly. You die and all your jungle camps are alive. That's sort of like all throughout the game. You die in the first 5 minutes. So that's what you're talking about there. If you
That's
die
the biggest
early.
one for me, yeah.
So you put a lot of weight on that one for Olaf if you're dying in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. I think the games that I struggle in the most, I mean, this is kind of obvious, but the games I struggle in the most, I'm dying early, right? That like it's pretty obvious. But I find if I'm surviving until level 6, and I don't die within that whole period, I can usually just carry the game. Like I can usually become like an absolute juggernaut beast if I'm getting to level 6 without dying. But if I die pre-6, then the game just gets like 10 times harder. So I think that playing safe until 6, or like, safe until level 6 is so important on Olaf.
Taking high percentage plays, you'd say.
Yeah, like don't overestimate yourself until level 6, and then you become like a bit of a beast with your ult.
You aren't always considerably ahead of enemy jungler in farm.
Yep. Into most junglers, especially this season, where like there's a lot more ganking junglers. I'd say last season, was it the start of the season? The farm meta? Where everyone like Udyr, Hecarim. Yeah, when it was like that, you actually get outpaced. Yeah, but like right now with the like Jarvan and everything, you can usually just out farm everybody.
You don't get the first dragon, and this was asterisk because obviously this is not going to be realistic every game, but this is something you think you should aim for every game.
Dragon win con's always a good one. We love that.
If enemy jungler starts red buff, you don't double scuttle. So that was talking about because
if you're going to meet them,
was about the blue start.
Yeah, if you meet them on the first grab.
Yeah.
And
then I said you're building your 5th item. So this is sort of the question and going into, does Olaf scale?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, isn't it? I mean, I think if you're good at the champion, regardless of what champion it is, they're going to scale, right? Because scaling is just how do they perform in team fights, or how do they perform late game comparatively to other champions? Like how do they weigh up? if your champion mastery is just like 90%, like you're performing like nearly perfectly every team fight, and you're versing like, I don't know, first time Kindred, like you're gonna scale so much harder, regardless of how the champs match up. So I think like a champion scaling is kind of defined by champion mastery.
So you tie those together. So you think that just because you would be so much better in team because you know how to play team fights, and that doesn't
Oh
matter what
yeah.
items you have.
Like a great example is just like I was versing like a challenger Kane player the other day in solo queue. And obviously Kane, you'd think Kane scales really hard, right? Way harder than Olaf. But then in team fights, I was like 1v5ing, like 1v4, 1v5 team fights at like 35 minutes into Kane, Jin. I don't know, like there was like 2 other scaling champions, and I just like ran them all over at like 35 minutes as Olaf. So you think like that doesn't really add up because he's not a scaling champ, but then, you know, sometimes it does.
Is there anything else you would add to this list here, Joey? Any indications you think that
You're not playing to Olaf's strengths? Yeah, like low CS numbers. We already have that one. I think Rift Herald is also a big part of like Olaf's strength. Just getting every objective. You should be getting every objective, not just the dragons. Rift Herald is super important for like extending gold leads and getting pressure on the map. I think Rift Herald is so undervalued.
Anything else? It'll probably pop up in the VODs that we come.
Yeah, it might pop up. I think those are pretty good for now.
All right, so this next slide is probably a little bit outdated. It's talking about the machete and all that sort of stuff. Changes. So I've been talking about the first clear. So in my guide, it was all about the blue start, but you will frequently red start as well if it's in the right situation in terms of pathing. How do you think about the blue start versus red start? Do you have a preference?
I do prefer blue start because I'm more comfortable. Yeah, it's like a little bit faster. I'm more comfortable doing it just because I've done it so many more times. And it does set you up nicely to get to Dragon at like level 5, level 6. And I just know it so well that like any adaptions off that path is just like second nature to me. But there are definitely instances where red start is like completely fine and even more like favorable. Whereas like, say for an example, if you're blue side and you want to start blue buff, but your bot lane has no priority and their jungler is going to path bot and just kill you on bot crab, you kind of have to path to the other crab. So you have to start red and path up. It kind of just depends how the crab fights are going to play. Or if you have a particular side that you really have to play towards.
And you'll think about it, visualize that in the champ select and
champ select in like the first 30 seconds of the game.
Oh, well, we have plenty of examples to go over for that. So then when we do the reviews later. Yeah. This is talking about having the guide champ select. Olaf is not good against these type of champions. What do you think about this list here? I got these circled in red because these are just really hard champs.
Yeah, I hate Tryndamere so much. That champion is just like, ooh, I hate him.
And Tryndamere mid sort of like in the meta as well now, so you gotta like worry about Tryndamere mid.
Tryndamere just like sticks to you and just whacks you, and you usually deal with that by killing them, and then Tryndamere just ults, and you're just like, oh, I'm just dead now. That's great. Shen, yeah, I guess Shen's a bit of a pain. Camille, obviously. Camille can actually trap you with her ult, which is a bit of like, even though you have ult up. Fiora, Jax, yeah, those are annoying. Graves, not so much anymore, because Graves isn't very strong right now. I don't think I lose to Graves anymore.
Okay.
Obviously, the invisible junglers and Trundle, so like Shaco, Kha'Zix, and Trundle are obviously horrible. Warwick pre-6 is he beats you, but post-6 you destroy him, so I'd say that's a whatever matchup. And a good Elise will probably beat you early, and then you'll outscale her.
Yeah, so at least I'd say is a bit 50. Like, I wouldn't put Elise on this list anymore, I think. No. Like, Elise is fine. I think you can deal with it.
Yeah. It has to be a really good Elise player, and even then, they have to get a sizable lead early game to, like, put out more than you later on.
Well, we have a VOD view versus my last University League lecture on Elise.
Yeah.
About, I think someone's at your door, Joey.
Oh, 1 second.
So I was saying before, we got a VOD versus Sybil's Elise as well. So, talking about versing a good Elise, it's like, okay, well, versing Sybil is the best in OS. Yeah. So, and you you dominated him, Joey. You know, you put him in his
Um,
place.
he has a pretty good early game, but then
He
we
does,
end up
yeah,
turning
no.
it around. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I think that's a great example showing how Elise will, you know, potentially do some good things early, but you can like roll over her. You know, you're just looking for that
yeah,
one mistake, and then you can get that
yeah,
shot down.
yeah.
Kindred, what do you think about Kindred?
A good Kindred is really horrible. Kindred's kiting and her early game like power and like um she has a lot of options, so she's hard to like pin down, and she can also fight you if she like is one hitting you with her like E, you know, because her E does execute damage, and you're not that much like in a straight 1 versus 1, you are stronger than her, but because like you know she has so many options, she won't be opting into that, and you usually have to play on what she's opting into, so it's a bit painful.
Marcy
But
is
yeah,
someone you're going to be versing more in lower elo.
yeah, I find him not a problem unless he's massively ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean I haven't seen it much. But even when like Yi and Tarek was a thing, like the boosting strategy, um, I think you can just kind of smash it because you pop them so quickly. Because you can just 3 or 4 hit Master Yi. He doesn't output enough damage to kill you before you kill him unless he's massively ahead. Um, and he shouldn't be getting massively ahead against you pre-6 anyway, so don't think
Yeah.
he's that bad. Yeah.
I guess that's something we would learn. I mean, I think late game, I think it's literally impossible to play against Master Yi, though. But you
Oh
don't want to
yeah.
get to that situation.
Yeah, I mean getting to late game against Yi is
It's not good.
yeah, it's not fun. By that point, you should be tanky enough. Like with Gargoyle, Stoneplate, and Ninja Tabi, or what are they called now? Stoneplate, Stone Boots.
Stilted plate caps
Yeah,
or something
yeah,
like that.
Steel Caps
We
or
just call
whatever
them
they
Ninja
are. Yeah,
Tabis. Yeah.
you get pretty tanky. So yeah, it kind of just depends on a lot of things, I guess, and team comp, how much CC your team can output for him.
Jarvan's popped up in the meta a lot recently.
Yeah, I've actually been banning him a little bit. His ult is a big pain. He can gank a lot, like, output a lot of pressure early, and you can't really match him. And if you don't have flash, then yeah, you're just trapped in his cage. Yeah.
So I guess for mids, it's like a common trend between all these is they're very mobile.
Yeah.
Is there anything on this list that you would disagree with? All these all
I
pretty
don't think
annoying.
Cassidy's that bad actually.
Yeah, I'll probably get rid of that one as well. Yeah.
Cassidy just kind of rolls over early game, and then you should just be building a massive lead, and then like he can't really deal with you. And if he's going in, he won't be one hitting you. You can output a lot of damage onto him. You know, it's like it's not the worst. It's not as bad as Vladimir, in my opinion. It's not. Yeah, I would say Cassidy's like a B tier, or maybe even C tier matchup. Whereas the rest of these would be like S tier, A tier, like for playing into Olaf.
80 carries.
Yeah, these are all kind of annoying. Yeah, I mean it just depends on how you're hitting your axes. I guess like every 80 carry with a dash is going to be a bit annoying, but if
It's probably not
you're
something you
getting
really think about that much. Like, it's fine because if you're like rolling over the support, like, it doesn't matter
yeah,
about the 80 carry,
yeah,
right? Like,
if you're getting strong enough, then yeah, the 80 carry doesn't really matter. They're all pretty much the same. And I would say none of these supports are annoying, except for the most annoying support right now is Sona, because she can actually slow you during your ult.
oh, is that because that's a bug though? Or something?
Yeah, I think it's still in the game, and it's
Yeah,
really
interesting.
broken. She just like slows you during your ult, and then you suddenly can't play the game. I would say none of these champions are really that annoying.
Yeah, Pike definitely not. Pike is super easy as Olaf, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you're not really going to get that low. His stun does nothing. His hook does nothing. He can't help his 80 carry in any way. I would say the most annoying champions would be like in certain circumstances, like some enchanters, maybe like a Lulu or a Karma. Karma's really annoying actually with the new items as well,
Yeah.
because she can just like pop all her stuff and just run away, and yeah, it's a pain.
So it's interesting. I actually had heroes. I said my band was Graves or Casting again. This was last season.
Yeah, they were problems last season for sure. Yeah, but now it's just like, nah. I actually like versing those two now.
So what would you say your ban is right now? So you said J4. Anything else?
Tom Kench. Tom Kench is
Really?
just Tom
Yeah.
top lane. Yeah, I hate versing Tom because you can't really kill Tom Kench. I just find him so hard to kill. But yeah, sometimes I'll ban Kindred, sometimes I'll ban Jarvan. A little bit of Zed and Talon because I think Zed is really strong at the moment. And Talon is also quite strong, but they're just like flavor of the month. It's kind of just like, you know, when Riot buffs one of the champions to be like completely broken out of the game, I'll nerf it.
So this is more for the jungle position. You're banned it for the jungle position more so.
Yeah, well, yeah, they can both clear insanely fast, and they're both assassins, and they're like both of them just have annoying kits for me to deal with. So, yeah, I ban those two sometimes as well.
So is there any champ selects that you dodge? Let's say this game, if you're against a Trinimir top, a Kindred jungle, and a Zia mid or LeBlanc mid, Ezreal ADC, and a Sona support, let's say, would you dodge that
No,
game?
I don't dodge.
You don't
I like.
dodge.
I really don't think it's worth dodging because I know if I'm playing my game as well as I can, it doesn't matter what champions you put against me, I'm going to win. And it's just like a unique problem to solve. It's like, how do I win this game against these really hard champions? Like, the way I see it is when I see, oh, I'm in a tough matchup, I just need to play better. Like, my standard just needs to get higher for this game. I'll get more ahead. I'll be outputting more damage. I'll be clearing faster. And I'm just going to be in the right place at the right time. I'm just going to beat them.
I think
I
that's
don't
such
think.
an important mindset to have, especially when you're like champ mastery and you're like, you know, sort of like a one trick. It's like, I'm just going to embrace the challenge. It's like, yeah, I'm against hard chance, but guess what? These players are not going to execute it perfectly, you
Yeah.
know? Like they're going to mess up. And again, you know, sort of your mindset being like, I'm going to win those late game, those mid to late game team fights because I'm so confident in my ability to hit those axes, to put out the damage, focus the right targets.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to be more impactful than them no matter what. So I don't care what champion they're playing. Just put me in there. I'm just going to beat them. That's like my mindset. I will be doing better than them no matter the matchup. That's kind of what I try and go for.
Olaf is very good with. Do you think about this much on your? You're like, yes, I got this champ, this team on my champ.
Oh, I loved.
This
Do you remember
champ on my
when it
champ.
was Lulu top, Karma mid, Lulu mid, that sort of? Do you remember that meta for a
Mm,
while?
mm.
I loved that meta. I think that was. I actually think I peaked LP quite a few times in that meta because it was just every game that I played well, I knew I was going to have like 2 enchanters on my team, and I was just going to kill everything, and I was going to be unkillable. It was so fun. And
So you
sometimes
more
I still
so
get
love
enchanters.
enchanters. So
I
you
love
love enchanters.
enchanters, but I actually in bot lane I love engage supports.
Okay. So you can't have both. So you
Yeah,
ideal best
yeah,
case scenario is
yeah.
mid
It's a bit
enchanter
weird.
and then engage support bot.
Yeah, yeah, that's like my ideal scenario is like Karma mid and then give me like a Nautilus support or something.
Do you
Because
have a
you
preference for bot supports? Like right now, like, let's say if you were to choose between enchanters or engage.
probably enchanters because I feel like
Still enchanters.
I feel like enchanters are just I don't want to say easier, but they're gonna perform the job I want them to perform like a high percentage of the time. Like if the job I want my like Lulu to perform is to shield me, speed me up, and ult me, the chance of her doing that is say like it's just much higher than the chances of my Leona hitting all her abilities and stunning the right targets and all that stuff. So like I would take the high percent chance of my Lulu like performing really well than my Leona. Because I feel like they both offer really different things. Where like Lulu's gonna buff me up, but Leona's gonna create a lot more options because she's gonna be engaging for me, and I can capitalize on that. And
Hit the
Lulu's gonna
guaranteed
be
axe.
buffing me. Yeah, exactly. They open up different windows, so it's hard to say. Depends what we're versing.
I had Kale top here. Any thoughts on that?
Uh,
I'll probably
I
not
mean,
because it's it
yeah,
sort of makes
she
the early
doesn't really
game
do
pretty shit.
anything. Yeah, she doesn't
Yeah.
really do anything. Like if I want to play her on top, it's just like, oh, I have Kale.
Yeah.
That's fun.
What are
Um,
they at these mids here? Is it anything, or you're just like, whatever?
I like Veigar. I think Veigar is awesome. I love Veigar Cage. Oriana is like kind of whatever. Nico's kind of whatever. I feel like Nico They have to be like a Nico one trick. Like, who plays Nico? Why is she even there, by the way?
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I think it's again purely because she sort of can like provide the setup for you, and you can do the damage. I think that's the mindset.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you'll probably be a little bit scared with a Nico on your team because who plays that champ?
Probably first time or something. Who plays that champion? No offense if you're a Nico player, but
yeah.
yeah.
I think with Nico
champions with
CC,
this. Champions with some CC and setup is what I'm looking for. So yeah, like LeBlanc is awesome. Silas, I think is great. Skirmishes, Galio. Galio is a great one actually.
Oh, Galio, yes, Galio should be here. Absolutely, I don't know why that's not.
Galio, Nunu mid is also really awesome because he's going to secure you every objective, every crab, every fight. Like, yeah, tanky, CC, skirmishing, that sort of thing is what I'm looking for. Yeah.
All right. Next one, how to fight with Olaf in the mid and late game specifically. So obviously you remember this, the rabid dog mode and the sniper mode. So I separate into two modes. Is this the way you view it as well? Like, how would you sort of describe it? I mean, we got some dot points here saying use both these modes in combination to play Olaf effectively. Yeah. So I guess the rabid dog mode is thinking about that one target for you to like just go in and one shot. Like once you go in, you're just in. Is that the way you view it?
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much still the same way. You pick a target that you're gonna like snipe, and you're like throwing your axes at them, and then when you hit the axe, yeah, you just change into this like demon from hell, and you're just chasing them down with all your abilities. It's pretty much the same as it always has been. Yeah.
Using flash aggressively versus defense. Yes. Like, how do you think about flash?
Yes. I wasn't sure if we wanted to touch on this yet, but the way I transition from the sniper to like the rabid dog mode is if I hit an axe on someone, they get slowed, and then in combination with the approach velocity rune, you have like 400, 450 movement speed. You pop the ult, that's like an extra 50, so you have 500 movement speed. They're on like 300, and then you flash auto E, and that picks up the axe. So you have all your abilities. You're right on top of them with like 200 extra movement speed. That's like the bread and butter. You transition from a sniper to a rabid dog as soon as you hit your axe on a priority target. And you just flash in their face, full combo. You have your axe back. You have Gore Drinker. You have like so much extra attack damage from your ult and Conqueror. And you're in their face and you're ready.
So if you burn flash defensively, is that a fail in your eyes? Or is sometimes it's like, okay, like, it's like, oh, I got to get out and save my shot down.
It's usually pretty bad if you're flashing defensively. Like, if you're flashing defensively on a 5-minute cooldown, yeah, you've made some big mistake to get into like a big like out of position. Like, I feel like I don't usually have to flash defensively. But yeah, I would see it as a big no-no to do that. Obviously, if you have 1,000 gold bounty, you kind of have to, but
so like, why did you get in that position in the first place?
Yeah,
right?
I feel like I don't often get into situations where I'm flashing defensively. It's either like I flashed in aggressively and I've like mistimed like a roam, like their support's on a roam timer and we're now outnumbered or something. Yeah, I don't feel like I flash defensively often. That's a big no-no.
So that's really interesting because Coach Curtis, when I talked to him about his coaching his mid lane clients, he finds that the better players, especially mage players, all they're doing is using flash defensively. If they use a flash aggressively, that's really bad for them. Yeah. So it's interesting how that flips, doesn't it? How it's a completely different champion, completely different mindset.
Yeah, but you think about the reason that mages take flash is to make up for like being defensive options. Yeah, right? So they have to take it like it's their slot, their flash, it's more of a defensive summoner because that's what the usage of it is for. Whereas for Olaf, it's like it's now an offensive summoner. It's in replacement for Ghost, which maybe we talk about later. And yeah, it's like an offensive option. And Olaf is a very like aggressive champion, so it makes sense. I don't know. Does that make sense? Like the mages are taking it as a defensive alternative?
Yep. Well, I mean, you could sort of say that Olaf's so mobile as well. Like he has no gap closer dash.
Yes, but Yeah.
It's interesting because then that's what you sort of got the ult and the approach velocity and all that sort of stuff for, right? To sort of make up for that. It sort of makes you a mobile champ. But in specific situations, you don't always have that mobility. Like running around with an Olaf with no ult, that feels pretty weird,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's not fun. Yeah.
I have here as well. Most of the time, there is no going back once entered rabid dog mode. Your goal is to do as much damage as possible to closest targets before dying. Is that always the case? Do you feel like sometimes you can go in rabid dog mode and then you could disengage and then go sniper mode and throw axes again?
Um. Yeah. I feel like you definitely can. I feel like
The way that I
it
frame
kind
this
of
is like
depends.
there's no going back. You're just dead once you're in.
Yeah. I feel like if you are going in, you have so many options, especially this season, to survive. So you like
Gargoyle,
if you think about it,
Stoneplate.
you have gargles, you have gore drinker, you have Sterax shield, um, and then you also just have like built-in lifesteal into your kit, and you also have a lot of movement speed. So if you're knowing your limits, you can use all those tools that you have to like tank a lot of damage, deal a lot of damage, and then still manage to survive. The main thing I would say is you need to accomplish the goal that you've set out for yourself. If you're going rabid dog mode and your goal is kill the enemy Jinx before she gets a reset, you usually just want to get your goal before you dip. Like, if I can kill her, but it means I'm gonna die, I'll usually do that. But if she flashes and I can't kill her, then obviously I'm not gonna like intentionally feed. Like I can dip. There's always the option of dipping once you go rabid dog mode. But you really do have to have an idea in mind of what you're going to do, of like what it's going to look like when you go in, what's going to happen. Um, yeah, you really have to understand what you're going in for if you're going in.
I guess we'll find many examples of that. And just for people that maybe not get the Kiwi language, dip means run away, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Disengage.
Yeah,
And I guess as well, like this is like season 10, you had Warrior, not Gore Drinker. So of
yeah.
course
You were much
you're
squishier.
dead, man, you
Yeah,
know? How
yeah,
crazy is it that you had Warrior, dude? Like you're so squishy, aren't you?
yeah. But you definitely did more damage last season. It was like 60 AD or something, wasn't it? 65, 45,
Yeah, it did a lot of damage. That's
65.
true. It did a
Yeah,
lot, yeah.
and it gave you more damage. Maybe. Oh, I don't know if it actually gave you more damage earlier, did it? Because I think you have 1100 gold now is basically the same as it was. But yeah, you definitely got more damage early last season. Um, but yeah, less survivability for sure as well.
And the last point I had here was don't be a hero. Pick your fights wisely.
Um,
What do you think of this?
yeah, I would say I would rephrase that to know your limits. Because there are times when you can be a hero, but you also like you have to be able to pull it off, you know? Like some games you kind of are like a
You
bit of
look
a
like a
raid
hero in this
boss.
situation. It's like this looks pretty int, but it's like I know my limits and I'm gonna
Yeah,
quickly kill
like there
everyone
are a lot
out.
of times where I'll just like make a crazy play and I'll get like spam pinged for it, and you could say I'm like being a hero, but like it's calculated. It's like if I didn't think I was gonna win, I wouldn't do it. I'm not just doing it for the fun of it, you know. Like I think I win this, and I know I win this, so I'm doing it, you know. So
So
it's
how
more
did you
about
learn
knowing your
that?
limits. Oh,
How
it's
do
just
you learn
like
your
inting a
limits?
lot. Like
Inting a
it's
lot,
about
so you have
like
to int.
yeah, you have to limit test, right?
So
Like you
this should
have to. It's not
be
solo
you
queue
have
score.
to be a hero. You have to be a hero to learn, and then to get to the point with champ mastery to know your limits.
Yeah, well, I would say yeah, I guess in a sense you have to be a hero, but like to an extent, like don't just randomly run in 1v5 to like test how strong you are at certain points in the game. Like within reason, like do it to like a degree where it's like, okay, I think I win this, but it might be close. And then be like, okay, so I won that one, so maybe I'll take like a harder fight next time. Or it's like, okay, I didn't win that, so I'm at this stage in the game, you know, with these items versus these items, I'm a little bit weaker, so I'll take an easier fight next time. And then, you know, like you'll get a bit better doing it like that. Because you don't learn anything from running into a unwinnable 1v3, but you're gonna learn stuff if you think you're gonna win and then you don't. Because you're like, oh, okay, so what was I missing? Why didn't I win that? And then you'll understand it.
All right. Well, that's it for. There's a Q and A section, but we'll actually go over those questions later in our university lecture here.
Sweet.
So, let's jump into runes, items, builds now.
Okay.
All right, so this is your OPGG here. Currently rank 117 on the Oceanic server.
Yeah.
I just want to just show people just your tier graph here. So you sort of like took a bit of a break earlier this season,
Yeah.
but in the middle of the season, sorry. And then, you went from a D1 climb to around 550 LP with Olaf literally purely in
Yeah.
a span of what's that? About literally 5-6
A
weeks?
month. Yeah, it's about a month and a week. Yeah. Yeah.
So
6
everything
weeks.
in here that you're talking about is exactly how you did this. Just to show people this is the
Yeah,
facts. This is real.
it's doable.
All right. So let's talk about builds. So let's go over your most recent game. All right. So actually, let's start first to talk about Flash versus Ghost. You take Flash every game, no matter what.
Yeah,
Tell me
I
about that.
love Flash. I think Ghost, if you're picking up Olaf occasionally and you're just going to play him as a casual player, I think Ghost is probably better for you. Because I think Ghost is like easier to execute on because it basically just gives you more of what you already have. And it's got a lower skill floor and a lower skill ceiling. So if you've played like maybe like 1 to 5 games of Olaf or like 1 to 50, just go Ghost every time and it's going to be fine. But Flash opens up like a whole new world of like combos and like fights that you can take just by having Flash. You get a whole new world of options with Flash. Like there are just things that you can do with Flash, like going over walls, chasing people, dodging abilities that you can't do with Ghost. And I feel like Ghost just kind of stunts your growth because it plays on what you already have. Like you already have crazy amounts of movement speed. You already have a massive movement speed difference between you and your opponent most of the time in most fights. So like, I feel like Ghost is kind of just like an overkill, you know?
Okay.
That's my
But
thought process.
you recommend though Ghost for newer players starting at the first 50 games of Olaf though.
Yeah, I would say it's just easier. You don't really know what fights you can and can't take.
You just run at people.
Yeah, you just pop Ghost, pop ult, hit a Q, run them down, you know? You're not really going to be thinking about like, oh, if I hit my Q and then like flash auto E, gore drink a Q, you know, like I'm going to one shot this guy. You're thinking like, oh, I just hit a Q on this guy. Let's pop ult, let's pop Ghost, let's hit him. Whack 'em all. You know? It's just, yeah, you're not really ready to like pop all the combos in there if you're a new LF player.
All right, let's go over first runes.
Yeah.
Conqueror every time. Is Conqueror the best rune by far with Olaf?
Yeah, I love Conqueror. Gives you a lot of attack damage. Really good for the extended fights. I can't really think of anything else you'd want to take. Like, it's just really good. It's basically perfect for you. Gives you attack damage, gives you healing. Yeah, it's just perfect. Has there ever been any other rune choice
For Olaf?
in your history of memory? I can't really think of anything. Maybe like Predator, but I've never seen it. But I can imagine it could give you maybe some early ganking options. Yeah, never seen anything else. So yeah.
Triumph versus Presence of Mind. What happens if people say you have mana issues as Olaf and you need
Oh,
that?
then they're joking you. Like presence of mind on a jungler just doesn't really fundamentally make any sense because it only works when you're hitting champions. And the mana issues you experience is like when you're clearing from red start, right? I don't think I have any mana issues unless I'm starting red. And even then, you just have to manage your Qs properly. So I'd say Presence of Mind and Overheal are kind of just like Joker runes on Olaf. Triumph is just crazy. Crazy good.
Alacrity versus Tenacity. Do you always take Alacrity? What do you ever take Tenacity?
No, it's like Mercury Boots. It's the same with Merc Treads. You already have built-in 100% CC immunity, barring Sonarbug. So don't need it all in on the Tenacity. It's either attack speed or Bloodline. There was a period where I took Bloodline, but I mean, I don't think there's any reason to actually. It ramps up super slowly, and the lifesteal isn't like that useful. Alacrity just really helps early game attack speed, especially after the nerfs.
Last Stand versus Coup de Grace.
Um, yeah, I mean, you're fighting on low HP. It's when you're strongest, so keep that going strong. Fighting low health units, extra damage against low health units is kind of like not the greatest because you're usually just whacking like high health guys. You do a lot of damage. Like when I'm fighting someone who's low, I'm usually bursting them down from like half health. So I feel like I wouldn't really be getting that much out of that rune.
So always
And you
last
fight
stand.
on yeah, you fight on low health a lot as Olaf. So last stand just really helps. I think those you kind of like have to take this setup every game. I wouldn't
And
recommend
is
anything
this
else.
footwear and approach velocity every single game as well?
I know you don't like approach velocity, or at least you didn't used to like approach velocity.
So yeah, my season 10 guide was all about how if you're getting in situations where you have to chase people down too much, that's like a bad situation you put yourself in. But I think
Yeah.
now, I think approach velocity is so because Cosmic Insight sort of got that change,
Yeah.
in terms of the CDR. So
Yeah. I think it seals the deal for me when if I hit an axe on someone, they're slowed and I'm sped up. I just love the idea of having extra movement speed. It means that like it just solidifies in my mind. If I hit an axe on someone, I'm on top of them within like 2 to 3 seconds. Whereas if I'm taking Cosmic Insight, I'm getting maybe like half a second off my Gore Drinker and 30 seconds off my Flash. I'd rather always guaranteed be on top of someone if I hit a Q.
I had in my guide talking about for the secondary, I had Bone Plating or Revitalize. Would you ever take Resolve secondary? Like if you have healing supports, or it's just too valuable magical footwear approach velocity, I think.
Yeah, I really love the free boots. It's like a kill worth of gold. Maybe in certain matchups, like I've had certain games where I've like won an early skirmish because of bone plating, but I'm a big believer of having a setup like people can one trick champions, and then I like to one trick runes and items as well.
There's like a whole play style in itself, differently.
It's like I one trick taking Gore Drinker, I one trick taking Flash, and I one trick taking Approach Velocity, because that is like if you flip and flop your items and like your active items and your summoner spells, you change mindsets a little bit. Whereas I always know that if I hit an axe on someone, I'm going to be on top of them, and then if I have to like change it to bone plating, then I'm going to have to be like playing around bone plating. And I'm not going to be getting the maximum out of that because I'm going to be in the mindset still, or like partially maybe in the mindset of if I like, having these runes.
Because you're not used to it. Because you do this like 90% of the time, and if you do that 10% of the time, you're like, oh, wait, I don't have approach velocity here.
Yeah, like it's about like instinct. Like most of the decisions you make in League are like almost on instinct in fighting, right? Because you have like a millisecond to react sometimes. So like it's instinctual what you're going to do. So if you're flipping and flopping, it's just like your instincts are going to be confused. Like, do I have bone plating? Do I have approach velocity? Do I have flash? Do I have ghost? Do I have Gore Drinker? Do I have stride breaker? Like all these little changes are going to add up. And in one fight, you might just die for no reason because you think you have, like Gore and you have stride breaker. And so just to get the maximum out of every little thing that I can, I one trick these builds and I one trick these runes. Builds a little bit different, but active items I basically one trick.
Why not attack speed?
So the reason you used to take the extra adaptive force in particular was so that when you're killing your raptors and you have 2 points in Q, you one hit the raptors after 3 Qs. But I'm pretty sure on Olaf, and just like on Olaf in particular, you have to take 2 points in adaptive because you get a lot of attack speed from your passive anyway. And the attack speed is just not worth.
And you'll switch out for armor magic resist based on...
Yeah, if I'm versing double AP mid jungle, then sometimes I'll just take MR.
But if you're versing only 1 AP, let's say if you're versing an Elise and you're against a Z mid and a Trinity at top, you'll still take...
Yeah, I'll just take armor.
Armor?
Okay. Armor's just good as well for the clear. because it like I mean your idea isn't to stay like too healthy, but like it is still nice just to have the extra armor early.
So to sum it up, this is what you take literally every single game. There's no changes ever.
Yeah, if someone told me like we're never letting you change your runes for Olaf ever again, pick one setup, I would just be like, oh, okay, that's awesome. Nothing changed. No changes required.
All right, skill order. So Q max and then E second, but you'll put a point in W at level 2.
Yeah.
So does this ever change? So obviously the 2 points here, this is because you're doing the level 4 clear. Will you,
Yes.
if you're doing a level 3 clear, will you put a point in
Yeah.
E?
So if I think that I'm about to get invaded or I'm gonna make a play or what, like something's gonna happen where I'm gonna be level 3 and I'm not gonna get my full clear off, I'll go QWE, just so that I have all 3 of my abilities for that play. But if I'm gonna get a full clear off, then QWQ is a little bit faster, and just yeah, it's just overall better if you're gonna be clearing.
So ideally, this is your ideal setup
Yes.
for
Yeah.
your skill order because you're going to
Yeah.
opt for the level 4 full clear in the jungle.
Yes.
All right, so moving on to item builds. Lastly, so blue smite versus red smite. What's the go here?
I think blue smite is pretty crazy good if you're going to be chasing. If you're going to be getting like engaged on and skirmishing, then red smite is an option. So if you're versing someone who's going to be trying to skirmish you early or maybe one shot you, like say a Kha'Zix is someone that I'll take red smite into. Not all the time, but like some of the time I'll take red smite. And that's just because like he's going to one shot me. Kha'Zix is horrible to play into as Olaf. At level 6, he's just like a massive counter. So red smite can just help you win some of those fights sometimes, keep you alive. But blue smite in general is pretty crazy, especially with approach velocity.
So between approach velocity, blue smite, and flash, you can just get on targets really easily and get your damage off. That's the
like no matter what, I can just blue smite you. You can't dodge my axe. I'm gonna be right on top of you, and you can never get away. That's just the way that I interact with AD carries, middle to late game, or even like early, middle, late game. No matter what, if I have blue smite and I can smite you, you are dead. Whereas with red smite, it's not exactly the same interaction because they can dodge my axe or like they can flash my axe. Whereas if I just blue smite and then run up to them, they have to start flashing, then I can hit the axe. It's a little bit easier.
What's your ideal first base, Joey? How much gold do you want to be basing on in your first base? What are you looking for?
Either a pickaxe or a iron spike whip is really ideal. Sometimes you can only back for double ruby crystal. If you can only get a full clear off, you'll double ruby crystal. But if you can, you're going to get like, you know, double full clear. Sorry, not double full clear. Single full clear and a crab at least. And that'll get you a pickaxe.
You mean iron whip?
I think it only gets you a pickaxe if you get a full clear.
Oh, wait, sorry. So if you have to get 2 ruby, if you're basing on like 800 gold,
yeah,
you'll get 2 ruby crystals, but then pickaxe is second priority, and then obviously ideal, but your best case scenario is you want this item first.
Yeah,
base.
my ideal item is iron spike. If I can't get iron spike, I'll get pickaxe. And then if I can't get pickaxe, I'll get double ruby.
2 ruby crystals.
And the reason you sometimes can't get pickaxe is because you won't be able to get a crab. So if you can't contest the first crab, then you just recall, double ruby crystal, and go to the other crab.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah,
got it. Makes sense. So
because you get 800 off your first full clear.
So you're looking for about 1100 gold. That's when you're looking to base, ideally, best case scenario.
Yeah, like 1100 iron spike, and then play for dragon is ideal.
So is Gore Drinker the mythic? You'll go every single game.
Every single game, even when Stridebreaker was like stronger, people thought it was stronger than Gore Drinker. I was still a believer. I think Gore Drinker is way too ideal for Olaf.
Okay. Boots. So you'll go boots secondary. What are your options for boots? You said never merc treads. Never merc treads. Is that what you're saying?
Never. Yeah, I mean that's what you kind of taught me with the guide. That's what the idea I was started with. And I've never really found any reason to disagree with not going mercs. I see not like going treads over mercs. Like if you're going to go for a defensive boot, I think steel caps are better. Because you don't really want to build boots for the magic resistance. You don't build boots from resistance, you build them for the passives. So like steel caps gives you the 12% of attacks, like blocks 12% of attacks, and then mercs is the tenacity. Yeah, I just don't build tenacity on Olaf because that is counterproductive.
What's your next item after steel caps?
Sterax every game. Sterax is crazy value. It's pretty common on every bruiser just to go Sterax and their mythic. So this is pretty much just bread and butter. It's just Gordrinka, steel cap, Sterax.
So your next item, this is what's going to really alternate. Would you agree with
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Your third item, really alternates. You can either go Death Stance, Spirit Visage, Gargoyles, or maybe like GA. I sometimes see GA, and I sometimes see Randuins. I personally either choose between Death Stance or Spirit Visage, and then Gargoyles. Yeah.
All right, so let's go over. Let's just talk about third/fourth item because we already got down the core. Whoops, of the Gore Drinker, Steel Caps, and then Sterax. So this game, why did you go Spirit Visage?
They have a lot of AP. It's like Echo Cassid and Maokai.
And then you were looking to build Death Stance next?
Yeah, I think I was going to go either Death Stance or Black Cleaver, but probably Death Stance.
All right, let's look at another game.
The game was pretty much just going to be one, so I was just like getting AD. Just getting any AD that builds into anything. Wasn't really too fast at that point. But the Spirit Visage was important. And it's important to bring up that the reason that Spirit Visage is so important isn't just for the health and the magic resistance that it's providing you, which are like already quite good by themselves, but the healing and shielding buff that it applies to nearly your whole kit. Because if you think about it, you have a lot of healing from Conqueror and your W, and then you're also getting your Gordrinker healing improved, and your Sterax shield is improved, and then your fourth item, which is usually Gargoyles, will also be buffed. So nearly all of your items are getting buffed by Spirit Visage, which is why it's such an effective item.
Okay, so why Gargoyles this game?
It keeps me from getting one shot by Jin and Kane and Karthasok.
So that was a blue cane?
Yes, blue Kane. There's actually a clip from this game where I pop Gargoyles the second he pops out, and it tanks his entire ultimate, whereas if I didn't have it, it would have one-shot me from like half health or something. And so it pretty much, like, that item actually almost won me this game single-handedly, because that fight like won us the game. Whereas if I'd had Spirit Visage, the MR would have been pretty useless, and the health would have been like negligible versus the shield.
So this is a very rare, I would say, full build game. This is what your full build looked like this game. So you went Gargoyles into Spirit Visage and then Death Stance.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Death Stance would have probably been swapped out for Black Cleaver, but the way I view Death Stance is if you are one of the major damage dealers of your team, so like you're quite fed, you have a lot of your team's resources and gold and experience, you kind of have like the weight of your team on your back, you kind of need Death Stance to carry. It gives you a lot of extra health, a lot of extra damage, decent resistances. And I think it even gives you movement speed as well. I wouldn't build this item if I was behind. If I was like a designated tank this game, I would have gone Black Cleaver. But I think my top laner was like 0-10, and then my AD carries can't really carry this, unfortunately. So I basically had to carry this game. So this was 100% a Death Stance game.
Okay. Sort of a sidetrack to the third, fourth, fifth item. Always AD pot. Will you ever go Tenacity pot?
Yeah, same thing as before. If I'm gonna carry team fights, if I need the extra damage, then AD pot. If I'm more of a tank and I just want to like stay alive longer, then I'll go health pot.
This game you built Spirit Visage because you're against 2 AP here, and I guess Amumi sort of accounts as AP even though it's support.
Yeah.
What's another one here? Okay, another Gargoyles game. Yeah, so with these games you sort of didn't get. Wait, you had Sunderer this game and Black Cleaver.
Oh, I was top lane that game, Nathan.
Oh, my bad, my
I was playing
bad.
top lane.
Yeah, this is not a top lane LF guide. So this game you built Death Sands first, then Gargoyles. Explain to me the thought process here.
I think it's just because I'm so ahead this game. Like, everyone on their team is quite easy for me to kill in terms of they're all going to be in my face. Like, Trundle's in my face, Amu's in my face, Yone's in my face, Thresh is in my face. So I'm going to be getting lots of kill resets with Death Dance. Gives me a lot of bonus health, a lot of movement speed. And then the stats are also quite effective this game as well. Like armor into Yone, Jin, and Trundle, who are their main damage dealers, is very effective.
Let's look at a couple more. So this one, okay, this is an interesting one. You went Black Cleaver here.
That's top
Before
lane, Nathan.
Sterak's. Oh, again, we're looking at a top lane.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
the games where I have high variance is usually not on jungle. The jungle build in my mind is very, very solid.
Okay, so this is Gore Drinker into Sterak's, and then this is Death Dance, and then you with Gargoyles.
Yeah, and so you can see the trend here is I'm very fed in these games where I'm going Death Dance, which just leads into the fact that I'm building it when I am like a major damage dealer for my team.
So when you're more so behind, what's your more third, fourth? Let's say if you're not really far ahead.
If I'm not providing, like if I'm not needed to be providing like high damage, then Black Cleaver is an option. If we have like quite a strong AD comp, then Black Cleaver obviously to shred is quite good. Spirit Visage, you just get your tank items instead. Stay alive longer.
It's interesting, the games where you're actually behind, you never get to your third, fourth item. So you're either super far ahead or you're never getting to your third, fourth item, which is interesting. The only one that I could see is the 5-8 one, which looks like it. And this is where you built the tank items third, fourth, like you went to the Resilience game.
Yeah, you just completely just itemize tank and like you just become a frontliner. You just like Olaf is actually quite good at killing enemy frontline units because of the true damage on the E. So you can basically just sit in the front line and just annihilate theirs before you die. And that opens up the backline for you.
All right. I think anything else to cover for builds there? Oh, Guardian Angel, you mentioned that. You don't really build it at all, Joey.
No, I mean, I personally, I don't think Guardian Angel is that good on Olaf. And the reason that I think that is resistances, it doesn't really give you that much in terms of stats. Like, the extra life is great, but if I could get a Gargoyle, I'm not going to die anyway. If I could get a Spirit Visage, I'm not going to die anyway. Whereas, if I take Guardian Angel, I'm probably going to die. And sure, I'll revive, but I could just buy stats that are going to keep me alive. So, like, maybe I buy a stopwatch in certain scenarios, but resistances and straight-up stats are really good.
Healing reduction.
Yeah, I hate Thornmail on Olaf. When I see people buy Thornmail on Olaf, I'm just like, what are you doing? You're never gonna proc the 60% anyway. It's
why is that?
Because with the Thornmail, to proc the 60% healing reduction, you have to crowd control. Like you have to apply some sort of immobilization. You don't have any of that. You can't immobilize anyone. So what's the point of building an item you can't even utilize? You know. So I just go whatever that one is, Chempunk or something.
Chempunk, but you rarely will still build it though. I think this is one game we've seen over like 40 games.
Yeah, I mean,
you just don't care about healing reduction on Olaf.
No, it's not really like. I'm usually a major powerhouse in terms of like I'm going to be outputting most of the damage, so I don't really. It's not an item you usually build as the carry of your team. It's usually something that the support of more utility-based champions should be taking. Like, if you have a 20-kill LeBlanc, you don't ask her to go and build Merlinomicon. She should be building Rabadons. Because she's just going to one-shot faster if she has that item.
Swiftness boots. You did this game? Is that just sort of an experimental troll thing?
That's something that I used to take more often than I do now. I think Swiftness boots aren't actually as good as Ionian boots. I think Ionian boots are quite good. Swiftness boots are actually quite good into champions like Cassiopeia and Orianna, though, when they have phase rush. So phase rush champions can just cut you out if you don't have blue smite. And Coach Curtis, I had a game against him recently where I went red smite into his Orianna with phase rush. I just couldn't play. I just couldn't ever catch him, and it made the game unplayable. Whereas I think we win the game if I had blue smite. That's actually quite important. Never go red smite into a phase rush champion.
Phase rush champ. There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, as far as boots go, Swiftness boots, I wouldn't take them anymore. This is like a month ago. It's like a month ago in Diamond, I was very, very, very fed. So I probably just went Swiftness boots so I could run at people faster. As you see, yeah, like this is 12 days ago, I took Ionian boots in place of Swifties or armor.
All right. Well, that wraps up our builds. Let's get to the exciting gameplay now, I think, Joey. How does that sound?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So, Joey has... these are games all over the last 2 weeks, you'd say? You've collected these?
Yeah, probably like last 14 days, yeah.
All right. Let's start off with the first one. And again, these are all in Grandmaster, these games, in OCE.
Yeah. I don't play any Olaf games on my Smurf. That would be probably counterproductive. I would probably get worse from doing that. Develop bad habits.
All right. Walk me through, what are you thinking here? What does a normal day in the life of Jolaf look like when he jumps in the game here? This is what his champ select looks like. What are you thinking?
Okay, so I'm immediately thinking, do I just start blue this game, path towards my bot lane, Tristana and Leona? Yes, I probably do want to path towards them. If I can get them a lead early game, that's really awesome because Tristana can just stomp. And they have a lot of engage, they have a lot of setup for me, and they want to play aggressive. So I think pathing bot this game is really awesome. That's my plan. Although they have a Shen, so obviously pathing into Shen early game is also quite fun. Although we can also path into him post 6 when he has his ultimate, and we don't really want to be going bot as much. So we have a couple options here. Another thing to consider is Jax. Jax is quite good into their carries, the Shen, the Yone, and the Lucian. So if Jax gets massively ahead, then he can probably carry this game very hard. And then in contrast, Tristana can't into Shen and Rammus isn't going to be doing as much. So you have a couple options here. I love this ward.
So traditionally, out of base, this is what you're going to be doing? So out of base, you run straight looking for this ward? What's going on here?
Yeah, I really like warding the enemy buff if I can. Or at least the river. And then you swap for a sweeper. And you can do this kind of safely because the axe gives vision. So you see I throw an axe there, make sure that there's no one there. And then I just walk in and I place my ward down.
So yeah, I always, in my coaching, Joey, I always say this ward's pointless because you get to see where they start. Most people don't do leashless. And you get to see where they start based on leash. And it's just like an added risk. But I guess for Olaf, it's a bit different because you can safely check, right?
Yeah, it's pretty safe. And it just eliminates the wondering. It just eliminates, if they go leashless, it just completely eliminates any sort of wonder. I know 100% for sure which buff they're starting on if I get this ward down. Obviously, I can't get it every game if they're, not asleep at the keyboard at 15 seconds. But if I can get it for free, I'm not going to complain about it.
Reset, switch into sweeper. Will you do this every single game?
Yeah. Yeah, there isn't really any games that I take normal ward.
All right, so you do obviously a comfortable blue start. So do you want to just quickly talk us through the clear?
Yeah.
Pointers?
So the clear on Olaf used to be really strong, and you could start blue leashless and 3-minute clear the jungle. Now, if you go leashless, you're probably going to be somewhere between 3:15 and 3:30. So I ask for a leash every single game. And I think that it's quite important that you're getting a leash because you still want a full clear, and you don't want to beat a crab late. You have to beat a crab as soon as it spawns if you can. So my benchmarks for like finishing Gromp is like I want to be leaving Gromp at around 202, so I'm a little bit slow this game. But I'm not too fast. Like the way I see my clear is I'm not trying to get a personal best every time. It's more about at this point, how much of the map do I like understand what's going on? Like, do I know where the jungler is? Do I know what my laners are doing? Do I have all the information that I could possibly have? Because it's a bit of a trade-up between having really good tracking and then having a perfect clear. And I would much rather know everything I can know about the map than shave 5 seconds off my jungle clear.
Yeah, so I guess noticing here, you've been looking at a lot of things already. You know, you've been looking at bot as you're moving towards the camps. I mean, maybe is that something where you could take it to the next level? Is like, can you do both? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, I would be clearing faster than anyone else in the world, while also pinging the map, checking every single lane state, watching every single skirmish. I'm not quite there yet, but that is the optimum, like the optimal level is I'm pinging the jungler, perfect tracking every lane. That is where you want to get to. But yeah.
So this is with a leash. This is still 315, and
yeah,
I think
this is quite slow. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this looks pretty good though, still in my eyes, you know.
Oh,
so,
okay.
You know, so especially compared to a lot of reviews I do. So, obviously, you think you could speed this up a lot. You've been looking at lanes a lot. You don't smite the red, or you just do one smite though here as well. That's the key thing as well. So you actually want to save the smite for crab every time.
Yeah.
And why do you do that instead of maybe you could speed it up doing smite the red and smite the krugs?
Well, the way smite works right now is, or just for a benchmark, I usually want to finish red at 350. So I'm like.
You mean 250?
Yeah, sorry, 250. So when do I finish it? So I'm about 10 seconds late this clear.
Yeah.
8 seconds, 9 seconds late.
And is that because of the raptors? Like you didn't cut the raptors to the red?
No, so I started about 4 seconds slow because I think I missed a Q or something on Gromp, or maybe my leash just wasn't. No, I think my leash was fine. I think I missed the Q on the Gromp or something like that, or maybe I W'd on Gromp a little bit too early, so it didn't last.
Let's try and find that out.
It off. So I could probably have pulled it a little bit earlier here.
So you mean throw the axe to Grumpy? You could have done that.
Yeah, I could have done this a little bit earlier. And let's see when I put my W. Let's not pop it instantly. I want to wait for it to be about 1,000 health. Okay, so I actually don't do this too bad. I think maybe I put my W too late. Yeah, I hold my axe. I think I even missed that maybe. And I also W quite late here on the wolves too.
So explain how do you think about your W for camp? So you said that you do Gromp at 1,000 HP. You usually pop your W.
Yeah. So the way I want my W to work is I want my W to run out when the camp dies. So I'm getting the whole usage of my W. Like I don't want my W to last when the camp is dead, but I also don't want my W to run out when the camp is still alive, because when you're using your W, you're healing, which means your passive attack speed buff is going down. Because Olaf's passive gives you attack speed when your health is lower, so you reduce the passive attack speed buff when your W is up. So you want to get maximum usage of your W.
Do you ever W the Raptors?
No. Because if you W Raptors, then your W is in a weird timing for red buff. Also, I missed like a Q on my Raptors, and then I also was looking to path down there. So I've already messed up quite a few things here in terms of like perfect full clear. But yeah, I'm not worried about perfecting my clear in terms of speed while in like games where I really need to be focusing on other things.
All right, so that's the clear there.
Yeah, so as you were saying, yeah, about the crab, the way it works this season is when you smite a crab, you remove the shield and deal the damage, so you can basically clear the crab in like 5 seconds, which is a crazy like improvement compared to other seasons. And it's also just like ideal to have crab, to have smite for when you're going to contest any crabs.
Oh, also
So I'll
there's no
probably smite this
contention
one.
here. Yeah, you
Yeah.
see Ramus up there. Yeah.
Yeah, so I know Ramus is mid, so I'm just going to clear this.
So you'll always instantly smite the crab to get that shield off, because you can't break the shield anyway, other way as well. Like,
Yeah,
right?
you need some sort of crowd control, which obviously I can't put out. But yeah, I smite it there because I know he can't contest. If the jungler might be in the bush, then you should hold your smite. But I know he's on map, so I'm just going to finish that. I managed to double crab this. My support and mid have roamed up for this, which is awesome. Now, this is where you kind of have a couple options. Because they changed camp respawn timers. So my Gromp isn't even respawning yet. Like, it isn't even showing the timer saying it's going to respawn. So you have options, whereas I could gank, I could reset, or I could just like hover a lane. Because if I reset here and then go to Gromp, I'll probably arrive as it spawns. So that's like pretty perfect in terms of like keeping up camp tempo. But it just kind of depends on what's happening on the map, what you should do here.
Golden inventory. So you're almost at an Iron Whip. Would you just wait in base for an Iron Whip here? I mean, by the time you reset, you probably would have it, right?
Yeah, probably. Now, here I want to crash the wave. Did we get
So you know
this?
Ramus is still around topside, potentially?
Yeah. Yeah, we saw Ramus pop back into his topside just before.
And you want to keep pushing this next wave, so you didn't want Jax to base there.
Well, yeah, I don't want my Jax to get frozen on, because imagine if I recalled there, then my Jax is got a hard shoving wave into Shen with Ramus topside and Yone's off map. So if I just recalled here and Jax gets ganked like this, say I'm not here and Jax is pushing the wave, Jax gives first blood, gets frozen on, he has no TP, game is over.
So it's really important to help just pushing that wave there.
Yeah, and now Yone has just used his TP, and we can just completely shut him out. So here you see I sweep to see if he's coming. I see he's not coming around this wall. He's going the long way. Boom. Found him.
So it's like it's punishing the TP from Yone right there. You're not letting him get back to lane.
Yeah. Yeah, so we saved our top laner, and we won mid lane his lane, basically. That's like amazing for Ryze.
Oh, so the bot lane's struggling a bit here.
Yeah, all my lanes are struggling, actually.
She just come top, do another clear. You lose dragon. So this is sort of like going against the Olaf mindset, losing the first dragon.
Yeah. Well, the way I see this game, I have really no prio now. My bot lane and mid lane are both still weaker. Like, even though mid lane, we got that kill, he's still a little bit weaker. My bot lane is a lot weaker. If I just ran straight to dragon there out of base after that top play, I wouldn't be level 6 and I wouldn't have any prio. Ramus is going to be bot side. Like, that just is a recipe for disaster. So I instead path and get all my camps, get level 6, so that I can start making plays around my power spike.
So you really value level 6 before you want to
Yes.
before doing these objectives. Like, ideally you're getting level 6 before you start your first dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, Olaf's ultimate kind of covers a lot of the struggles that he has as a champion. Just it gives you a bit of more mobility to chase people down. It makes you invulnerable to CC. And it gives you a lot more damage with the AD.
All right, so you're
This
pulling
is
some
really
pretty
messy.
It's a bit messy. You're pulling some very good CS numbers though. We're at 65 by 740. So level 7, I think you're literally 3 levels ahead of Juliana right now. And this is sort of like a result of getting that double crab, taking some lane CS. Like, you're basically your mindset right now is you're the carry, even though your teammates are sort of all losing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of have to carry this game from the standpoint of we have 3 losing lanes. Yeah, I don't see us winning this. We need a win condition right now. We don't really have any options. So I got to make myself the win condition. I love doing that in solo queue because I have so much champ mastery that I know how to play fights so well that if I'm the win condition, then yeah, I can secure the bag most of the time.
All right, so you reset here, and then we move to bot side. Why go bot side here and not top side?
Well, I want a path for Rift Herald, but I'm prioritizing myself and getting resources on myself as like priority number 1 right now. So I'm going to clear all my camps.
So you want to do a full clear?
I want to do all my camps. I don't want to be making a play. I mean, right now, look at what I have up, right? I have no ult. I have no flash. All my camps are up. And none of my lanes are winning. So if I'm making a play, like, sure, I'm really strong. But the things that make me really strong aren't even available right now. Like, if I just ran Rift Herald out of base, I have no ult. So this is a perfect time just to sit back, you know, relax, do all my camps, get my resources back, my ultimate, and then make the play. Now here I was going to cover so they could crash the wave, but she actually didn't want me to.
So you literally just went against your own advice here. You did divert because you was trying to like help your team a little bit here. Like you think this is important. Like even though your bot lane's losing, people might ask like, well, why just not stick to the Olaf game plan? What would you say to that? Is this something you've been experimenting with more in your games?
Yeah, I mean, I just have no idea where Rammus is right now. And I assumed that he could be bot here. And my bot lane's pushing, and they've been pushing for a while because it's Tristana. So if I can catch him out there, I'm going to go for it. That probably wasn't the best play, and Tristana just pings me off. Because I was wasting time there. So that is probably what we could see as just like a mistake in terms of like it goes against my identity.
So fight breaks out and you feel like you need to go for the fight. So again, we can't clear all our camps. We have to go to this fight, you're saying. And I guess, again, you're always looking for these type of situations, aren't you?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm way happier to fight now because my ultimate's back up.
Yeah.
And then I give this to Jax because, as I said, he's really good into their team.
All right, then we take a fat wave.
And probably
so
we're
very strong.
I was expecting I would take the plate there. Usually I would go for a plate. But I think because I'm going for Rift Herald, it's just more of a priority.
So you don't want to lose tempo because if you get this plate, then maybe you won't get Herald. Is that the mindset?
Yes. Yeah, it's just a tempo
you
play.
You do one or the other.
I can do one or the other.
And Herald's more high impact because you just really value Heralds.
Yeah. I think Herald is the most undervalued objective in the game. Like the what you can do with a Rift Herald is just crazy comparatively to like an early dragon or a plating, obviously. If you can just break a mid tower or like a side tower early game, that's like 1,000 gold swing, which is like 3 kills.
All right, so what's your mindset now? We're doing top camps, and then dragon's coming up. But you said I want to kill top. So what's going on here? You just want to concede dragon?
Well, I guess what I was probably thinking here is in terms of win condition, dragon is quite like soul is quite a far away win condition, like dragon soul, right? Whereas Jax into their team comp really strong. Top lane tower breaking with Rift Herald gives him probably what's his item? Sundara. So getting him the gold lead that we want him to have as soon as possible so that he can start influencing and like winning that 1v1 is a massive priority for me. Whereas it's just one Cloud Drake and my bot lane's useless right now. So like I would love to get dragons, but unfortunately that isn't really like my top priority this game. If I can get like some massive influence and gold with the Rift Herald early, then I'm going to do that.
All right, so you find an opportunity to break mid here. So talking about the Heralds, how do you use Heralds, Joey? What's your mindset? Do you want to break towers? You just want to get plates for the gold?
Yeah, I want to break
use
towers.
It around your win conditions. You want to fully break a tower. So you want
I
to
want
to 2.5
break
plates first.
Yeah. I want to fully break towers if I can. And give the gold to a win condition. So ideally this game, giving it to Jax after like diving Shen would have been huge. But here I noticed that Yone's just died. and mid is on 4 plates, so it's really easy just to break one full plate, drop rift, and then we get a full tower. So
a lot
I
of
just
low
opt into
elo
that.
players, Joey, would herald here. So why do you don't herald here? They'll just herald right
So
now.
yeah, Rift Herald does 2,500 damage. So if you can get it to 2,500 health, it'll one-shot the tower. And the way towers work is when you destroy a plating, they get a armor and magic resistance. No, I think it's just. Oh, it actually is armor and magic resistance.
Yeah.
It's a big buff they get, and it's equal to the amount of people around the tower. If you Rift Herald right at the start to break, say, 3 plates, the turret's going to have like 200, 300 armor. You're going to be doing 20 damage in auto. Whereas if you break the first tower by yourself, you're going to be doing 100 damage in auto attack, and then you can drop Rift. It'll do the rest. It's very efficient.
All right, so this is an interesting situation. You have almost 3,000 gold, Joey. Dragon's up.
Yeah.
Why not do dragon here? And why not base? What's going on here?
Yeah, so this is kind of me 100% opting into the, like, I'm the win condition now, or like Dragon Soul isn't the win condition now. Like, we all have a lot of gold. They're coming out of base. They've already spent all their gold. And I'm 200 gold from Sterax. If I can just do 2 camps, get Sterax, and then play towards whatever else is open, like, it could still be Dragon if they haven't done it. It could be bot tower. It could be top tower. That, in my mind, is going to be way more effective than forcing Dragon right now with no ult, no flash, 3,000 gold unspent. If I do Dragon right now and they get 1,000 gold bounty on me, 600 gold bounty on Rise, all the work that I've just done in the last 10 minutes to save this game from complete disaster is just all down the drain, and we're just going to lose in the next, 10 minutes, because I'm going to be so... I'm not going to be weak, but in comparison to what I could be if I don't give them a 3,000 gold, it can make the difference.
So dragons, you think it's a suicide here. It will be a bad play.
Oh, yeah,
just straight
100%.
up a bad goal.
Yeah, they've all just come out of base. Yeah.
I mean, I always talk about it in terms of chess turn analogy. You broke mid, then they take dragon, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the question you always need to ask here is okay, well, what are you doing camps for, and where do you want to be on the map after you base? Walk into your wolves now sort of suggests that you want to be bot side potentially. So, do you want to be bot or top? What's going through your mindset here?
This is just the closest and fastest camp to do.
Okay, so you just
I just need to do one camp. And in terms of speed, wolves are way easier because when you kill a Krug, it breaks into 2 and then it breaks into 2. So in terms of time, maybe it takes me 15 seconds to kill Krugs. It takes me 5 seconds to kill wolves. And wolves is closer. I'm just going to go to wolves.
All right, then you reset bot for Krugs. So they still haven't done dragon, which is very good for you.
Yeah, means I can start that up as a win con. But right now, I'm just looking to fight. I'm very strong.
So that's just interesting. So most of this fight, you held ult. Explain to me when you think to hold ult versus just use it. Do you use ult just whenever it's on, you can, a fight's going to break, or do you really think about your usage of ult? How do you think about your ult usage?
If you really need to break out, if you're getting crowd controlled, that's usually a sign that you need an ult. But not always. Your ult is only 6 seconds, and during that 6 seconds, you have to get something done. You have to accomplish an objective. And it usually has to be an objective that you couldn't accomplish without your ult. So if I could have killed Rammus there without ulting, and it would have been just as easy, I probably wouldn't have ulted. But the extra damage from the ult, the extra speed, the CC reduction, all that, I really need it to kill him there. So of course I'm going to ult. And I didn't use it on the Bard because Bard is just going to die to me regardless of whether or not I ult. And I don't need to dodge any crowd control. So I'm just going to hold it for a situation where I really need it. Because your ultimate really is... It's probably at this point about an 80 attack damage buff and movement speed. And that's almost 2 items worth of AD. So I'm definitely going to be very careful with how I use that. Do they surrender here or something? Oh, no.
So you clear your bot camps and you reset, you go top. So you're always thinking about resetting around the next objective. Like what's with these resets and like how you think about sequencing your camps and stuff now.
Yeah, so Rift Herald's coming up. I want to play
So you
for
want to be
that.
top side.
Yeah, I want to be top side.
So your
We just
mindset
need
is
to
to
play
clear your
bot.
camps bot side. So you want to make play bot, clear bounce bot side, then go top for the Rift Herald.
Yeah. And then after this play, my bot camps should be up, and then I can go eat those, prep dragon, and then continue to play through objectives like that. Very easy just to eat one side, recool, go to the other side, or just full clear towards the side you want to play on, do that objective, and then the next time it'll be like a dragon is up, and you can go to that side of the map instead.
So you have the most CS in the game, Joey. Is this going to be common? Is this what you're going to be aiming for?
Oh
as
yeah,
Olaf?
this is pretty common in games where I'm this ahead. Like I'm very happy to tax anybody. I don't care who they are. Like we have Guncrab and Shock here, who are two of like, I'd say they're probably two of the better OC pro players. And I've probably taxed like, I don't know, maybe 20 CS from both of them. I'm very, very happy to just take as much gold and XP as I want. if I'm ahead, if I'm going to carry, then that's just what they're going to have to deal with.
And that's given because of the early game you've had. You would be taxing if you felt like
yeah.
Had
If I was like 3-3 right now, then yeah, of course I'm not going to take by Tristana and Rise's farm. But I'm 6-0-6. The game's going to be ending soon. I just want to be as big, as strong as I can for these fights. Yeah, I don't really worry too much about taking their farm.
All right, so let's look at the way you played this fight.
Yeah, I think this actually was a bit of a mistake going for this play. I think this is my one big misplay this game, is this fight here. Because they just rotate too quickly with Bard and Rammus. And I use a lot of resources to dive the Yone.
I guess you got to assess the map state here. Rise is dead. It's sort of like not your turn, and Lucian, everyone's collapsing.
We're getting no pressure anywhere on the map. There's nothing for Tristana. There's nothing for Jax to do, and I have to dedicate flash and ult to this. If I could kill him without my flash, then we probably just turn on these three and actually win this, because I could use my ult to go on to Lucian. But obviously here I'm kind of stuck going in on Rammus and Bard. So yeah, I definitely made a big mistake there going for Yone.
All right, so you reset, then you go bot because you're looking to prepare the dragon next. So thinking about dragon. Sniper mode, axe.
Yeah, just make sure I'm hitting all my axes on as many people as I can in these fights, and as many priority targets as possible.
So you said I'm going to Rift aside there. So how do you think about the second Rift Herald versus the first Rift Herald?
Well, I'm not really too worried about ending this game in the next 5 minutes, because I know that even if this game goes for like another 10, we have a Tristana, we have a Jax, and we have a Ryze. We have a very strong scaling team. If I had champions who needed the game to be shut out quickly and who had the power to do that, then I would probably be rifting mid, maybe breaking the inhibitor, getting Baron and ending. But I'm happy just to break aside. They give more experience. They give a lot of pressure. And yeah, I don't really worry too much about like the mid inhib right now. Just because if we break an inhibitor too early, it gives them a lot of gold and it can sort of deny us if the siege minion is taking the waves for us. Sorry, the super minion.
So you're just eating all your camps. You really prioritize it. You do it very quickly. You're very efficient with it. 3 levels ahead. Then you reset. You spend all your gold.
Yeah. You can actually see here I'm itemizing double armor. This actually... It doesn't really build into Dead Man's Plate. I'm building this into Gargoyles. Even though I was hovering over Dead Man's Plate in the shop.
You mean Death Dance?
No, I already have Death Dance. I was hovering over Dead Man's Plate. Yeah, it's going into Gargoyles though if I do.
You're definitely never building Dead Man's Plate, right? That's not
to build. Yeah, not really. Not with the other options I have. It's not bad, but it's just like there are so many better options.
Oh, so you want to break down this fight for us, Joey? So this is the ideal Olaf fight. So this is the 1v9.
Yeah, this is where I'm too strong. I'm level 14, three items. My whole team dies, but I'm never gonna go down. You might as
Oh,
well
so
spend it.
this is literally a 3 versus 5 right now. So talk me through here. So you pick up your axe, you're killing
Yeah.
the tank. So this is a bit weird because we talked about in the earlier the slides from season 10 card. You want to pick off like the the squishy and mobile targets. So
So I'm not in rabid dog mode yet. Until I ult, I'm not in rabid dog mode. So when I'm just like this, I'm just chilling and I'm just waiting for a priority target to enter my attack range, or I'm waiting to get like hard CC'd. So as you see there, when I ult, I start to look to change target onto Yone, and then he disengages, so I start to change target again onto Lucian. So I ult originally just to remove some crowd control. Yone comes in, I CC, I go for him, he jumps out, I go for Lucian. But
yeah, so it looks like
ideally,
you grab a dog mode on Yone here and then you switch back. So it looks like
yeah, because
you're
he
just
ends up
chilling
jumping.
on
Yeah, so here I'm
Rammus,
just chilling, hitting my
on Rammus
E's
and
because my
Shen,
E's are like chunking really hard.
on
And
tank,
now
especially tank
now I need to
champs.
go on. Yeah, now I need to go on the carries if I can. But see, this is what I want to avoid. I want to avoid getting pulled around by CC like that. That's why I really need to hold my ult. I think I probably even ulted a little bit early. I'm not too sure how much CC I actually ulted there, or how many priority targets I had around me there. But yeah, here at this point, the fight's just too easy for me.
Talk about Joey hitting axes. So hitting axes as Olaf, especially the lower elo coaching clients that I have, is something that people struggle with. And a lot of the gameplay we can look from you're pretty clean with your axes, but there's a huge difference between hitting axes and not, right? It's like literally kills or not. And look at the way
Yeah.
you throw this axe, Joey. So you pick up axe, why don't you throw it straight away?
I can get a better angle on him here. And I can wait for him to swerve as well to see where he's going to go. Yeah, I don't think there's... Like, with Olaf Q, there's no real reason to miss if they aren't flashing or using an ability. Like, if Shen isn't dashing or flashing, I should never miss anything on him.
So you're also looking for like juke patterns, and like you said, looking for a better angle. So he's trying to like juke you, and you're sort of like holding it, waiting for the good axe, and then he's sort of stuck
Yeah,
here.
like there's no way for him in that scenario there to dodge my axe without walking towards me. Because he was going towards the wall trying to like juke my axe, and then he either walks towards me and dodges it, or keeps walking to the tower like he did, and then it hits him and he dies anyway.
So through these VODs, like, let's really focus on the axe usage again, because I find that that's always the biggest difference between a great Olaf player and just an average Olaf player.
Yeah,
Is that they
you
just
should never
misuse.
miss an axe. I don't know if I missed one this fight. I think the one I missed was on Bard when he flashed. But yeah, there's not really ever a reason to miss. Like, no one, unless they have crazy movement speed, like back when Udyr was popular, should be able to dodge. Yeah, as you see here, I'm going for gargoyles, not Dead Man's Plate.
So 100 CS ahead of the Rammus.
Yeah, and almost 10 CS per minute, which is an ideal when you're this fed. Like, it's not like you should be aiming for it, but like 10 CS per minute is definitely achievable when you're carrying the game.
So this is like not an anomaly VOD. Like, this is like if you're going to carry against Olaf, this is what it should
this
look
is what
like.
it looks like. Yeah, this isn't just like a one-off. This is like, if my early game is smooth, this is what the game will look like. Do I get this? Oh, I don't get it.
You got outsmarted by a Rammus. You have E, Joey. What's going on?
The reason I don't get that is because I didn't ult.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't even E either. Well, not just the CC, but I can ult and then E smite, and I'll definitely get it. Actually, yeah, he CC'd me, so I couldn't E. Yeah, I should have committed my ult and then just ult E smited, and I would have gotten it.
Yeah. So the way you secure objectives, you want to time your E smite, because
E and smite, it's about 1.4 thousand or 1.3 thousand damage smite. Whereas, like, most smites are just going to be 900. It's kind of like when you're playing Nunu, you can combo consume your Q with smite to do like 2,000 damage. But yeah, that's pretty bad. I should have just ulted there and just got it. Because now they actually managed to like hold on a little bit longer.
So this is pretty crazy, Joey. So we're going in here. Jax's bot. They have Baron buff.
Yeah,
This
so I
says how
don't really
confident you
respect
are.
them.
You're just
Yeah, I
no
mean,
respect.
I can probably win this. Probably. I'm pretty strong, right? I'm like 4 items. And I'm holding, look at how much I'm holding. Like, I'm holding Gargoyles, I'm holding Gore Drinker, I'm holding Flash, Smite. Actually, no Smite, but I'm holding Flash. So this isn't really too risky. Because I can still heal up to full HP if I kill like one person here. So you'll see my health will just keep raising during this fight. I'm just baiting them forward. Because they weren't playing aggressively enough. Because they're just going to sit on Baron. But if I can bait them into a fight like this, then we can end the game.
So the word baits, you actually want to bait people onto you. So I guess like everyone's like running at you as Olaf. That's what I said in my guide. It's like you want people to be at you, not you chasing people down. Even that's sort of kind of productive through approach velocity, because then
Yeah,
I mean,
you kind of tell them like,
this.
"Oh, I'm so weak, come kill me," and then you
Yeah.
pop like 20 actions,
That's what
throw
this
an axe,
is.
and just turn on them. Yeah,
That's what this is, right? It's like you're just hard baiting. It's like, hey, come
I'm
kill
like,
me.
"Oh
Like,
no, oh no, I'm out of position. Don't kill me, guys." And then they commit
you're just
everything, and
confident you're
I
this
turn it
strong.
around. Yeah,
Because look how committed they are. They're using all their abilities
yeah,
and everything.
they've
on you.
just used so much, and we've just caught out Rammus during this time because he probably tried to rotate through my team, and now the fight is just completely over. I mean, as soon as they commit onto me, I'm like probably 2 items above anyone on their team right now, and I'm level 16. Like I'm 4 levels up on this bard here. So, yeah, they made a big mistake. They should just be sitting back with Baron, right? And I know that. So I got to do something to make them think they should fight us. Oh, I actually missed an X there. See here, I'm actually ulting to kill the tank. Because my ears will do so much more damage with the extra AD.
So it sounds like you're really hard on yourself if you miss an axe, Joey. So you just think you just should never miss an axe.
Oh, yeah, that was just like terrible, really, isn't it? Like, there's no reason to miss an axe if he's not flashing it. Like, that's just, like, yeah. Like, Olaf Q is so big. It's so big. It's huge. Like, if I was a scripting player, I would never miss an axe. And that's the way it should be, right? Like, I'm an Olaf player, I should never miss an axe. There is no reason for me to ever miss apart from just, like, rushing it.
So explain to me why this is a bad axe, Joey.
Right here? Because
Yeah,
I
so
can't
you
pick
threw
it up.
here. So you can't pick it up. So that's why.
Yeah.
So you want to be throwing axes so you can pick it up. Is that your mindset?
Yeah. I mean, this axe here, I should have turned on to Shen before.
Throw an axe here and then keep
yeah, like I should have
throwing.
been using the axe here so I could throw it at Shen and then pick it up and then throw it at those two. And then I would have killed him and he wouldn't have managed to get the Torn on Jax there. Yeah, this fight's very messy though, but it was bound to be pretty messy because I ulted quite early, so I'm kind of at the whims of the SEC, and it was like a 4v5 as well, or like a 3v5 or something.
All right, and that looks like that's GG.
Yeah.
All right, so that's VOD number 1. Let's keep working through it. So we've got plenty of examples here, plenty different early games. So this one here, Joey, you versus Sybil.
Yeah.
So Sybil's obviously the last, again, the university lecture we did, the Elise guide on my channel.
Big fan.
All right, so walk me through your thought process here.
I think I go for an invade this game, do I? Because we have quite a good invade comp, so I should invade here.
So explain to me your thought process. When are you looking for invade? Why is this game a good invade game versus not so much?
Well, just because we have so much at like level 1. Like obviously Olaf level 1 is incredibly strong, especially in relation to most junglers. Like Elise versus Olaf level 1 damage, I can output like a crazy amount of axes and lots of auto attacks, whereas she only really has her W, which does like maybe 80 damage. But I'm not going to invade unless my team has the resources to do so. But, you know, we have Ash W to scout. We have Nautilus Q, Twisted Fate stun, and even Jace does quite a lot of damage. So this is a really good opportunity for me to invade. But in terms of starting in their jungle, Against an Elise, I probably wouldn't.
And
So
why
I
is that?
don't. Yeah. So as you can see, I just call it off and recall after getting the flash because versus champions like Elise, um, they thrive off the chaos of split maps, doing few camps, and just like ganking a lot. Right. If I was playing Rek'Sai right now, maybe splitting the map here wouldn't be so bad. Um, but I don't want to split the map on Olaf here. I just want to play to my strengths, be able to full clear my jungle, and I think it also makes tracking a little bit easier for me when I know where she's starting and like she's on her side, you know, going horizontal.
So this is
So
very unexpected. This is
this
well
is
played for
worst
them.
case.
Yeah.
I was timing sums in chat, and then we see them on the minimap, and I don't realize that we've seen them. My team starts pinging it, and I'm like, guys, there's no way they're there. Don't be silly. So I walk in, I don't even queue. Boom, I die, first blood, and she gets my blue buff. And now this is scary. This is where Elise is going to start thriving. She wants to be playing around top as well, so I should have expected that because she wants to be playing around her Lucian into my Jace. They're both very vulnerable top laners, ranged top laners, you know. So I should have expected that. I should have been way more aware. But here we are.
All right, so this is going to be a very uncouraged. This is worst case scenario early game.
Yeah.
So, how do you switch to the recovery modes? Obviously, this is not ideal, but what are you thinking now? Like, what's
So alarm bells going off. I'm thinking like crisis mode, level 3, crab. How do I
Just
get
get
level
level
3? How do
3.
I get crab? Yeah.
Okay?
So crisis mode, I'm going to do my whole bot side. I'm going to play for bot crab. That's what I'm thinking right now. There's nothing I can do for Jace right now. He's going to get dived. There's like we all know it. Sybil knows it. I know it. Jace knows it.
He's dead.
He's dead. And it's all my fault. But the least that I can do is get level 3, get crab, and maybe deny some of Elisa's camps.
So again, you're holding your smite. So you just want to be as low HP in the jungle so you can clear faster. Is that what's going on here? Like you have 2 smites. Why not smite the Krug there?
I think it's a good opportunity for me to hold smite here and hold it for her blue, maybe.
Okay. And there's the top dive as predicted.
Yeah. So that's worst case for us. Is that he dies on the gank. Actually, this is worst case. He TP's back and dies again.
Oh, yeah. That's really bad.
Yeah. So my mid laner roams over to compensate. And then my top laner TPs and dies. I think my mid laner might even die here. No, my mid laner ends up getting a kill.
So constantly checking lanes whilst you're doing the buffs. That's one thing we're looking here. Looking at again your mindset of gathering as much information as possible.
Yeah. Now I make a mistake here. See, now I'm out of tempo because I was looking for that bot play because I saw the skirmish and I was like, maybe Miss Fortune's going to keep creeping forward. If I had immediately gone to the Gromp while Elise was dead, she wouldn't get there in time. But now she has, she's going to come out bot side probably to protect her camps, which she does. And I can't do that now. So yeah, I just missed out on getting her Gromp there and getting level 4.
So again, that same thing as the dragon mindset. You could either do one or the other. That mid tower dragon, like that was like, okay, you look for something bot, you can't do Gromp.
Yeah. So
right,
just
so this is
just
2
that,
ruby crystal buy.
Yeah, so I didn't have enough for the pickaxe, so there we see the double ruby crystal. This is actually quite good into Elise because it keeps her from one-shotting me early game. And if she doesn't one-shot me and I get off, I get through her first combo, then it's actually quite a favorable fight for me. So I'm actually quite happy with this recall into an Elise.
So you go straight for the top crab. You know top crab's up because Elise went bot side.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we're going for the Raptors. This is pretty crazy, isn't it, Joey?
Yeah, this is actually really aggressive. So I know she should be topside here. I shouldn't be walking in.
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
I should just be full clearing my top camps.
Yeah, why you're not eating your camps, right?
Now I might have to burn flash defensively because I've made an aggressive play. See, I'm trying to hold it as long as I can because I really don't want to use it.
Don't want to use it, yeah.
I really don't want to use it defensively, but I've walked too far forward. I've made a big mistake.
And now you lose your top camps.
And now I lose my top camps for it, and I have to flash defensively. So this is a really, really bad start for me.
So you're looking for the Raptors. Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, I think I was looking to see where she's at with her clear. See maybe if I can take that off the table there. But
Yeah,
I should have just
can't really
known
help you.
she's clearing from bot to top. We saw her. I was lucky even, like, I should be really happy even just getting the crab. Clear my top camps. Obviously, I'm being a bit too greedy.
Probably should be looking bot here, Joey, instead of
Yeah.
doing the camps.
Oh yeah, I managed to sneak in here. They actually don't have any vision of me, and my TF has ult. And then we see Elise is hovering this, and boom, she's trying to help push in this wave. TF has ult. Managed to pick up a couple kills here.
So this is their throw. So this is what we we're talking about before at the Elise matchup. You think the Elise matchup is now going to swing,
Yeah.
and then you take first dragon, which is excellent for you. So right now, are you still in recovery mode? What is your thought process here?
Yes. Until I hit level 6, I'm still 100% recovery mode.
Okay, so
Right
level
now,
6 is really important.
yeah. Right now, I'm still not really even that strong. Like, I'm recovering, but I'm definitely not there yet. This is just so opportunity. Like, this is like a perfect opportunity to get back into the game because of that TF roam with his ult. Like, that was game changing. And now I can start to just like clear to 6 and then start to make plays.
So some people would buy potentially Phage here because like, oh, I get to complete an item. What's your thoughts on Phage, Joey?
Yeah, I really don't like Phage as an item. I think the passive for Phage, it's something like when you take damage, you get an extra, you regenerate 20 health over the next 10 seconds or something like that, which evens out to about 2 health per second. It's pretty useless in my opinion. Like the stats it gives you, Phage, for 700 gold, it's something like I think 15 attack damage for 700 gold here. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of that. I would much rather, if I have the option, to buy 2 micro components, say like a cloth armor and a ruby crystal, rather than finishing the Phage. If I backed with 700 here instead of 1250, I would have gone for like probably the longsword and an armor, a cloth.
So you're just going to avoid it at all costs.
Yeah, I really don't want to finish that if I can. So yeah, unfortunately we get caught there. But Silas uses the TF ult, so that's pretty big.
So you don't have to concede your blue and everything because Elise and everything's here. So you just go straight for the wolves. You don't even worry about it. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
so
you see
I
Elise
know
there.
she's here. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
they have prio. We can't really do this.
This is still really bad for you, isn't it? You're just struggling to get level 6, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think
Until
last
I
game
hit
you got
level
level 6 at
6.
like 5 minutes 30 seconds, and now this is a 8-minute level 6.
Yeah. So here I'm actually really lucky. Like if you see, my team is so responsive here. Even my support roamed out of base because we saw Elise. So this is really, really good for us. And now we can maybe even get Lucian as well.
Amazing.
So
So I
this
guess they
actually
like
brings...
throw in a bit. So they're sort of like giving you opportunities. Like this is not really
Yeah.
you being proactive. You're
yeah.
sort of just
They're biting off a little bit
capitalizing on
more than
them.
they can chew.
All right. So this is always the age-old question I always see. People say, "When do I get off your Herald?"
Yeah, I think this is a good time to get off of Gerald. About to save my 80 carry's life. Probably didn't need an ult here, actually. And I think I might have smited him as well. Definitely overkill.
Ooh, yeah. Now you have no smite for this. This might be a bit sticky, and it resets. All right, you're just like, this is.
Yeah, I should be out here. I should not be finishing this off. Because we know Elise is around. I don't have any smite up.
Well, no, I mean,
Um,
Silas is dead. You have priority mid and top end. You saw a
Yeah,
Mumu and
that's
Mammoth, but I
exactly
think it's
why.
fine.
That's exactly why I keep doing it. But as you see
Yeah.
here, my bot lane is moving down, and Silas
Oh
teleports,
no!
and
Oh
my TF has
no!
no mana. This is red flags, and I'm just being so greedy to finish this with no ult, no smite, no flash.
Yeah.
I think I'm sitting on Gore Drinker right now, and like this is like nightmare fuel.
Oh, you're
can't-
lucky.
I can't believe that I got this. Obviously, I'm dead here, but the fact that I got the Rift Herald is like game changing. Because if she gets Rift Herald and manages to dive top, use Rift to dive top, get the tower, maybe even 2 towers. Yeah.
So why do you go back top here when all your camps are bot and you want to eat camps? What's going on here, Joey?
So it looks like they're going to start a dive on the Jace. We know Elise is in the area. They're like proxy farming my Jace here.
So I guess they're biting off more they can chew again.
Yeah, and see, this is a game where I'm not 100%. Like, I'm not really the carry, right? At this point, I've made too many early mistakes to be like the carry now. So at this point, I should be more just like looking to skirmish around when I'm strong, and less about like getting myself all the resources and like eating my camps over skirmishing.
And when you're strong, that's like when you have ult up and everything like that.
Yeah, when I have ult, when I have like flash, when I have smite. I'd say my ult is my biggest power tool.
All right, so we've got a mid break again. So again, you're saving the herald until it's 2.5 plates to break this.
Yeah, unfortunately, my Q hit the Silas there, so I had to walk out of tower. So we probably actually won't finish this with the Rift, but we might get first tower anyway. Yeah.
So this is a great example of showing like what a game will look like differently if you make those early mistakes. Because again, you're opposite. You had like 90 CS at this point last game, and now you're at 50 CS.
Yeah, this is completely different. Like, it's kind of similar to what I talked about before, where if you get derailed as Olaf, you can very quickly go from a 90 CS at 10-minute game like last review to a game like this where I'm struggling to even hit level 6 by 8 minutes. I'm trying to like maybe even make bit of compensation plays, like that Rift Herald was a bit of a compensation play. And that walking to her Raptors for sure was a huge mistake.
So Sybil might be overreaching quite a bit this game. Now you're going to be able to get the next dragon. Every time he dies, is like you take an objective. That's what's been happening this game. So
yeah, I definitely think he should be looking to be playing less in my jungle, because my support, this Nautilus, has been roaming all game. He needs to be really respectful and start playing maybe towards his laners instead of into my jungle. I think he's too scared of me carrying this, even though I'm ahead. He's trying to deny me lots of resources. I think his mindset should be more about playing towards his laners and less about putting me down when I'm already pretty useless.
But
now I'm starting to pick up steam here.
So you're starting
we're
to pick
back
up
on
steam now.
Yeah, we're back on top here. We're really strong now. We're getting levels up. We're getting items soon. Oh yeah. You already told me off for this one. So as you can see, I was getting messaged. I was getting sabotaged.
Yeah. You're literally typing
and I started
giving
getting advice to my friend who was playing some top lane Olaf while I'm diving. So yeah, you could say that one was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, that's not ideal. All right, so that's a bit of a throw from you.
But my team ends up picking up quite a lot there. So it's not like the worst case, but yeah, I should never be typing. Don't type while you're making a play. And here I just didn't have ult. If I have ult here, I'm completely like, none of this happens. We just completely win this. But you see it's 6-second cooldown. I managed to live with flash, but I'm flashing defensively, which, as we said before, really terrible. Yeah, but we still managed to win the prolonged fight. Now we break mid.
Well, so I guess this VOD we can just look at some late games and let's just look at some fights this game instead of
this is incredibly this is incredibly.
We got 40 kills in 17 minutes, so
yeah.
Let's look at some fights. So walk me through your thought process here in terms of fighting. Let's focus on Q usage. So is that a good Q?
Yeah, this fight is really bad because we have Nautilus flanking, but no one is following Nautilus up on this flank because we're trying to control the river, and Nautilus is trying to like 1v4 their Lucian and Amumu and Misfortune here. So I kind of just abandoned the Nautilus because he's doing his own thing, and then my Twisted Fate is somehow in their backline as well. So I see how I don't ult there. There is no opportunity. I have to wait for them to overreach before I can start making a counterplay. If I just ulted there, it was like as a panic ult, like, oh my god, my team, everyone's dying, I need to do something. I show my hand, I have nothing left. If I ult smite here, say,
So the important thing is you're just very patient. You're just waiting for an opportunity, and if there's no opportunity will come, you just won't. You just back off and your team dies. Is that what your
Yeah.
mindset is?
Well,
Because like
like
again, you're not ulting at all. You're just chilling. You're just
if I
running
go in
away.
right there, say if that was like, oh, that's my opportunity to go in because they're coming into me. Misfortune had ulted, so I was dead. Right. I have to be as insanely patient because I'm not even as strong as I was in that last VOD. Like I'm not stronger than usual right now. Like this is just like a normal, maybe even a little bit behind Olaf game.
Well, you do have Sterix and God Drink. That's a pretty big spike still.
Yeah, but like at 18 minutes, I'd say that's like fairly standard.
Okay.
But here they end up overreaching. We have ult, and we manage to punish. We hit the axe, and now we can just do dragon. So that fight looks completely terrible. Our mid laner and our bot support just like botched that terribly. But then they overreached, you know, a solo queue. We just wait for them to make mistakes.
These guys definitely don't want to give you. This is your third dragon, I think. You've managed to pull off three dragons.
we managed to get 3 dragons this game somehow. And now my Jace is getting strong, and it's looking bad for them.
Let's look at another fight. So this is a bit of a... Okay, your rabid dog mode, you're going straight for the misfortune there, but then you realize that she's out.
I see she's flashed away.
You peel back.
I respect that I won't be able to go through all the damage they have up, so I just peel back and I take the flash. It's just about like knowing my limits. Like I know that I actually can't kill Misfortune there now that she's flashed, so you know, respect that she's going to use that. I'll back off. My ult's going to be up before her flashes, you know. And now I'm just looking for fights if we can, off of Ash's ult. Oh, see this axe here. That first axe was a big mistake. Sorry, not the first axe. The first axes were actually quite good for hitting Elise and catching her out.
Yep.
But this axe here on Amumu, really bad. And then this one here misses all 3 of them. It should be a perfect Q, but it actually misses.
So you're fine to hit 3 people here, and you never pick it up though.
I think this hits. I just chase down. Lucian. If this hits, but because it misses, I'm not going to have the movement speed, and they're not going to be slowed, so I won't be able to chase.
Oh, so that is beautiful.
Back. Yeah, and then we line up another one, and we get like 2 or 3 rank Qs there.
All right, so let's look at another fight.
Now, Lucian should be the priority target. Now I'm looking to get max range, like big Qs on people. I get hard chunked there.
That's Gargoyle. That's just Sterix. Jeez, that Sterix
shield
is massive.
That Sterix shield. So Sterix shield increases based on how many people are attacking you when it pops. And I think I was getting attacked by everybody. So it would have been about 1,000 or something. I actually should have utilized that shield to chase into Misfortune there. But I was playing very patiently here.
Yeah,
like if I just queued at Misfortune and run at her, I'd probably kill all of them here.
Yeah.
But I'm playing very respectful.
So I guess thinking about Sterix in fights, is that something you like think about? It's like, oh, I'm low, but I know that I can keep going here because I got Sterix. Is that something that will come with Champ Master?
Yeah, that is usually something I'd be thinking about here. That just comes into like, it's not like I'm thinking like, oh, I have Sterix. It's just more on the like, I'm tanky. I'm tanky enough to tank this damage, and I'm not tanky enough to tank that damage.
All right, I think this one's pretty much over.
Yeah, I didn't really do anything too special this game. I actually made a lot of mistakes, but we capitalized really well, and we used our resources that we had, the Nautilus and the TF, to bring that back.
Whoops. Okay, this one here.
Oh yeah.
So you're against your most hated champ. Oh, you got your most hated champ on your team. You're against a Camille Jarvins. This is maybe
still
a little bit
pretty bad.
Yeah.
And Zillion as well. Zillion is a support you don't see very often, but his ult and his speed ups can be a big problem.
All right, so what are you thinking here in the champ select, Joey, in the draft? What's the game plan here? Where are you going to path?
It looks like, as you can see in the chat, me pathing top Uga. Looks like I want to path into the Tryndamere Camille matchup where she has no flash.
Okay, so
hard to go bot into the Zillion Draven, in my opinion. Also, in terms of priority into Draven, I don't think we get prio, and I don't really think Jarvan's going to go bot either. Yeah, like going bot here, I probably don't get priority for Crab. There's not really going to be much action, and my Tryndamere might get ganked by Jarvan and die. So
this is a red start game. So this is where you this is not very something that you ideal, but it's like because you feel like you can't fight bot at all because Jarvan's stronger and you have no priority, you're just gonna have to path towards top because Draven's so much stronger than Ezreal.
This is like pretty unusual for me to start here. Like I'd say maybe 1 in every 10 games I start red buff.
Really? Okay, that's huge difference.
Yeah, maybe 1 in 10 or less. Like it's very unlikely that I'll start red.
All right, so you want to talk about a little bit about the red clear? What's the difference between the red clear and the blue clear?
So the problem with the red clear is that you run out of mana. If you throw your axe as much as you do in the blue clear, you just run out of mana very quickly. As you'll see, I'm gonna throw my Q like maybe 3 more times on this camp, and I'll go out of mana, which means that when you're doing Raptors, you don't actually have the mana to just like Q constantly. So as I walk away here, my last Q will use all my mana. And I'm slowly regenning it, but it's not like I have an abundance of mana right now. That's the only problem with this.
And again, never W the Raptors.
I mean, yeah, the reason I don't W the Raptors here is because mana. If I could W the Raptors there if I had a lot of mana left, but obviously
on the blue clear you said never to W the Raptors though.
So that is when you're pathing towards the red buff. Because I've already killed the red buff, it's different.
Okay.
So I could W there because I'm not going to have to save my W for the red buff.
So it's for the W for the red buff because you want to just chop down the single target. But because you path into wolves, it doesn't really, and raptors, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because I'm pathing from raptors to wolves, the W will be up by the time I get there. It's just a matter of mana. So here I'm trying to double camp, get really low, use my smite. Jarvan ganks. I think he's finishing my red buff, so I'm just going to try and sneakily finish this off. He ends up showing up, taking my raptor, my gromp, but yeah. I was not expecting this, to be honest.
All right, so this is the power of the Olaf, I guess, in the early game with W.
Yeah.
So, you do pop W really early here. So, obviously, a lot of the time I say is that you want to hold your W in these fights. Sometimes, so what do you think? So, you just pop W instantly? Like, what are you thinking?
I think just pop it for the damage output. Is because at this point in the game, like, if I get low HP, it's pretty unlikely I'm going to be surviving very long because everyone's just going to one-shot me. Like, they're going to want to one-shot me because they know... Like, at this rank, they know that I'm going to heal up if I don't die right away, right? They're not thinking like, oh, let's just chunk Olaf and get him low and let him be on 200 HP the whole fight. They're going to be like, if he's low and we can one-shot him, we are going to one-shot him. Like, just output all the damage we can. But if I W early, I can get a lot of extra autos out, increases my damage output, gets my E off cooldown faster. So I value that much more than holding it.
All right, so let's talk about axe usage then here. So is this axe too far away so you can't pick it up? So you have to flash for this axe. That's what you do. You actually flash to pick up the axe, don't you?
Yeah, I think I could have put it much closer. And I also think I didn't need to flash for the axe in like to get these kills.
Yeah. But again, that mindset is that you're always trying to pick up the axe. Like you always want to be throwing it ideally to pick it up.
Yeah.
All right, so that's huge. We've got an amazing early game now. We've got a lot of gold. You want to go for the double crab, so...
Yeah, so I see Pike actually spots out that the crab is still up. So I'm happy to like try and get that one. Now, we might be overreaching a little bit here. We can see that bot lane is still on lane, so I'm still happy to look for this for a little bit. But now that the Zillion's moving, we should probably back off. Yeah. And so we end up giving the crab.
So I guess the moment you throw an axe like that, that means you're not looking to fight at all, right? Because you can't pick it up and you're just useless now, right?
That one there, that last axe.
Yeah, that last one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. This
Is
is
that
just
the
the
way you think?
disengaged one.
That's
Yeah,
a disengage
this is
axe.
just disengaged. Like this axe just hits. It does damage, and it slows them. But obviously, I'm not gonna like turn around and start running them down with no ult. If I was looking to fight there, I'd probably just hold my axe and wait for them to engage, and then like short axes that are gonna hit quite a few people. And now I'm just like kind of reverse clearing up. I want to get 6 as soon as possible, so I'm gonna do my top side, maybe back for Krugs or something.
So we stay on the map a lot with a lot of gold in your inventory. So you just want to, because you want, okay, so I guess what you're doing here is you're creating what we call an efficient path around Dragon, right? So you want to be around
Yeah.
bot side.
Yeah.
So explain to me, Joey, why is it better to do this clear and then go bot rather than reset right now and then do this?
Well, it's going to be faster, and my next set of camps is going to be respawning, will be the Raptors, Wolves, and then Gromp. Whereas if I recall right now and go topside, it's going to be spawning in the wrong order after I do Dragon. Like, then I'd have to reset again and go to my Gromp. Whereas if I do this and then come back bot side, then my Raptor will be spawning and I can keep pathing up towards the next objective, and it's really efficient because it will be spawning in order the way I want them to.
Okay.
It's kind of like if I... Sorry, what?
The bonus as well is you have more gold, right? As well.
Yeah. Yeah, I have more gold when I do take my recall for sure.
So again, you're always thinking about how to path around Dragon this early, aren't you?
Yeah. And I don't
As efficiently
really...
as possible.
I really don't like forcing Dragon pre-6. I think, like, unless you have a lot of reasons to do that, like you have a hard-winning bot lane or something, or the jungle is showing top, it's kind of just... It can be a bit of a recipe for disaster, especially depending if it's like an ocean dragon and it's going to be slowing you, or a cloud dragon which does a lot of damage. Yeah, that's a pain.
All right, so you're not level 6, but you're going for the Dragon, Joey. So that's because
we saw Jarvan show top, we killed mid, and their bot lane is like completely pushed out. I can kill Jarvan if he shows. So yeah, I'm pretty happy to do this.
You did just say J4 was bot now, so he did show top.
Yeah, he showed top, but he's
going to reset and go bot.
Yeah, he might reset to bot, but if he shows bot, then I'm pretty sure I can kill him. So yeah, as you see it in chat, I'm saying like care bot lane, Jarvan's recalling, he's going to be here. We're just going to take the dragon and get out. Still looking for level 6 before I force anything. Yeah, so my plan right now is do my bot camps, recall to Rift Herald. Or maybe recall to my Raptors and then clear up to Rift Herald.
So again, your mindset is, again, you want to clear all your bot camps off the map, and then you want to path to their Herald.
Yeah.
So then all these are off the map, they can't be counter jungled, and also by the time you Herald, these camps will be back up, so you can do another clear. Is that the right mindset?
Yeah. Looks like I stay on the map for all this action, though.
Well, you don't really have much going in your inventory. So
yeah, I don't really have anyway. like a very good buy. If I recall right now, I'm getting Phage, and as we touched on before, I'm not the biggest fan of Phage, so yeah, I'm definitely happy to stay on the map. Avoid that item as long as I can. Yeah, Silas really was trying to bait me there, but I knew Jarvan would be around, and Jarvan would just lock me under tower with ult, and I have no flash, so really not too keen on that one. Yeah, so about now is a really good time to take a better reset because I'm getting so much more gold.
Oh. Okay, so we're obviously pathing away from the Herald, and you love Herald, so what's the thought process
See,
here?
I was going to recall here, and we Pike pings, I think, to go bot. Yeah, he's pinging Draven Flash, and he's like, he really wants to go for this, so while I'm here, I think if he just released the hook, we probably would have picked up Zillion at least, but yeah, this is definitely not ideal because we should lose Rift Herald for this.
Yeah.
Instead,
so you really ideally didn't want to do that. So
yeah,
again, that was Pike's play. That's not your play.
Yeah, that's quite a big mistake. I probably should have just ignored his pings and pinged Rift Herald. But he made a compelling argument with the Draven no flash.
So you bought the Phage. You suddenly succumbed to it.
So
Joey?
the reason I
Sometimes
buy
it's tough here.
Phage there is because I have boots coming. So if I had bought 2 components there, I wouldn't have had inventory space for boots. And so if I get Phage and boots, that's better than 2 components.
Couldn't
I
you
knew
just
my
upgrade your
magical
ruby crystal to a Kindle gem? You don't want that.
That's still going to take up an item slot though, right? If I get Phage, it frees up an item slot for boots. Whereas if I get ruby into Kindle gem, it doesn't.
Okay, I'm sort of just trying to see what's the difference between getting.
Yeah. So
like,
what would my
King?
options be here for recalling? So how much did I have?
Yeah,
1,050.
So you could literally just buy a Kindle gem and 1 control ward. But
Yeah, I could go Kindle gem.
utilizing.
I could go like Kindle gem. Well, what does
really a
Kindle
better
gem give
buy?
me? So Kindle gem gives me 50 health and it gives me 10 ability haste, whereas Phage gives me 15 AD and maybe 50 health. Does it give you 200 health or 150? I think it might be 150.
I actually don't know.
Yeah, but I think in terms like Phage is slightly better than Kindle gem, but
Okay.
usually you won't be able to have the choice because Kindle gem is cheaper if you have a ruby crystal.
Right, so you're lucky Jarvan doesn't get the Herald, so you actually
he makes a different play. He goes for the top gank. Definitely a mistake. Now we're looking to break mid again. Find a really nice pick there.
God, we broke a mid 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
So you love breaking mid tower, Joey, when you can break it. And again, the same principle there, 2.5 plates.
Yeah. Yeah, so Zillion actually ends up face checking this.
Just wait at the ult, don't kill Zillion in the ult, and then you come back. Okay, well played.
So yeah, I actually made a mistake here. I didn't think my ult was going to hit him. So I didn't think my Q was going to one-shot him. So I flashed and tried to auto him, but my Q ends up killing him before my auto even goes through.
Yeah.
Because the extra damage I get from my ult is so much that my Q was doing, probably like an extra 50 damage or something like that, and it just one-shot him. So that was a bit of a mistake. I burnt flash there, but it ends up getting me Silas, so I'm not too upset.
All right, my question I'm posing to you here, Joey, is Dragons coming up. Obviously, I think there's no reason why we shouldn't get Dragon Souls or Wink on this game.
Yeah.
Why not reset now, then come to Raptors, and then look to Dragon?
I'm probably just greeding to get myself resources.
Yeah. Well, I think you need to think about, what does this camp mean? Like, what extra resources do you get?
Yeah.
What's the difference between killing them now and when you come back? Like, obviously, the spawn time difference.
I think my idea here is just like the threat of them doing Dragon is so low.
Okay, so you want to just greed for your whole clear.
Yeah, just greed and get myself ahead because I think
Holy moly,
the likelihood,
you're greedy, Joey.
The likelihood of them doing Dragon here is so low.
That's true, but it's a good thought process. It's very greedy. I mean, but you showing top here, maybe why not just reset after Gromp? Oh, I don't know about this one, Joey.
I think top here is a mistake, probably.
This is a mistake, yeah.
Because killing Camille is very unlikely as well, right? If you think about what options I have no ult, no flash. So my only option here is to hit her with a Q and maybe Trinity a W.
Yeah, and you're showing away.
This is really risky. I'm showing away from Dragon. This really shouldn't happen.
This is not good.
I kill her, but like we should lose Dragon for this, so it's not really worth.
Yeah, and then you lose Dragon. That's not worth, is it?
No. Even getting him plates, it's not worth losing Dragon.
All right. Well, that's it for this one. We'll look over. That's a good mistake to finish us off there.
The only argument you can make for a play like that is like sometimes I'll make plays like that where I just give up a dragon and go for like a lot of kills or like a dive or like towers or something like that, with the idea that if I can get enough gold on the particular champion I'm playing around, we can end the game before Dragon Soul would have even been an option. So I'm weighing up like a potential win condition, getting a lot of gold on them or getting them ahead in a matchup versus the Dragon Soul win condition.
Okay.
But yeah, Dragon Soul is usually the play.
But that situation, like top wasn't really a clear win condition. You said how hard it was.
Yeah, no. So that was probably not a very good idea. I think recalling would have been better for sure.
All All right, what are you thinking here, Joey? What's going on here?
I hate Akshan, man. I think Akshan really doesn't fit too well into any sort of composition. Makes team fighting quite hard. He's just an extra AD carry, and I feel like a lot of people don't really know how to play double AD carry comps. Like our team fight this game, we have no clear frontline except for me. We have double AD carry and Cassiopeia, which means we have no real caster either. Like we have no mage like a Syndra or Ziggs or Orianna. Because Cassiopeia is similar in the way she deals her damage to like an AD carry, right? Like they're all up for like DPS. So yeah, this is a weird game. And I feel like I'd probably just be looking to make plays with maybe Akshan on the map. And we don't really want to go too late because I get outscaled here, don't we? In terms of like team comp, they have a much better drafted comp than we do.
They got like the typical. They got a tank. They got AP damage. They got an assassin. They got a like you guys just have a bunch of full squishy.
Yeah, we have like traditional solo queue.
Yeah,
solo queue like outplay champs. Now I start red here because I'm asked to. I was very impartial. Like I didn't really care where I start this game. I don't really have many options either way. Yeah. And then my Cassiopeia says, "Hey, can you start red buff?" So I'm like, you know what?
Because she wants leashless.
Yeah, she wants to go leashless. She wants to get the priority. I'm pretty happy to do that.
So you know that he starts red.
Yeah, I think he starts red, but I think he was leashless actually. Can we take a check? Oh no, it looks like he does.
No, that's an on leash. Yeah.
Yeah, so he starts red.
All right, so obviously you're for the Raptors again.
Yeah, I'm only going to use my Qs. So this is like kind of like why the argument for 2 points in Q is a thing. Because if I had 2 points in Q there, like if I was level 3 there, that Raptor would have been so much faster. It's so much slower with only 1 point in Q.
So that's why you like the blue start, because you'll have 2 points in Q when you get to the Raptors.
Yeah, when you get to the Raptors and the Krugs, which means you just annihilate them.
You're still level 2 when you do Raptors on the red start.
Yeah.
All right, well, we should be able to do our double camp this time since Kane's on bot side, so we're not getting invaded by Jarvan this time.
Yeah. So Kane should be bot here. I'm pinging it. Always making sure ping it as much as I can.
Yep, that's good. Tracking the jungler. So your mindset here is to get as low as possible.
Yeah.
And then W.
Yeah, and get as many double axes as I can. So this is actually a 310 clear, which isn't bad, right? Like this
with a leash.
I get to grab on spawn, yeah, with a smite up. So yeah, potentially looking to double crab here. But actually not really looking to double crab because he should be on bot lane, right? So more looking to go top or mid or something, make a play. So with the way that Karthus is playing, I'm assuming that Kane is just hovering this bush, waiting for us to go.
So this is obviously a non-double crab situation. So explain to me all the options of what you're thinking now. Like I actually call this the mid stalemate, where he knows where you are, you know where he is. Like there's something going to potentially happen around mid if he hasn't ganked bot by now. Walk me through this. This is a common situation.
Yeah. So the way I see this scenario here is like I know that he's on bot crab. He knows I'm on top crab. You just have to check the lane state. So I check top. I check mid. Whoever needs the most help or where there's the most options, I'll usually just go there. If I see nothing, like all the wave states are exactly as we want them, and there's no opportunities to dive or gank or push or crash or whatever, I'm just going to recall and go to my Krugs. But with the way they've changed the respawn rates of camps, they don't actually spawn until a little bit later than they used to, which gives you about 30 seconds a minute of time. So usually you can find something, some option, like ideally, because if you just recall and walk to your Krugs, then you're going to be waiting there for like 20 seconds.
So talk to me about ganking as Olaf. Like, do you gank? Like, how do ganks work? So you have no CC. Like, what's a good gank look like, and what's a bad gank look like for Olaf?
Counter ganking is definitely your better option than just straight up ganking. Like, as you see here, like, he doesn't even have any mobility, and I can't really do anything. He just pops the shield down. Sorry, not the shield, the wall down. If I walk through that, I'm going to be, like, 0 movement speed. I'm long range, which means my axe is pretty unlikely going to hit, just because he can the travel time and his movement speed, it's not that amazing for me. Yeah, I don't know. In terms of that gank there, pretty pointless. There's not really too much I can do. Without setup from a mid laner, right? Like, Akshan just offers me absolutely no setup, so I can't really gank mid lane in a situation like that.
And that's why you don't like this game, because there's no setup in any of your lanes.
No, there's
So
no setup
it's just
anywhere.
ungankable.
Yeah. I just need to be playing around what wave states they like and skirmishes and rivers and on dragons. Because, yeah, there's just so little that I can actually do around ganking lanes and having setup. But you see here, I don't go to my wolves because I want to play for dragon. Like, I know I just said, like, I don't want to gank, but here I'm sort of, like, ganking because I'm in the river bush here. It's more just, like, setting up for this objective. I guess Blitzcrank didn't know I was there. We get the heal. We should definitely be disengaging. But after Lucian E's forward, he's kind of stuck in there.
Yeah, again, this is a situation where why not hold W? Like, the fight's gone. Like, just in case they walk onto you. So you are holding W, but then you pop W now straight away. Like, what's the point of that W?
So the W there gets me an extra auto attack off. I mean, like...
Isn't it better to save it in case you have a fight now that, like, will break out?
Well, it's pretty unlikely that I take the 3v2 anyway.
Okay.
So I'm just going to get damage off. Yeah, I feel like it's just so unlikely we actually end up taking the fight later on anyway. So I'm just going to get damage off in advance. I should have frozen this, but it's kind of risky because if they just go into the bush, then I can die. Yeah, holding W isn't really something that I think about too much.
Yeah, I remember working with Taylor and Soul2 a lot about that. And it works sometimes. Some situations it is very good to hold W. Like, it's not like 10% health, but like not do it at 100% HP when a fight's just started. In like, especially in those earlier fights in the early game. Not so much mid to late game, I think.
I think using your W just gets you damage off earlier. That's like the reason I use it. It's just upfront damage. It gets you more autos.
Because what you want to do is you want to bait them into you, right? So you bait them into you. They're like, oh, he's low HP, he's like 30% health, and then you just like W and just don't die. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say that like could work in like maybe gold or platinum, but everyone kind of like expects that from Olaf.
Okay.
And I feel like no one's gonna let you just like kind of sit there and vamp up. But like if you're in their face ordering them, you might as well just be using your W. Also, I don't know why we don't crash this. What do you think about crashing that wave? Because she's just gonna get
it's just a fat wave. Now. Yeah,
I think I was thinking I want to crash this, but we don't.
Yeah, well, you don't want to show here as well because you lose all your bot side potentially as well. So
yeah,
I think recall is the best way. If she just dies, I think it's whatever. Like if she dies to like a king here, like you just take dragon. I think it's actually fine to be honest.
Yeah. So this is just a very boring.
And there's Kane. Yeah, Kane top. Kane top. I mean, this is a boring early game, but this is like you have like better CS numbers than that, more chaotic. You're sort of just like farming your jungle camps.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go slow and steady, wait for my opportunities.
Like, get level 6.
You know, yeah, they may be like challenger players, but in solo queue they're going to make so many mistakes. I just need to wait for them to actually present them. So here I think he's going to probably just come bot out of base, so I'm just going to leave. Take it to blue. There he is.
Yep,
he's already on form, so
wow,
he's already quite strong. Yeah, it's like an 8-minute form, you know, it's scary.
All right, so this is a situation they're fighting bot. I mean, you're looking to reset because you want to go to Herald, go clear your top camps, right? But then if fight breaks out.
Yeah. Yeah, just holding my abilities here. Go for the Jhin if I can. He ends up getting out. It's okay. Now here we're just going to push him off the wave. take some plates because I've already shown, so I'm kind of giving up the Rift Herald, right?
So you're committed to bot side at this
I'm
point.
committed to at least getting 2 plates in the kill, and like we denied Jin here. Now the wave's going to bounce back into my bot lane, so it's favorable for them as well.
You say Rift gone, you're danger ping in top.
Yeah, like Rift should 100% be gone here.
Okay, it's
And
not
it's
gone.
not.
You decide
Yeah,
to go
so
back top.
this is a big mistake from their jungler. I just assume like I at least want to go and check if he's like maybe made a tempo mistake, done my camps instead of doing Rift Herald, and maybe now I can catch him on the Herald. If my camps are up, that's awesome. I can use them sequence towards bot lane. He actually just must have recalled. He did absolutely nothing here. So yeah, I was like, this is best case scenario. I've come top out of base after getting 2 plates and a kill. Everything is up. Now I can just play for Herald. So he made a massive mistake there. And we can just capitalize on this by getting...
And then you can take the Herald.
Yeah. And my top laner gets solo killed. That's kind of just, you know, whatever. I'm going to go get a plate. Maybe get 2 plates. Unfortunately, Ornn teleports, so we can't go for the second, but that's fine.
And then you can't Herald here because you just didn't get it low enough, so you'll hold Herald.
Yeah. Yeah. If he hadn't teleported, I probably would have potentially used the Herald to break and give myself the full tower gold. Because that's a lot of gold for me if I break that. So here we're just playing really slow. Maybe get this dragon.
You didn't kill that ward.
Yeah, I don't actually know why. Maybe I just didn't see it. And here I just get completely one-shot.
All right, so let's talk about dragon setup, Joey, for Olaf. Like, what is good dragon setup? Like, why does this go bad? What's going on? Why do you just start dragons here?
Yeah, this is a very rushed fight. Like, I think because Akshan is moving over, I think we can just do this. I haven't really cleared any vision. I can't clear normal wards because I don't have sweeper, but I should have at least cleared that one, and then maybe waited for Soraka here. Maybe pushed to midwave or gone to bot to get the Lucian coming. And we don't really know where everybody is on the map. We don't know where the Kayn and the Blitzcrank are before we do this. And we don't have everybody here. So it's just impatient.
So you think, what's your advice for people with these dragons? Obviously your team gets a dragon, so patience.
So you want to getting your laners into the right spot and facilitating them. So you can't just be like, oh, my laners never move. You have to understand, like, why would your laners not want to move to dragon, right? Like, your laners know that dragons win games because, you know, like, everybody kind of understands that dragon is a good objective to take. So why wouldn't they move? So in this scenario, like, ask yourself, why isn't Lucian moving? He wants to crash the wave, right?
So he wants to go for his next minions.
So he just wants to wait for this one wave that's coming, crash it, and then he can move, and that means that Jin can't move. And I know Akshan is moving, but I just need to wait for that guy to move because I don't know where their bot lane is right now. So starting dragon right now is just very rushed. I should be going bot, maybe getting Lucian to come over. Soraka's coming out of base. We have Akshan. But this is an example of how not to take a dragon.
I think it's important because I see, again, in reviews, people throw dragons and lower elo all the time. They just don't have the right setup. They're like, they think they have priority, but it's like, well, their laners aren't exactly moving, and sometimes the enemy laner just ditches the wave and just comes here.
Yeah. Now, I actually should have won this fight. Like, there were a couple mistakes there. My Q onto Kayn here is a mistake, and now I just need it once again. Once again, I'm just rushing here. I actually should win this, but I just don't Gore Drinker because I got hooked and I tanked a Karthus Q right at the same time. If I got hit by one of them and then Gore Drink it, I'd probably still win this. But yeah, it's just so impatient of me to play like this. But it ends up working out because my team ends up rotating eventually. But if I just waited a few seconds, then the play would have actually been Dragon and one of the towers. Because now you see that I haven't Rift Herald and I haven't used Rift and it's already 14 minutes.
So now we've lost the plates aspect of
so
it.
That's a pretty massive throw, actually.
So if you're not using Herald to break a tower with plates, like that's a big no-no as well.
Yeah, that's a big mistake. Yeah. But yeah, we get a good read there. We see Kayn in our jungle and the way that their bot lane was moving, so we end up actually catching them out there. I eat another wave, push him off, take the tower.
So you're playing like a laner here, Joey. Explain to me what's going on here.
Well, if Lucian hadn't died here, I probably would have just helped him shove the wave. But this is actually just really good to deny Jin the wave. Get this first tower off the board, and then put my bot lane mid lane. Like, this is actually kind of what we want to do at this point in the game.
And you're saving your herald for mid. You want to get herald mid because you're pinging mid here.
Yeah, so I want to get mid tower, but if you take a look at this, Rift Herald is about to despawn. This turns into a really ugly series of events here. And you're about to see what happens. So I have to drop Rift Herald right here. It doesn't reach mid lane, obviously. And then, my teammates, they end up getting into a bit of a kerfuffle. And I'm just like, you guys just, how about we don't do that? I'm going to get bot tower.
Oh, well, why don't you come and help them here, Joey?
Yeah, see, I should definitely come and help them, but I think
you're greeting again.
I see everybody running away. I'm just like, oh, we're just gonna disengage, right? Like, we're just maybe gonna get a kill and leave. I didn't realize that everyone was gonna start skirmishing over there, because I could be over there, having the time of my life. I love skirmishes. I get like 600 gold on the side tower, but I could probably save both of these guys if I went earlier, which is also 600 gold and experience. So. Yeah, this is a big mistake. I got sucked in there by that Rift Herald usage.
Oh, so you got a lot of gold. What's the intention of doing these camps? How much do you only need for Sterax right now?
I think 2,700. So okay, I need another. I need another 100 gold, but might as well do the whole.
Okay, sure.
The whole side, the whole quadrant, and then go to Rift Herald. And if you saw in chat there, I ended up typing like, we got more gold from that play anyway, and I'm bigger than Kane. So what I identified there was Kane actually got most of the kills from that play. But I actually got 2 towers, like 4 waves, and like maybe 5 camps or something like that. So I actually ended up getting probably like 500, maybe 1,000 gold more than Kane. So their carry right now, Kane, is really far behind me, even though he just made like, he just maybe got 4 kills or something. So I'm trying to just keep my team like, understanding like positive he has 7 kills. He has 7 kills, but he's got worse items than me, so we can take this fight. We can still hard win team fights.
That's a really good mindset as well. That's what I got from Sybil, the Elise Challenger guide lecture that we did, is he doesn't really care about the CS or anything here. It's about the items, and you've got this huge item spike, and he's got like 1 item, right?
Yeah.
So you're significantly stronger than the Kane right now.
Yeah, and I'm still like, if I kill Kane, he has a bounty, So like that's like another 500 gold that I can pick up, maybe 600 gold I can pick up just from 1 kill. And he's probably feeling like on top of the world. He's playing so well. He has 7 kills. He's ready to keep fighting, but little does he know he's actually still weaker than me. So let's just keep going. Now I decide to give Rift Herald, because I want to play for the soul. But I think I made a mistake here. I called the give a little bit too late. And it ends up getting my Cassiopeia killed as she roams down at the river. And now we have to forfeit the dragon because Cassiopeia's dead. So yeah, this is a bit of a fiesta, and it's kind of my fault for not calling that we were giving that earlier. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, you would have to identify to give way earlier. So
yeah, I should be identifying it like right now. Like
if you
we're gonna play the dragon.
Yeah, if you think about the magnet concept, they're all missing. They're obviously going to go to Cassio mid, right? Like they're not going to go bot. They're on the top side for Rift Herald. So I mean, even like maybe coming to hovering, you should be danger pinging Cassio here as well. It's pretty obvious. I feel like they're going Kane just one shots.
Yeah, so I should 100% be pinging like we're playing for dragon. They're all top. This is the idea. We're going to play for dragon. Recall, TP.
Well, no, you don't have to give it. I don't think you should just be around Cassio here. I think.
Really? You think I should be top here?
Wait, is Cassio 0-4 right now? I think Cassio's really far behind. Okay.
Cassio is not a champ.
Yeah, so I guess let them waste their time because that would just you can just trade. I think it's actually a good trade because I don't think you can team fight at all at this point anyway.
No.
Yeah, there's no way you can team fight. Yeah, top anyway. Yeah. All right, so break down this team fight for us, Joey.
Yeah, so they've just done dragon. They all kind of need a reset, I'm guessing, and they're walking into me. And I'm really strong, so I'm still happy to fight this. I wanna like team fight while I'm ahead. We end up getting a decent amount there at the start, and I want to chase the Kane. He almost kills me here. But we end up
Gore
killing him.
drinker.
Yeah. Yeah, we end up killing him there. That's kind of like pretty lucky for us, to be honest, that they even walked into us there. If they just took Dragon and took the small win, and instead of walking into us like this, you know, like, see how they're kind of segmented? Like, they walked up, their front line walked into us, their back line really wasn't in range to follow. If they just played that slower, they probably would have gotten a huge win there.
And
We actually
like,
ended up getting like a
disjointed.
4-for-2 or something. Yeah, they were all very disjointed.
Ornn's trying to kill the Cassio and the Lucian.
Yeah. So we end up
by himself.
profiting quite a lot off that one. Now I recall and path towards top. But yeah, that obviously sets us back in terms of Dragon Soul win condition. So yeah, this game it's just quite hard for us to play team fights. Because our team comp is quite odd. We have only me as a front line. We have no burst mages or anything. Lots and lots of DPS though. Now I'm quite happy to look for something mid in like a lot of these scenarios because Ornn is playing side. Now here we get TP'd on.
Is there anything to comment on this team fight here, Joey?
Obviously, like the big one would be I'm holding my ult for a long time here, and then I didn't really see any options to go on their backline, except for like right there. Maybe I could have gone Jhin, right? But I was getting Kayn ulted, so getting out was probably just like the better idea here.
Yeah.
So I take down the Blitzcrank. Don't let him just walk away and then get all his abilities back. Get out, get towards Soraka. Yeah, the main thing there would just be like I held my ult for so long. Like I didn't just use it because Ornn was ulting me. Just hold it for a long time, see what we can get out of that. And here I'm just kind of like trying to limit test in terms of like, not limit test as in like, do I win this? Just limit test as in like, try and mechanically outplay them here. Like mech max a bit.
Or living life on the edge here, Joey.
Yeah, a little bit risky. But I know that like there isn't that much like they can do to stick to me there because it's on Karthus. So if I just hit an axe and walk away, I'm pretty safe. I have Gore Drinker. Yeah, and as you can see, my E's actually hurt Ornn quite a lot.
So you've got the triple, the Trinity, the Gargoyle, Sterax, Gore Drinker.
Yeah. So right now I'm really strong. Just want to play these fights. I mean, we don't really want to play too slowly, but I'm just waiting to see what's like where everyone's going to set up. Kayn tries to like flank us, so we have to back off a little bit.
So you're like in sniper mode right now. You're just sort of like waiting to go rabid dog mode, right?
See, the problem with these team fights is it's so hard for me to actually get an angle because they're just playing so far away, and I'm our main like engage for the team, really. Now here I see Jhin in my melee range, so I just smite him and ult.
This is a great example of rabid dog mode. You're just going straight for it. No one can stop you.
And I smite him there before I Q because like he has a lot of options to get away from my Q. Like he has flash and he has Gale Force. So smiting and ulting gets me right on top of his face without having to, you know, chance missing a Q on him or something, you know?
So you're really going to make sure you don't miss your Q. Is that your mindset? Because if you miss your Q, like that might not be a kill.
Yeah. And it's just like, it's just a 100% play to use my smite and then run at him. No matter what he does, he's dead at that point. He can flash, he can Gale Force, he's still going to get run down. Whereas if I Q and I miss my Q, then the window for smiting him is gone, you know?
And that's why you love Blue Smite.
Yeah, that's the whole reason I love Blue Smite so much. Because it makes that combo so much more lethal. Now this is really risky because Kayn is still around, right? Yeah, Kayn is still alive. Here's Kayn. I have a Soraka. Soraka Olaf, really fun combo. So yeah, this is the third dragon now. So we're getting towards that Soulcon that we love. And there's
Pretty
the East
smart.
Might. Yeah, much better than the Baron from the previous game. So I created space for my team there by pushing the Ornn away. Then I actually just turned back and killed their front line. I should probably die here, right? Oh, I missed my axe. I think if I just axe Karthus there, I'd probably kill him.
Wow.
So yeah, I actually think I win this if I hit my axe on Karthus.
So that's just the importance of missing one axe. It's just the difference.
Yeah, I think I actually win this here. If that axe hit there hits Karthus, he'll probably die way faster. It means I can turn on to Jin or run away. But because I missed that axe, it's just so doomed. These last two axes have been very bad. I think I may have just accepted that I was dead. Like kind of just resigned myself to my fate. Whereas if I'd kept fighting, like, tooth and nail, really had those perfectly placed axes, I probably would have won that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So they're on Baron. 2 are dead. They get Baron.
So yeah, we end up losing Baron for that. Now I'm playing for for Spirit Visage. Now on Spirit Visage, I am so powerful. It's unbelievable. We should be getting Soul for sure now.
So you're thinking you're like a late game scaling champ right now. You're so
right now I am so strong. I'm so strong right now. Their main carries is like what, Jin and Karthus and Kayn. I can probably deal with those guys, especially if I'm going Jin first. So yeah,
so
I'm
walk
really
me through
happy.
this fight.
So my Akshan gets picked out of vision. Blitzcrank with a crazy hook.
So look at how you're holding. How you're holding ult here. Look, you don't ult at all. You're waiting to go rabid dog mode, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm very happy just to sit back and like go on this Ornn. And now I end up ulting to finish him off. Oh, looks like I might get killed here. Oh no. So this fight turns out terribly. I think maybe I ulted too soon. So where do I ult? I ult right now.
Freezes here. Yeah, you ult now. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess Jin just has free damage. Like you didn't actually. Yeah.
It's very hard for us to follow up.
I mean, I think you sort of can't go by yourself. I mean,
yeah, I think after that kill on Ornn, maybe we just back out.
Yeah,
and we take the 1-for-1.
Because you saw. I guess you have Cassiopeia. You do have some. You have a good front to back. I mean, no one can really follow you.
How do I gargoyles? Do I gargoyles well? Yeah, I do. And then I stare axe. Okay. Yeah, it's just too much. I didn't have enough to keep going there, unfortunately.
So we're coming for the soul fight.
Nice we're going in. We get one. Bring Kayn back to the team. Finish off the Ornn.
You have Soraka for the shield as well, right? For the healing, the Spirit Visage, Soraka. So you have a lot of heals.
Yeah, now we get Ocean Soul, which makes me even more more tanky. I think without Ocean Soul, this game would have been very hard for us to win. But it just gives me so much more survivability.
So you're still holding ult. So until you commit, you're just holding ult.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason for me to ult here. In terms of, like, what am I going to get if I ult? There was no kill option there. So now we can start playing maybe towards Baron, because we have Soul already. So we should be a lot stronger. We bait the Jinnar. So my Akshan actually gets a pick on Karthus.
So your axe placements, you're looking to pick them up. That's an axe you can't pick up.
I think I was more looking to disengage here, because if you see how split our team was, we shouldn't really be fighting this, right? So I'm just looking for disengage cues. And then I think we get really strong. Yeah, there's the gargoyles that I was talking about. Takes the whole Kana. Then I actually end up winning this fight.
So this is the power of Olaf again. Late game scaling champ.
Yeah, late game scaling into Jin and Kayn and Karthus. You know, like I should not be winning these sort of fights, but you know, we end up doing it anyway. Yeah. So now we just doing Baron. They really can't contest. This is just really terrible, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. There's no way you literally heal off them.
Yeah, so take a look at my AD in this fight, by the way. 450 AD, 455 AD, and then when my ult runs out and Conqueror runs out, I have down to like 300 again, right? 200. So I'm getting like an extra, I'm getting like 200 extra AD while I'm in team fights, right? Like I have 3,500 health, almost 500 attack damage, 200, armor and magic resistance. You do scale surprisingly well for an early game champion.
Olaf scaling hard is what you're typing there, Joey.
Yeah, I'll let them know.
So you got Baron, Elder's coming up soon. Let's look at this next fight.
So we're just so segmented. I think we're turning on the backline here, is it? No?
I think everyone's all over the place a bit here.
Yeah, everyone's everywhere. Looks like I'm just going to die.
Okay, so what's the mistake here, Joey? I guess you shouldn't be running here. I guess you should probably need to ult this blitz hook then, don't you? Which is you don't have ult. Wait, you had to ult here?
Yeah, I think I had ult here. I should just ult with the blitz hook. I think you're right.
Oh, this is a... Oh, wait.
If I ult the blitz hook here, I'm really fine.
Ah, yeah.
Actually, I'm still walking forward. I think I just can completely disengage much earlier. Like, if you see here, I'm still walking forward.
Oh, your team cleans up and then there's GG.
Yeah. They try and do Elder, and I think Akshan just kills everybody, and we revive. That was definitely not an ideal team fight, though.
Oh, so that game is really good, sort of showing the power of the scaling from Olaf and the confidence in those team fights and using the gargoyles and the gourd drinker.
Well, yeah, the idea that like with high champion mastery, you can sort of overcome the traditional barriers of your champion, right? Like an early game champion can still perform like to the level or like higher than like a scaling champion. Oh, it's another game with Sybil.
All right, so again, Sybil again is Zach. Oh, this is interesting. You don't run straight out of base. You do a more defensive ward here, Joey, instead of your traditional run straight into their team.
Yeah.
Any reason for that?
I think it's a little bit harder to do it when you're red side if you want to ward their blue buff, because there's like, for one reason, my Renekton's AFK here, and I saw I actually didn't see him until now. I guess I'm just kind of scared of walking into Leona. And I think with someone like Zach, it is usually fairly obvious where they're starting. So it's not like my like biggest objective this game.
Oh, so what are you thinking here in terms of team comp? Yeah, I think you have a bit more ganking set up this game than last game.
Yeah, so we have options in terms of Ashe ult and Bard Portal for bot lane. Although ganking bot, it's okay. It's not the best. We don't really have the best gank setup. Definitely better than last game though, mid and top and bot. But I think top lane is a really good lane to influence. Renekton's really strong this game. Yone obviously like doesn't have that many options for getting out if we can get on him. Mid lane, Cassiopeia into Syndra. Syndra's definitely going to outrange and should win that matchup. So I might have to do some fixing at mid wave this game. And then, yeah, bot lane, post 6, I'd love to go bot lane.
All right, so we're doing our famous blue start. So you're very happy, comfortable doing the blue start, and pathing of Renekton lane I think is good. Do you know where the enemy jungler starts? That's a blue start.
I'm pinging his blue buff, yeah. I think he might have gone leashless here. Because you can see that Yone doesn't start in lane for forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he started leashless blue this game, which is why I was so surprised. I think.
Okay, yeah, so he does start bot.
But he leashless his red buff, I think. And then he got his top to so he leashless his red and he got his top to fake leash. And he 3-camped bot is what happened. But I was under the impression he was starting top based off of the information I had.
All right, so what's your mindset now? Are you able to punish that? Because obviously we know that all these top camps are up. We're level 4, he's still level 3. What are you thinking now?
Yeah, I'm thinking either... Well, obviously I want to get this crab as my first thing. And then looking towards his his camps is my next objective. Or double crabbing and going for my second set. So here, like, I get his flash, and I know their mid's moving, so I just go for double crab.
If their mid wasn't moving, would you take his top camps here?
Yeah, I'd probably punish him here for sure. Because I know he has
If-
no flash. He's a level down on me. I'm happy to go for him here. Maybe it's a mistake not going for his camps here anyway.
I think you can still pressure. I mean,
Yeah, I
what's
think actually still pressuring him here is definitely not a bad option because
you're so much
his
stronger.
mid laner hasn't based yet. His top laner is getting pushed under tower. Like if I just play this really safely, force them all to come in and move, it's probably still quite good for us.
Play it cautiously. You just wouldn't commit, right?
Yeah, I think if I just play cautiously, it's still fine. Yeah, I think that is a bit of just like I'm just playing a bit maybe too safe here.
Two tunnel on the double crab, because this is the ideal situation for you now. You can double crab into a second full clear. I know you can't really do that anymore because of the camp respawn time.
Yeah, so with the camp respawn timers, you can't really do that, but I can still recall here, and come straight out bot lane and play for drag.
Because in my guide, I would always say once you do this and you double crab, then you do a second full clear, then you get level 6 and you reset for dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, that isn't really an option anymore, just based on that. So as I said, like you can fit in an extra recall. And then play towards bot and play towards dragon. But yeah, what I should have done here is I should have helped push the mid wave, I think, on that base. So
yeah,
if we see it's a slow pushing wave, Sybil's coming out of base. Well, actually, he's coming towards mid because he's clearing down towards mid lane. So yeah, that's a missed opportunity here. I 100% should have just shoved this mid wave, and then recalled and maybe even not recalled, depending on.
So
the
you're there to
scenario
counter
we're
gank
getting
that.
into.
That's a big different story.
Yeah.
And you said again, you look for counter ganks more than ganks. You want to counter gank.
Yeah, like I should be looking at the wave there.
All right, so why can you do dragon here? So your bot's reset. You don't really have mid priority. What's going on here?
So Zach hasn't recalled yet after that mid gank, and all his camps are up. Are down. So he should just be basing. And I know they have no vision because I'm going to sweep this, right?
Yep, and you have no smite as well. So you're very confident no one's going to come here.
I'm just very, very confident he's not here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I look for level 6. Now this is like I was so surprised that he was playing like this. This was so like this is very aggressive for a Zach to do this. He didn't really know where I was, and he's playing in my jungle like that. He does end up getting the kill, but like it costs his team quite a bit. That was a bad Q.
Well, we know one thing about Sybil. He likes to be aggressive. That's one thing we know about Sybil.
Yeah. So that's a pretty big misplay there. Now I need to leave this mid wave. Leave it pushing.
So traditionally, you'd take all these minions, Joey, but this is a situation where you think it's too early in the game.
So
like,
this is kind of different. So I don't just take all my laners minions willy-nilly when I'm there. Like it's not like I'm just like, oh, I'm near bot lane, let's take all their minions. It's like if they've died on a gank, then I'm just gonna take the wave. I'm gonna push the wave and reset it, right? But because she's coming out of base into a pushing wave, she's about to collect like she's about to collect all of this. So if I take this right now, I'm kind of just like sabotaging a bit. Like trimming the wave maybe is an option, but I don't really need to here. So just like poking Syndra off the wave with axes so that my cast can freeze and freeze the wave here is my plan. And then Leona shows, so I'm just like chilling, just gonna walk away. But yeah, this is much better for Cassiopeia. And then my bot lane starts fighting. My Bard gets out of position.
Great axe. So that's just a game-winning axe. Hit the two of them there. You literally hit Sybil and the Syndra.
Yeah, I think I should have just ulted. I did not need a flash.
Yeah.
I was actually going to flash so I could continue on to Leona, but I didn't need to. Yeah,
right,
that
so
flash was definitely overkill.
You got 2,100 gold here, Joey, and all your camps are up top, and you want to get Herald. So what's going on here? What's your thought process here?
Yeah, I'm looking... for this play for some reason. I've pinged that I want to go here. So I guess what I'm thinking right now is that Misfortune is pushing this wave in because she knows Ash is recalling, and I can just hop over into this pink bush and maybe kill her. See, I'm like asking here, like, what are the sums? But
I don't know. Is it worth it? Like, shouldn't we just?
yeah, I
stick to
don't
the game
know.
plan?
That's why I think I start recalling because I'm just like,
Yeah.
it's a bit forced. There's no need.
Ash's yeah, I don't like this. Oh, well, I guess it somewhat works, but
We're definitely overforcing now.
it's probably more high priority to, yeah. Okay, you do reset.
Yeah.
And you go top.
It's definitely overtracing at that point when the bud took the tunnel. Just get the chunk, get Zac to E out, and then Ash can collect the wave and we can recall.
Oh, so you're one camp off level 8. I guess you're just looking for a fight here.
Yeah,
why not
Millennium
just
gets
turn back to your
ganked again.
Raptors now and get level 8?
I think right
And then
now
come
just
on
start
out.
Rift. Just start
Okay.
Rift, right? Zac,
Yeah.
like they're out of tempo, I think.
Yeah, I don't
Like
know. I don't think
Zac
there's
has to recall.
I don't think
Zac's
there's
on
any harm
100
in
health.
just taking your Raptors here, though, Joey. Like, once the fight's done, get
Oh
get
yeah,
level
like
one
right
camp off
now.
level
Yeah,
8.
like right now I
Yeah.
could have done them for sure. Yeah, I missed a
And
camp.
then get,
Yeah.
yeah. Like, you could
Oh
be
yeah,
stronger
no.
and then...
This fight, I killed them
Okay.
all here. You're gonna have to watch this, okay?
Okay.
I auto attacked the Rift Herald.
Imagine if you're level 8, though, Joey. You'll be
Yeah,
stronger.
if I'm level 8, it would be way better.
Yeah.
But this was like we should win this.
So you're happy to 1v3 this. Okay.
Yeah. Like look, like I actually played this like a buffoon. Like if that auto attack hit him instead of the Rift Herald, if my Q hit, God, I'm just a buffoon right now.
Oh, yeah,
Like I'm
you
so
auto-attacked the
dumb.
Rift.
Look at me in chat. I was hitting the Rift. I'm on drugs. I'm all the complaints are coming out. All the excuses.
So the
Yeah,
great
and then my
example is
bard.
Joey's Olaf's not perfect. We're still making
Yeah.
some mistakes here.
That's just a purely mechanical, like, terrible play. God. That's just, like, maximum tilt. Like, gosh. Now, she ends up flashing, but I think this is fine. Because I would have lived if they didn't, like, blow the TP as well.
Okay, so you think that's worth the resources? That's a worthy death?
Yeah, I mean, they use flash, they use teleport, and we get, like, the wave crash and Misfortune misses it all. I think it's okay. Like, it was a good look. They had to blow TP to make it even. Now, I'm just sitting on a pink ward, and he ends up jumping on me. So here I was just experimenting. You can see I gore drink it. I was hoping that it would heal me on all of his blobs. I was hoping they would all count as champs.
Got it.
But they don't count as a champion at all, so I didn't get any extra healing. I just got the Leona.
Also, in terms of fights, sometimes I see you start the fight with Gore Drinker. Don't you want to wait until you're lower HP? Like,
if I'm starting a fight with Gore Drinker, it usually means that I think I'm gonna survive a long time without having to use it, and so I'm getting like an extra charge of it off.
so you think you get 2 charges, but sometimes
Yeah,
if it's
like-
only 1 charge, you'll hold it.
Yeah, like if I think, oh, they're gonna try and blow me up, I'm just gonna hold it. But if I'm like, this is gonna be a really extended fight, I'm not gonna be taking much damage, I'll just use it for an extra damage. Like, I'll just use it in between autos and E's. But that is something that I'm trying to wean out because I think that the value of the extra, like the value of using it just for like the start of the fight damage and extra like little bit of healing isn't really worth as much as holding it would be.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm slowly trying to win that out of my gameplay.
Yeah. I just noticed it a lot. You always start with Gore Drinker like a lot.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're getting control wards. Always good to be buying control wards. Coming up to set up this dragon.
So we're just
gonna
looking for
pick
picks
the-
and like picks before the fight. Because we have a really nice like options for picks in terms of like Bard ult and Ash ult. I'm getting kind of caught out here.
So your team's in Africa right now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, my team's in Africa and I'm like lurking as if I'm about to kill them all. Like I should not be posturing like this. But then maybe I should because I just blow everything up.
It's the same situation. Like, oh, look at me. I'm out of position.
Yeah.
My team's in base.
Yeah. It's like sometimes when you're just ahead, you're just ahead.
It's a quote from Joey 2021. Sometimes when you're ahead, you're just ahead.
Yeah.
I have
I mean,
the title.
a bad
of
play
the video.
can be a huge play. Like, sorry, no, a bad play can be a good play when you're really ahead.
Especially as Olaf, because you can bait people with your Sterax and Gore Drinker and all that sort
Yeah,
of stuff.
people. That's what I've found so much is that people just don't really like. They don't have a proper estimation of how strong you are as Olaf when you have these two items and your ultimate. Because your ultimate, in essence, is like an extra 100 AD. So it's like having 2 extra AD items when you have your ult up. And no one really like appreciates that. And so you just get free kills and all the time. I just get like gifted free wins in team fights because people just don't appreciate how strong I am. I guess that's like the point of champion mastery is you just know your champion so much better than anyone else that you can just make these plays that people don't expect you to make.
That was an interesting barb portal there.
Yeah, they should not have taken that one.
And then they give up. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that might be it for your VODs, Joey.
Yeah, that's enough of my gameplay, God.
Let's jump
Don't have to suffer through
into... We'll take a quick break first, and then we'll jump into my games, and then we'll do some reviews of some lower elo Olaf players, Sol 2 members, and such.
Sounds great.
All right, Professor Jolaf, coaching hat on. You're going to take a look at my gameplay. You're going to critique it. You're going to pull it apart, okay? Axe usage, ult usage, item build. The first thing you're already going to tell me off for is Ghost.
Yeah.
So
yeah, as you know, as I said before, like not really the biggest fan of taking Ghost on Olaf. I definitely think Flash leaves you with a bit more outplay potential. People always overstep into Flash. They don't really understand just like the combo that you can do, the amount of damage you can get off with like a Q, auto, E-auto, and then another Q to follow up when they use the dash or something. But I still think Ghost is definitely like a viable like summon a spell. Just don't think it's the best one.
yeah, so the way that I viewed Ghost was if I'm against champs that couldn't jump over walls, I would go Ghost. And if you look at the team comp here, I'm against like a Fiddlesticks mid for some reason on Ornn, a Lux, and a Sivir. So I was like, okay, this might be a good Ghost because, you know, I can just run at them.
Yeah. Yeah, I find that like if I'm gonna run someone down, I'm gonna like they're gonna die regardless if I have Blue Smite and Approach Velocity. That's like just like kind of the way I see it. And then you know you have Q and you have Flash and all that stuff for the outplays. But I've never really been a Ghost player, so like I'm sure there is a whole world of opportunities there. It's just not the path that I go
Yeah, the
down.
way you play,
Yeah.
Right, so my initial reaction is path top. Bot's just whatever, it's going to scale. I got an Ignite Mordekaiser. We win 2v2 top
Yeah.
side. You happy with top path in?
Yeah.
And there's a blue star as well, which is great.
Yeah.
So some invade shenanigans going on here. I really don't know why we're doing this, to be honest.
You might be thinking to stop Shaco from getting boxes down, but really you don't really want to do that because you can't really walk at Shaco like this. So yeah, I don't know. I guess just maybe see if you can kill somebody. Not the worst idea.
All right, let me know if there's anything wrong with my clear. Let's go over my clear first on the blue start.
This is all fine.
Maybe would
what you could have done there.
I could have axed
What
two
you
of
could
them,
have,
right?
yeah, what you could have done there is you could have walked to the X, yeah. And here you can just it would be better to have it like pinned against the wall. So what you can do is you can just pin it to the wall and start auto Q, auto Q, auto, and that also leaves you with like because you don't have to think about kiting, you can just be looking at your lanes. Like you haven't looked at your lanes once yet.
Yeah. So you want to pin it
You
to the wall
haven't
so
pinged
you
the
can just
jungler once yet either.
instantly look in.
Yeah. So with the wolves, I pin them against the wall closest to you as you're walking to them from Gromp. So I throw a Q at the wolves when I'm walking towards them, and then I pin them to the wall the other wall.
Here.
So the one closest to you right now, yeah. I pin them against that.
This one here. Okay, you want to pin him here. Okay.
Yeah, so I Q them as I'm walking towards them from the Gromp.
And you pin Gromp here?
Yeah, I usually pin it around that wall, yeah.
Okay, so then you can just pick up axes on repeat because you got blue
and that
buff
lets
as well.
me just, like F2, F3, F4, look at all my lanes, ping where the jungler is, tell them, oh, you're over trading, you need to be careful of the jungler here. Like you don't really want to push now because the jungler's pathing to you, all that sort of stuff. And with the raptors, you auto the small one that's closest to you before you queue,
Yep.
because it pulls the raptors. See that you missed that raptor? Yeah. If you auto the small one first, then
This
they'll
one here.
pull. Yeah, it'll pull them into you. Your queue is fat enough to hit all of them, and then you can walk in like autoing the big one as you do. Yep, this is perfect. Then queuing all of them. Yeah, and then queuing them again. Yeah. So you're only a few seconds behind right now, so this is still fine.
All right, Shaco's level 3 gank bot, so I have a world of opportunity top. So this is great. This is why I love actually matching Shaco's on blue side. Blue start, and then he starts red, because if he does that level 3 gank bot, which is super obvious, I get potentially access to all this. So I think this is good.
Yeah, so he's probably going to get the bot crab, and you're going to look to take his top camps.
No, he died, remember. So he died bot, so he's going to go
did
straight
he?
back
Oh,
top.
so now you're just going to trade camps? You're just going to like maybe double crab him, or are you going to...
Yeah, I could double crab. Let's take a look.
Okay.
And what would Coach Professor Jolaf do?
Definitely double crab here. Because you have no top laner right now. I think double crabbing is just like pretty stable. Like, oh, let's see what happens at the end of this. Oh, he's actually going to bot crab.
So
you can just
all
give
his
it.
top camps.
Yeah, you could just give it, but your bot lane is there. Yeah, I just deny him it.
You think that's good?
Yeah, I think this is great. Because he's like losing so much here for this. Wow, he doesn't even get it, and now he has to go all the way back to top, or maybe he's on his Krugs or something.
I think I knew he was around bot. I think I looked at bot. I was like,
Yeah.
they're going to get ganked. So
I don't think you've done a single ping this game in terms of tracking Shaco.
Okay, yeah, it's probably problematic.
It's like, I think that's your first ping of danger. Is that one there?
I pop Ghost early. Is that good? Timing
Yeah, I
for
think
Ghost.
this is good. You need to pick up that axe. Yeah, this is fine. Nice. Perfect.
Should I do Dragon here?
Yeah, actually, probably. You probably could. You probably could have done Dragon and then just recall and then just go straight to your top camps. Or go straight to your wolves and then to your top camps. Because I think you can do it.
Do the level 6. I want to get level 6 first.
Yep, gotta get level 6 and play for Dragon.
Okay, what happens here?
So they expect you to be here or they see you? Okay, so they just see you.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks this is well played to him.
Yeah, and you don't have any way out of there.
Shit, because I have no flash.
Yeah. That was my immediate thought. I was like, oh, we're just going to flash out. It's fine. And then we ended up not having flash. I was like, oh.
All right, so that's not ideal.
Oh, and now we're going to... Do we just die here? We can't really walk into river against Lux and Shaco. I feel like they should have just turned on you.
I have no ult.
Yeah,
right?
they should have just turned on you. It's not really like... Okay, well, this is fine. Looks like they actually just die. I was going to say that they could have just turned on you on the Q hitting. But their idea was just to get Dragon and get out, so this is fine. Ends up paying off.
So I'm looking to pressure bot a little bit. Herald's coming up, so that's pretty big for me.
So what I've noticed immediately is like you've done like I feel like you could be doing way more camps. Because I feel like we were doing really well in terms of getting ourselves ahead.
Yeah, we skip. I think
and then
the
as soon
death
as
really
you
threw us
died,
off.
as soon as you died, now you haven't done a single camp since you died, right? And
yeah,
now we're like,
come straight back here.
Yeah, you come back here. You're looking to fight again without your ult, without Ghost. Like, you know, you're like a battery. You're still recharging, and yet you're trying to keep making stuff happen. You need to recharge. You need to do your camps, path towards the Rift Herald. That's your objective. Because like, if he had that warded or something, he could just go straight to the Rift Herald while you're doing his red buff. Pretty unlikely, but you know, it's a bit forced. We don't really need to be splitting the map when all our camps are up.
So all our camps are still up, but I'm opting for an invade here. I'm doing this single aggressive invade.
Yeah, I think this is good actually. Now that all your abilities are up, this is great.
Okay. Yep.
Shaco's just come from his wolves, so we're gonna take his blue. Oh, this is great. You get flash. We see him. He dies to ignite. No, yeah, it's perfect. Oh, this is awesome. So now we just get Rift Herald.
So I think I invaded there because I knew that Shaco... What did he do? He must have... Oh, yeah, because we pushed him off here, and I know he hasn't got his top camps up, so I'm like, okay, I'm just going to do his top camps. Yeah.
And then Ornn dies. This is like a perfect case, like perfect scenario. You end up getting double kill. I feel like just straight up doing Rift here is way better use of your tempo.
Than doing the camps.
Yeah. Because now if you go to Rift Herald, he's going to be here, right?
Yeah, so he's going to go I mean, I mean, no, I would have the I'll be thinking here. This is the move I did. So like, I'm taking his wolves and Gromp. It's like now I can't herald. It's like that's the play I made.
Yeah, so that's the tempo. That's the tempo usage that we opted for.
So here's a good old Olaf gank. That's just
Yeah, you really. Oh, actually, we actually
oh,
might
it
end up
works.
getting this.
Okay,
Perfect.
all right.
That's great. The slows were enough to get him in range. Shaco shows bot, so now we can do Rift Herald. This is really good. He has nothing really he can punish you by. Your bot camps aren't really up.
Full clear top camps, and then I'm resetting for dragons. I'm
Yeah,
going
reset
to
for dragon.
path around dragon is good.
Yeah, this is really good. Looking to Rift mid first. I like this. Break the mid tower.
So we love rifting mids here. So instead of doing the bot camps, this is a good rift herald.
Yeah,
Just looking to break mid.
I like this. Just break it really early so that your Talon can roam, shove and roam. Open up the map for him.
Yep, that's
Okay,
good
so
for Talon as well.
we're almost on everything. We almost have Alta and Ghost, so we really want to start looking for something. Okay, so I think you can look for this. This is definitely like a good time to start looking. I'd be getting my
fully
pinks down,
recharged. So I guess I'm trying to like set up the dragon correctly. I'm looking to push the next mid wave. What do you think about this? Maybe should I just force the dragon?
I think this is okay. I think I probably would have just rushed it because you guys are so much stronger right now. Like your mid laner is like 4-0
with all the odds. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're on Gore Drinker, so you're massive.
So maybe I'm playing.
I mean, it's still okay. So we're coming up behind here, popping the ghost nice and early, smiting. Oh, we bit indecision there. I think you could have just gone her. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, that was that's at least a kill. So you popped everything there. You have a priority target in mind, and then you flip and flop. You don't really know your limits here. It looks like you're like unsure. Yeah. Can I go for her? Can I not? And then you end up actually doing neither.
Yeah.
God, yeah. And now you have nothing up for the dragon, but you still end up getting it. But
I guess they're both at like 10 HP, so
yeah. So they've been pushed off, but yeah, you can clearly see like you weren't too sure how aggressive you could be there on the Sivir. Now, like the way you can play that is you just run at Sivir and then you kill her with your Gore Drinker ideally, so that you still get the healing proc on it. That's the clone. Nice. Yeah, good job. Yeah, so this is the disengage queues. So we're just going to run.
Disengage axe. Get me out.
You actually might win this. Yeah, Lulu shielded your Gore Drinker. Oh, yeah. That was pretty close. And I think they get cleaned up by the Mordekaiser, maybe. Not too bad. Nice. Yeah, now you're huge. Okay, you're skipping Rift Herald there. I'm surprised.
I think I really want dragons. Is what do you?
I think Rift Herald here because you're really big, right? And your team has like, you have like Talon, you have Olaf, you have Jinx. You guys can just like take the Rift Herald and use that to get like 2 towers, maybe more on a side.
Because I'm not going to lose dragon here anyway, because all the bot control, right? Yeah. So might as well just do. I could do both. I could do.
You might as well just do both, right? Like you're already really strong at this point in the game. Don't really want to let them get the team fights where they're going to have like Lux pick, Fiddlesticks ult. Like they're kind of tricky team to play against in terms of like Fiddlesticks' ults and Shaco, and then they have Lux and Sivir one. So and no reason not to. So
sneak the Baron. Okay, let's critique this fight. Maybe we're just so far ahead it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you are very ahead now. The early punish on Shaco was quite good. So this is all fine. Now you just like run them down with ghosts.
Oh. A minion.
But we got Baron and we're about to end. Yeah. So I think that one. So the problems that we had that game, what was it? It was dying at the dragon, and then I think that forcing on his red buff instead of sitting back and doing all your camps and piling towards Rift Herald. I would say that was a mistake because you could still have invaded him on his top camps after doing your own camps. I think like just the mindset behind invading him when you don't have your ult, you don't have your ghost, is a bit like it's not the mindset that you want to approach most games with.
And how easily I got derailed as well from when I just was kept fighting and that I didn't do camps. So I got caught and then I came back to Dragon.
Yeah.
And then I like looked for all these plays.
Yeah, like I think they could have turned on you in that Lux binding hit at the Dragon.
Yeah.
Because you had nothing up and they knew that because they knew you altered the last fight. So yeah. Got a little bit derailed there. And then started playing a little bit in their face.
All right, so this is a game where I try and late invade. I want to late invade, like I want an Ivan. Do you think this is a good idea?
I thought you don't want to invade Ivans because if he gets he can just get the buff in like 1 second. I guess if you hit him, it's fine.
Yeah, I think I want to be there like at that same time. Like
yeah, if you get there right before he hits
1:30, yeah, that's right. Like I want to get there earlier, so you like push him off it.
I don't really like invading Pantheon Tristana though. Do you just die? Oh yeah. I mean that's what I mean. Pantheon Tristana level 1, they're just gonna one-shot you.
Yeah, it's probably questionable.
You have 0 CC in any of your champs except for Cho'Gath. But like,
and I wasted Ghost there as well.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a kerfuffle of a game.
Yeah, I mean this level 1 is just crazy. What the hell? And now Ivan's probably like he knows you're here, so he's probably just gonna go mark your top camps, take your blue or something. Oh no, he's just gonna come and kill you guys. Oh no. Yeah, their level 1 is just so much stronger than you. Wait, he's level 2. He got his level 2 off of wolves or something. That's so smart.
Oh, that's smart.
So
yeah.
he just got level 2 off of wolves, and now he's just gonna fight you guys. Do you get it? No. So you don't even get level 2 here.
So this is a disaster. This is not what you want as Olaf, right?
Well, as Olaf, this is a disaster. But you have a 4-0 Jinx, so
yeah. So but this is not. Then it's like now I'm just going to be playing into the Jinx, but I'm not playing Olaf here, am I?
Yeah. So this is not the ideal Olaf game. This is kind of like that game where I was versing Elise. You're in panic mode. You need level 3. So Krugs and bot crap is probably what you want to play for here, and then just recall and go straight to your top camps to defend them from Ivern. And then you can reverse clear down to Dragon after that. Because now you still have level 1 Krugs, which is going to be like quite big for getting you back into the game. This is still fine. This is a decent
I think my mindset there is that I just want to like
deny him, maybe?
Yeah, like make sure like just path around bot, just like do this and there's always just reset and then just go back bot to get Dragon and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. This game's a bit of a mess. Maybe it's just a bad to review, I think.
It's okay to review this one. I think it's just like an unconventional... Like, it's a game where you're not going to be the carry in the sense that, like, you're not really going to be trying to give yourself all the resources. You'll probably just want to, like, get yourself in favorable positions.
I mean, I'm still level 4. My lane is at level 6 at, like, 7 minutes, Like, I'm not doing too hot. And I skip Dragon here, I go for another dive. So, I mean, I'm just playing around bot. Like, this is just the normal win con. Like, I'm not the win con.
But this is good. You're still finding good options in terms of, like, diving and stuff. And now you're looking mid. You're level 5 at 8 minutes. You get level 8, level 6 off Rift Herald.
Off the Herald, yeah.
That is
crazy.
This
is probably not normal.
I don't think I've ever seen this in my life, actually.
Yeah, I don't think
I've ever seen anyone get level 6 off killing Rift Herald. As a jungler. That's crazy.
Alright, so let's critique my fighting, I think, Joey. I think that's what I want
to do you win this game?
I believe so.
Yeah, because you definitely should have won this based off of how fed your Jinx was.
Yeah, I think we do.
So we're getting that Rift Herald to break mid. It's a bit of an early Rift, though.
Yeah, that's too early. That's a bad Herald. It's not the Joey Olaf Rift Herald.
No, we do want that to break the turret.
Because now we can't really break it. There you go. We don't break it there. It's really bad.
Yeah. Just to, like, if those autos that you were doing there, they were doing like 35 damage. If they'd been doing 135 damage, then the turret would have broken. That's just the consequence of letting the Rift charge early.
Will you ever buy tier 2 boots before Gore Drinker?
Oh, it's really not ideal, huh? I mean, you probably just had to, right? You probably got on a... do you know when you bought them? It'd be interesting to see what sort of golds you were sitting on.
Yeah.
You bought them like first?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, It's kind of hard to say. Like, they are very heavy AD, so it is quite effective. So, yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
All right, let's
Yeah,
look at
it's
some
fine.
fighting. With some fights. I mean, we're very far ahead. Oh, okay.
So here you're, what, 2v3 bot lane? Trying to go back. This looks like. What do we just watch? So
I don't know.
you don't smiter, you don't gore drinker, you just like you just autos you to death.
Okay, so that's
So
maybe a bad example.
this is fine. You auto, and
Should
she
probably
literally just auto attacks
I
you to death, and then
just
Pants
one
smites
shot,
you.
dude.
Yeah, wow. I mean, there isn't really that much you can do into Gwen. I think opting into that fight with only your support Misfortune there was a bit
Yeah,
aggressive.
Misfortune's not going to be able to do much.
To be fair, you probably are in the mindset where it's just like, I have a 10 kill Jinx, so I'm just gonna win anyway. But yeah, that was a bit funny, to be honest.
All right, this is a pretty trash VOD. I
Yeah,
can't believe I actually chose this VOD.
you're quite your Jinx is quite ahead. But that level 1 has similarities to the level 1 I played against Elise. Where, like, you die early, you're in a bit of panic mode, you need to try and get back into the game. Yeah, I think there are, like, obviously it's a bit different playing into Ivan where you can out skirmish him, whereas into Elise I sort of needed to respect her a little bit more, and then capitalize on her mistakes.
But in general, we don't want to be like invading like that.
No, I think invading. The reason I don't like invading on Olaf, is because I used to invade every single game. That was my thing. I used to just invade their topside jungle every single game, late invade, no matter what, with my top laner preferably. And what I was finding was that I was getting their camps and I was getting my camps, but I wasn't like getting leads the way you would expect to, right? From denying camps. And the problem with that was that the time I was spending walking from their camps to my camps. So, like, after I do their, say I'm blue side, I do their red and their raptors. By the time I get back to my blue and my gromp, like, I'm not really gaining that much in terms of resources because I'm spending like 30 seconds walking between my camps where I could just full clear the jungle, and I'd be up a camp. Like, I'd be doing 6 camps instead of 5 and stealing 2 of theirs. Like, it's not optimal for getting yourself ahead.
And I guess get into that trade side situation because that's usually what happens with invades as well, right?
Yeah.
Trade side situation, you're bad at diving.
Yeah, it's terrible for Olaf. It's terrible
Yeah.
because you don't want chaos. You want a slow,
Controlled
steady
early
game.
game.
Yeah, where you
Yep.
can get to level 6, you can hit your huge power spike because you get 50 AD at level 6. There's no other champion who's going to be getting a full item worth of attack damage at level 6.
That's because of the ult, right?
Yeah, the ult gives you 50 AD.
Yeah,
And then your
it's
Conqueror gives
insane.
you like 20 AD. So you're getting 70 AD or more in these prolonged fights. No other champion is going to be able to match you at 6. Off the top of my head, maybe Trundle. But yeah, just controlled early game. We don't really want to be forcing invades unless it's against like a Karthus or something. We're denying him his full clear, maybe an Evelyn. We're denying them those camps is really important because they're going to outscale you like quite hard. But yeah, we like those controlled games where we can full clear and play to our advantages. Much, much more.
All right, this game here. What are we thinking here, Joey?
Ooh, your bot lane looks super juicy. Zac Jin into Ezreal Yuumi. Like, that looks so nice. If Zac hits any of his abilities onto Ezreal, it's like a free kill. Top lane, I think Camille loses that matchup, and you don't really want to be pathing into that 2v2, so I think we just start red path bot.
Okay.
And play for early dragons around the bot lane. Because we hard win skirmishes around Zac, I'm pretty sure.
Why do I invade every game?
I think it's fine. I love how we're just talking like, oh yeah, we don't really want to invade too much on LF, and then we just watch like 3 reviews in a row where you just invade. No, I think this is fine. I think invading level 1 is okay, but I think starting their camps is like suboptimal.
I guess it's because I'm against a Rek'Sai, and like I think Rek'Sai.
Yeah, your level 1 is a lot stronger. This is actually not that bad. This actually looks really good for you. Oh no, this isn't the game I thought it was. I had a VOD with Patrick the other day where he got a double kill in that exact same scenario with 1x.
Yeah.
So I thought it was that game. Yeah, almost.
So I took red Raptors, and then now Rek'Sai has started blue.
Yeah. Okay. So look at this. You're actually 24 camps, 24 CS at 4 minutes. Whereas if you just done a traditional start, you'd be on like 32 right now. And this is exactly what Rek'Sai wants, right? Like this is the chaos that a Rek'Sai like thrives on. And this is like all your camps are out of sequence. Your laners are getting like dived and ganked. You can't really react as fast as Rek'Sai. You can't output the same sort of like gank potential. And it's all kind of falling apart.
So that invade didn't really do anything for me.
No, it played into what Rek'Sai wants, really. Like you didn't get a single crab. Rek'Sai got ganks off, and your path is all out of sync. So, yeah, that's the danger of invading. Oh, and now it's just like end of review.
Yeah, it's end of review.
Yeah. So now, not only did you like lose dragon, we also died pre-6, which is like one of those don't do's on Olaf.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai gets exactly what she wants out of this early game. Yeah.
All right.
The dangers of invading.
Great. This is great. 3 examples in a row.
Yeah. Like that actually kind of exemplifies exactly what I was just explaining. You get the invade off, it looks really good. You take away 2 camps, and yet you end up behind. Whereas if you just played a controlled 6 camp into at least 1 crab into dragon later on, like so much cleaner, so many more options. Because you're kind of forced to clear your camps like in that sort of a game. Because once you've killed his camps, all your camps are now level 1. You have to eat your camps to level them up. It just forces you into a bad cycle where he's going to be getting off free ganks across the map.
And basically, you're never going to be level 4 by that first crab anymore, right?
No, there's no way.
It's impossible.
Yeah, without getting some sort of kill, there's just no way you're going to do 6 camps while having to walk from one side of the jungle to the other. It's like, yeah, no way.
All right, let's move into some gold platinum VODs.
Let's go.
So speaking of, you mentioned Patrick and his game. This is Patrick, who you've been working on a sort of long-term basis with. Curtis and I, we did a podcast episode reacting to Patrick's ranked journey.
Yeah,
so he's
from
a bit older.
Silver 4 to Gold 4.
I think he's 35. He runs a company, lives in New York, I think.
New York, yeah.
And has a family and everything. So that was really cool. There's a link. I'll have link in the description below, but I'll have it up here. So we got him to get some games up. I don't know. I don't think you've reviewed these ones with him. I hope you haven't.
I don't recognize this game.
Yeah, I don't think you did. I think this was like really.
This might have been like after our most recent coaching session. So
yeah. All right. So he goes for an invade as well straight away. He's playing aggressively here. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. See, I don't think level 1 invading like this is strictly bad. I just think like after the initial like 30 seconds or whatever, like after initial like 1 minute, you just go back to your blue buff or you go back to your red buff and you start on your side. Because I think in solo queue, like doing this sort of strategy is super good. Because people just autopilot level 1. Yeah, people just autopilot all the time. So if you're playing, like you want to kill somebody level 1, I'm not going to say don't do that. Because obviously it's a strategy, right? Nice, he gets Rengar's flash. That's an advantage. And now I would just be saying, like, as soon as these guys are out, just go back to your blue buff. I don't want him to go to the Rengar's red buff, yeah. Yeah, perfect.
And are you happy pathing top here?
Cinch into Warwick. Yeah, I mean, ideally, he could go to bot, because if Shen flashes into Caitlyn trap, it's just a free kill. I also think Warwick is also quite free into Singed, if he ever gets flipped. But Warwick is always a bit tricky to gank, because he's just so hard to actually kill when he's low HP. He just, he has a lot of healing, a lot of attacks per second, quite tanky with his E. But yeah, I think this is fine. This is fine. He can play around bot lane once he gets once he comes down for dragon. I think this is fine, like playing for top crab. Let's see if he pulls it against the wall like I do.
It's pretty good. Yeah,
kind of like I would be standing. I wouldn't be kiting like this. So
you want to be more like here?
No, so I would be like where he is almost right now, a little bit more diagonally up to the left, like like around that right there, pretty much. And if you're standing there and you throw the axe, it needs to be. It'll pick up without you moving. Is the idea?
Yeah.
So you're just auto attacking and queuing, and you don't move. That way you can be looking at all your lanes, because you notice he hasn't really looked at his lane states yet. This is like the trend that you get when you're not super familiar with the clear. You don't have as much impact on the map through your pings, which you really need to be like utilizing high quality pings early game, tracking the jungler, like warning off ganks, that sort of thing. And also, he didn't start W, so he's playing for like a very quick clear here. Is his idea.
Oh, this is the thing. You could put a point in E level 2. Is this actually a thing?
Yeah, you can put a point in E level 2. It is a few seconds faster, but as you look at his health, you get so much lower, and the time that you shave off for your E, I've just decided isn't worth the risk of like getting this low.
Okay.
It used to be more like, it used to be better, but yeah, just W second is just so much better now. Now that they've nerfed your passive attack speed bonus. So their jungler was here. He's been found. He has no flash, so this is really good. Oh, he misses the smite, unfortunately. But it looks like they still get the kill. Perfect. Now he can take bot crab. Nice. I love this.
Good. I like this as well.
Really good from Patrick to identify, like looking at the Rengar CS numbers, or just like knowing as a champion, Rengar isn't really good at these raptor takes. I would have left one there so that it doesn't respawn, but that's okay.
Probably ward the jungle as well.
Yeah, while he has the ward, he might as well. Yeah. That's a great idea. Chuck a ward down. Yeah.
But you switch out, you would have sweeper all the time here. It's because of the invade, he didn't have sweeper.
Yeah, it's because the invade he did. He had to like stay on the map. So now he should do another full clear.
Second full clear because the map, they're all going to sequence. Yeah, and then reset bot. So this is
ideal.
This is perfect.
Yeah, the reason he's allowed to do this is because he swapped in. Oh, so he sees them on Dragon. So he decides he's going to do top camps. Interesting. Okay.
I think this is good. The Grump.
Yeah, this is good, to be honest.
I don't think the Grump would be up, would it?
When do you think Rengar would have done it? He probably would have done it at around 240. So 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
No, his was all butchered. He like ganked mid and stuff. Like maybe it is up. Yeah, it actually would be up. Yeah.
And now maybe he even does his own Krugs. Or he can look to do something now. He's level 6. He needs to get this. No! If he gets that, he gets level 6 and then Rengar dies.
Oh, yeah, he does. Oh!
That's the second smite fight he's missed this game. That's got to hurt.
Yeah.
Now he needs to get out because he's level 5. So it's just, so far, he's only really made like minor mistakes. Like, I would say not warding, invading and like having to start with sweeper. Start without sweeper. And then missing those 2 smite fights.
Oh, he should let him to reset now.
Yeah, he really needs to reset. This is insane, isn't it? I want him to eat mid wave though. He has to eat this whole wave. Come on. No, Patrick.
So you would eat the whole wave?
I would eat the whole wave. Yeah, just be greedy. This is like, especially for like in a gold game like this. Just eat, like, just be greedy. Just be greedy. It's solo queue. Play for yourself. Don't care so much about your laners. Like, unless like they're there and they're gonna get the minions, just eat it. Just get as much gold as you can. Like, Patrick knows how to play a good Olaf game from ahead. So I would love to see him prioritizing himself a little bit more. And now he's clearing up towards Rift Herald. I probably would have started with the Gromp so that he can go from Gromp up instead of down and then back up.
It's a bit awkward here, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you'd rather do, he would like do this and then another beautiful path.
Yeah, because otherwise he's going Wolves, Gromp, Blue. He's kind of like zigzagging all around. Yeah. So we really want him to start opposite and then go away out.
So look at this. They're saying we need jungle. It's 10-3 right now. How would you react to your Caitlyn saying they need help here?
I mean, I don't care. I don't care what she thinks. I think he just needs to wait for his perfect opportunity to get like, some sort of playoff where he can rely on, his power spike of having Gore Drinker and ult and flash. He can make something happen, Right now, they're just going to stack up their bounties and then he's going to knock them all down later on and get fed. Like, he's not a gank jungler, right? He needs to play around these objectives.
So he's definitely, I think he's getting pressured by his bot.
Yeah, he's getting pressured by the chat. Like, there's no way if he looked at this in post and sees it's a pinked lane, they're pushing out, it's a Yuumi Jin, they're so fast.
All my top camps are up.
Yeah, Shen probably doesn't have flash. Like, if he shows right now, he loses Rift and his top camps in the game's over.
This is really bad.
This is really, you can just see how he's being pressured by his team.
Yeah.
And this is what you don't want.
You can't compensate for your team, even if they're
Patrick
tougher than
knows
you.
exactly how to play a good game of Olaf, and he's
Yeah.
letting these, like, this guy's probably like a gold 4 first timing Shen support in rank because he saw it in a video, and he's letting this guy dictate how he plays this game.
Look at this. Oh, well, it might work, but even then, this is such a pointless kill because you get nothing off it, right?
No, he gets nothing here. He could lose Rift Herald for this if his top lane wasn't playing the way they are.
So this is a really bad axe because you can't pick it up,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he couldn't pick it up. So there he could have
Way
just
too far.
either he needs to run and like pick
Yeah, he
it
should
up.
go pick it up.
Or,
Yeah, he needs to pick it up. Yeah.
Or just play for the smite and then hold your axe.
Yeah. I think that picking it up there is fine.
Yeah, I do agree. I as well.
Because
Yeah,
it's sort of like
sure.
wedged on the, it's like a max range.
The way you try and do it is you weave your movement in between autos. So you auto attack. Oh, nice flash. Double kill? Okay, at least he gets the double kill here.
Oh,
that
no,
axe
he missed
missed.
the axe.
He might actually die for this. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no, he lives. No. What are they doing? Someone has to kill the Yumi. Get Caitlyn in
she's
range.
not.
Come on, something.
She's not.
Oh, man. That's
So
really
this is a
bummer.
disaster, isn't it? What's going
Yeah.
on here? It's just so long
So
impact.
that double kill is barely even worth the top camps and
Yeah.
Rift.
Yeah.
So he just flashed and ulted, and he really barely got any value out of it because he's getting baited by these bad calls from his teammates. They don't. And now he's sitting on 600 gold. All his camps are up. Hopefully he clears this and recalls. No. He needs this Gore Drinker.
Yeah, so Gold Drinker Spike's really important.
Oh, that's a
And he
level
sees an
6.
opportunity assault.
Yeah, this is actually. No, he can probably still chase. Oh, that's double boot Warwick. What do you think? Singe gets this, I think. Yeah, Singe will flip it. He'll get the bounty, I believe. Okay. That's not too bad.
Okay, so all the top camps are up, so we take them since Rengar's bot.
This is really good. Now he can get Rift Herald. So he stayed on the map for a long time there, but...
So I think one thing Patrick needs to be more conscious of is how much gold's in his inventory. I think he's just not looking at that a lot. Like,
yeah,
there's definitely some worrying signs.
He's just grabbing options without really
thinking about
the big picture and how he needs to recall for like tempo. He has flash in a couple seconds, and Yumi has no boost speed. So, yeah, easy peasy.
Tier 2 boots versus no move speed.
Yeah.
All right, so uses the Herald bot. So this is obviously without plates, but this is best case scenario, right?
This is still pretty good. Rengar comes down and ends up dying. They get the bot tower. I love it. Now, what I'm asking here is, what is the win con this game, really? So they have no dragons yet. They're really not that ahead in terms of gold or anything. Do they really outscale? It's Yumi Jin. So not really. They have Gwen. That's probably their big advantage right now. And I don't think yet he's been greedy enough to be the carry of this team. He's not ahead enough yet to be defined as a secondary win con.
Okay.
So what would you say is the win con here for him?
He's got to get a fight. I mean, I think he's pretty strong still.
Yeah.
We definitely got to look for a fight, play around Shenot potentially. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. You're sort of in reactive mode. You sort of need to wait for the enemy team to fall over themselves, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is interesting. Now it's a good reset for it's weird because now Patrick, it's this is a pretty good reset. It's he's spending his 1200 gold before Dragon instead of doing his bot camps. It's sometimes I feel like he knows to reset and then sometimes he just forgets.
Yeah.
Potentially.
A little bit inconsistent there.
That's a really good reset. Then we come down Dragon.
Yeah, now he gets Dragon. They even get the pick onto Rengar. It's a good smite. So now what's the next objective? It's Rift Herald. He's going to play for that. I think what happened with Patrick here in terms of his resets being suboptimal this game is he got thrown off when he was doing his second full clear and Rengar did Dragon on top of the vision that he had there. I think, traditionally Rengar wouldn't go for that Dragon because, it's warded, but Rengar just did it anyway. And that I think kind of threw Patrick off. Because if he was allowed to get that second full clear off and come down to Dragon, then the game is so much simpler because he has Dragon and then he passed up to Rift Herald with his third full clear. and he's like super strong. He's playing towards dragon win condition and like, you know. So I think it kind of threw him off, and those first two bad recalls were kind of like as a response to that.
It's like the train analogy you said. Like it was just really derailed.
Yeah,
just
and then
compensating for the
he
bot.
didn't adapt well enough to like come back. He kind of started like getting a little bit maybe, what's the right word here? What happens with Patrick is when he's having a good game, he's having a really good game. Like when Patrick does well, he does well. But
He
when
knows how to
things
like
start, yeah,
close
he
it
knows
out,
how
like
to
step
play
by
a good
step,
game at Olaf.
methodical.
But when things start to fall over, he can lose a bit of confidence and start listening to bad calls. Like the Shen was saying, oh, we need help bot lane. Like, why isn't our jungler XYZ? You know, he just needs to mute and play, you know, the game that's in his head that he can sort of see instead of getting pulled around a little bit.
So this is pretty good. He's been very selfish here again. Like goes top, gets a solo kill, takes the wave, takes the tower. He doesn't care about bot at all. Takes another wave. Like this is what you want to see, right?
Yeah. So looks like, you know, he's sort of realized, you know, he got that dragon and now he's realized, you know, I'm actually really strong now. I'm just going to be selfish. And he sort of started to have that mindset that we wanted to see from him a little bit earlier in the game. When like, you know, his Gwen was dead and he didn't take the mid wave, that sort of showed me that maybe he's not feeling so confident in his ability to carry. And now just watching that, it's like a completely different player. He's just like, he's taking the wave, he's going for the solo kill, he's taking the tower, he's invading. It's really, really, really high impact.
Resets for the Sterax, and he's building Spirit Visage next. Would you build Spirit Visage this game?
No, this is probably Death Dance game, actually.
Yeah, Spirit Visage is pretty useless this game, I think. What's the AP? Like, Sedge's building AP, but she's
yeah, they've got
useless.
AP Sejuani. That's the only AP I'm looking at yet.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, Patrick.
Also,
So he's
I think
4 levels ahead of the Rengar here, by the way.
Yeah, this is really, really nice.
So he skips all his camps. He wants to keep pressuring.
Yeah. I'd be looking to do Baron right there. I think they should have just run straight to Baron.
Yeah,
That's a free Baron.
Yeah.
But I think the Baron calls in lower elo, people are really scared to do Baron. They don't really understand how, like no offense, but they don't really understand how easily you can actually do it at 20 minutes nowadays.
Yeah.
Especially with like a Gwen and Olaf. Like you guys are going to be powering through that thing. And then they had 2 kills or something like that. Like it was just free, you know? But yeah, still they managed to get quite a lot off that. They got mid tower and then they ended up pushing that into a few more kills and a dragon. So, you know, no worries. He looks like he's basing for Spirit Visage here. So he didn't have enough for it, unfortunately.
So then he's gone to the Kentucky Fried KFC variety bucket.
What do you think? You think he should have stayed on the map there for the Visage? Or you reckon recalling his just whatever?
I mean, I think he has to recall. I mean, he probably could
crab.
take top.
He just goes crab and top wave.
Yeah, he probably shouldn't recall here. I don't think.
And then he goes down to dragon. Oh no, dragon just died. So he'd just come off the map and
maybe get some control. I'll get 2 control wards here. I think this is good, and then 2 controls and set up Baron.
Yeah, and set up Baron.
Yeah,
that works.
Like, what does a cloth armor do here? Like, it's like,
yeah,
I think 2 controls are more important here, you know?
Yeah, at this stage in the game, for sure.
But even the cloth armor, like, I think maybe he's realized he's fucked up in terms of his build. He's like...
Yeah, maybe.
He's like, I'll build Randuins now, to be honest, like, if I'm committed to this, you know? It's probably more impactful than the KC variety bucket. So people not really wanting to do Baron, but we come back on
this is the classic. You got like 2 people doing Baron, and then the rest of them are team fighting, and then they like switch places because they're like, oh, the other person's doing the other thing.
All right, looks like they just.
But yeah, it looks like they ended up just completely out skirmishing them in the mid to late game.
And just, I don't think the Rengar did anything. He just got so far behind. He just was useless.
Yeah. Rengar had like a decent early game, to be honest, by like capitalizing on some of the mistakes in terms of like doing the dragon, which like, you know, he might not even realize that he was doing it on vision, but Rengar actually maybe accidentally did some quite good things in this game and threw Patrick off quite a bit, but then Patrick managed to come back and perform quite well. Decent CS numbers, 192 at 25 minutes, really good, especially considering towards the end of that game there probably wouldn't have been that many opportunities to look for farm, and it did drag on for quite a bit.
All right, so we've got another. I told Patrick to send me a win and a loss. So here's a loss from him.
Okay.
All right, so
So it's a Nasus Yorick, Viego Olaf, Yone.
if he tabs, so we
Silas.
can just check.
What was this? Yeah.
It's not much tabbing going on here, Patrick.
Yeah,
You're not
so
thinking about some good game.
Yeah, we need to
plans?
have a point here where at the start of the game you hold tab when you're leaving base
Yeah.
usually.
Yeah.
Take a look at the champions, take a look at the lanes, who can you gank, who do you want to protect, where are you pathing, who has priority, that sort of thing. Ask yourself that every game. Okay, so here we go. This is good. He's pinging the enemy jungler.
Okay, he's ping. Yeah, great, good. That's great. Are you happy with pathing top? So it is a Xerath versus Misfortune, and then a Yorick. So maybe pathing bot would be good here. What do you think?
So the kill pressure top really low, and his bot lane needs to be protected because they're versing Samira Thresh.
Yeah.
Thresh is just going to flash Flay, Samira knocks them up, like extends the knock up, and then just goes in and they die. So, yeah, pathing bot here, protecting bot lane, really good. I think Patrick really doesn't subscribe to the idea of starting red buff yet. He's more comfortable on the blue buff. And to be honest, at this elo,
I think it's fine.
I would say it's completely fine anywhere below like master tier. I just don't even worry about splitting it up. Just do blue buff every game. Focus on bigger fundamentals. Focus on things like, tracking and pinging and that sort of stuff.
All right, so Viego shows mid. He should be tabbing to check CS, but that probably means he's a level 2 gank, right? I think straight up, like.
Yeah, he just did red,
only on
red,
one
to,
camp.
red to mid.
Okay, you probably not put a point in double Q here, would you? Because chaos is happening.
Yes, so you take E here for sure.
Yeah.
I wonder what he'll do. He'll probably go Q.
Yeah, I think he'll
out of habit
default.
maybe. Oh, looks. Yeah, he did it.
Okay.
Very good from Patrick.
Patrick.
That's what we like to see.
And he skips. He knows he has to come and help. Yeah, good.
Really, I wouldn't have come here. I would have just done my top side. I would have done.
You would just.
I would have just full cleared. Yeah,
I think so as well. Yeah, you just keep full clearing.
As soon as I saw the top is out, just cut the play, do your camps, or even just push mid. Because if he pushed that wave in, he gets a lot here.
Yeah.
Right now he's just sat there for no reason for 30 seconds. Because what does he think's gonna happen when Silas and Viego walk into him and like does he want a 1v2?
I don't think so.
What's he planning here?
Yeah. Well,
I think he's looking to 1v2 them.
What the hell? Silas is level 1.
Yeah, Silas and Yone are both level 1.
Okay.
And Patrick isn't really capitalizing here.
Yeah. Okay.
So he just spent 30 seconds walking from Raptors up to here, basically. But maybe he wins this? Oh, he wins that.
Yeah, he wins
that.
Yeah.
If he just queued on Viego, pop W, flash auto.
Yeah, so this is a great situation where W would be great, where you just, because you won't die, right? Like, you'll be fine.
See if he queues Viego here, flash auto, pick up the axe, Silas dies, double crab, game over. And now he's going to get double crabbed or something.
Again, this is, I think the chaos we're talking about, like, he's going to be bad at adapting to this because this is a weird game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, he still gets the crab. So Viego must be doing his top camps or something.
Yeah, Viego must have defaulted into his top side camps. Now, he should go to the bot crab straight away here. Yep.
He did his Raptors though.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I actually think it's fine just to get them off that. It takes... Yeah, with your level 2 Q, very quick. Viego's on his top camps anyway, so it's fine. I'd say this is fine. Maybe he goes into a second full clear here. What do you think?
Yeah, and then Dragon. Yeah, second full clear Dragon.
Because he needs to get those Raptors, those Krugs to level 2.
His Raptors are a little bit off, but I think this is still fine. Reset, Patrick.
Yeah, it's the same thing. How come he's on the map again?
Yeah, what's he doing? Oh, no, because it's the same situation. Viego shows bot, and he's going to lose Dragon or something?
Oh, yeah, it's the exact same scenario.
Holy moly.
But this game, Viego's camps... Actually, they might be up.
I think they will be up.
They might have just been coming up now, like, because Grump's spawning now.
Yeah.
Yeah, level 5 Grump. And Wolf's just spawning now. Perfect. So this isn't too bad. He gets level 6.
Yeah.
And now he's doing the exact same thing. He's going top again.
He's good.
Isn't this exactly what happened?
Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah.
We're watching 2 of the same games.
Okay, reset. This is a good reset. I think it's a good reset, yeah. Top's a waste of time. It's a Nasus, it's whatever.
Okay.
What were you going to say? You think that...
I was thinking just punish the Yorick there. Yeah, Yorick's going to push that wave in. Nasus slow. He's dead, I'm pretty sure, 100%.
I don't know. I don't think it's...
Yeah, I think resetting for bot is fine as well.
Your camps are all coming up.
I just think...
You never know what not weird shit might happen. You might like over chase or something. Like I don't know. It's he's full HP. I think this is much better. Okay.
Now all his camps are up, and he's if
Is
he
this
only
worth
goes for a play,
plates?
just take the wave. Yeah, I like
Okay.
this.
You like this? All right.
I mean,
This is
if he's gonna go
greedy,
for the
man.
play, I want him to take everything.
Because if he shows bot here all the time, he's going to lose Herald in his top
Yeah,
camps. Like, it's not
yeah,
worth it, I don't think.
yeah. Being here isn't worth it,
It's
but
too
if he's
much.
gonna be here, I just want him to take everything.
Okay. But now he's like, yeah, he's in a bit of a trade
So
side
he's made a
situation.
bad play. He's just gonna commit to it. I like that. And
Yeah,
now he
okay,
should win
that's
this
true.
1v1. If he
Yeah.
doesn't panic, he wins this. If he just doesn't panic, he's got this
Well,
in the
Silas
back.
is moving. Silas is moving. I don't know if he's looking at that right now.
No, I'm pretty sure he's just focusing on finishing this.
He just lost the smite. Oh, I think he doesn't.
So now
know
he just needs to
what-
ult and just turn. He's playing this really slow. He's holding his ult. Now he needs to W in auto. Smite. Oh, wow. Their ADC is there as well. So good thing he didn't fight. But they end up diving him anyway. Oh, Jesus. This is a fiesta.
Yeah, so I think this is where the game gets really out of control. Threshers, we got gold Threshers roaming top, man. Threshers top.
Yeah, well, he's getting bot invaded.
All right, so I think that he really screwed the game there by skipping, and now he's completely derailed, right?
Yeah, no, now he's like that. Yeah, you can just imagine like he's level 7 at 10 minutes. Yeah, and he hasn't gotten really any of his like for the primary points that you focus on, like getting early dragons, full clearing the jungle, having good quality resets. All those sort of things have been skipped, and then he just lost his first skirmish with ult flash. So now he has no resources to make a play. It's a bit of a disaster.
So it's interesting because he has aspects of it. He takes that greed mindset, but then at the wrong times.
Yeah.
And then, it's like, so he's got like parts of it just doing it at the wrong time. So I think Patrick's got like the right idea, I think, but he sort of like screws it up a little bit. It's like, the level 3 point E is good, but then he sort of like doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but then
like
he
all this
makes a
stuff.
bad play off the back of
Yeah.
that. Yeah, okay.
It's interesting.
Yeah. See, what I find interesting with Patrick is he'll go on streaks where he wins like 10, 20 games. Like, he just wins lots and lots of games.
Yeah.
And I think in those streaks, it's where he's playing with like high confidence. He's making like confident decisions. And then it's like, he'll have games where he also just loses confidence because he gets derailed a little bit. So I feel like, I'm not sure if this is like super common in low elo, but just having some confidence and just understanding like, you're going to get lots of opportunities to make plays. Just be confident in your calls, get yourself ahead, and play for yourself.
What would be cool, and what we did with our performance director in Dials was we got like a montage of all our best games and plays together. So it's like when you start losing confidence, just be like, okay, what does good Olaf gameplay look like? Okay, like I'm capable. It's your games. Like I can do this.
That's actually exactly like we actually had this exact same conversation on Saturday. Exact same.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
at the end of the session, we literally talked about this and we said those exact same things. So hopefully by next session he's got one made up. Because
Start recording all the good games. Then
yeah,
just
that's he has a few pentakills that he's gotten that I've seen, and if we could just get those on loop before he plays as like a pregame ritual,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Like after this is awesome. He just got Rift Herald, and now he got a double kill.
Yeah,
now he's gonna
we're
break
rock and
mid.
rolling now.
Yeah, he's about to carry. This is awesome. Now he's gonna die because Samira's fed. Samira's 8-1. Okay. Nah. Okay.
So I guess we'd have to respect
yeah.
the bot roam there.
Yeah.
So there is lots of missing pings, but yeah, we should.
If he just runs right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just not
So
respecting.
he had the fighting, and then the idea to break mid was awesome, but then just a little bit of disrespect, and it kind of gives Samira this huge lead. I mean, she already has the lead, but you know what I mean? Like, damn.
They do shut down Samira here. Okay.
Who gets it? Miss Fortune. Okay, it's not bad. He needs to go to Thresh. He's gonna take the lantern. Wait, does he kill this? Yeah, he does. Oh, okay. No, double kill. Oh. I think he could have kept going there. So what's his win condition this game? Same thing. He has 0 dragons this game. He hasn't really managed to form a lead on himself yet. They have a massive Samira who's just going to dive in and be a burden. He needs to go drinker straight away.
Gold drinker.
Yeah. There you go.
Again,
It's
I
just gonna
think
one shot him.
I think he's in a bit of reaction mode again. Okay, Yone's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Maybe you could play around Yone. So you think about wherever Yone is play around his ult.
Yeah.
That's maybe the mindset. But yeah, this game has just become sheer chaos.
Yeah. I think just dying at that bot play, and like yeah, a little bit of overstaying on the map. It's become a like it's just so weird that both of these games, they've done the dragon and it's just derailed him. Like they've done dragon on vision and it's just derailed him so much.
I mean, he sort of opted for the second full clear both times, and then he lost dragon for it. You know.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Maybe that second full clear. I still think it's good though, no? Because again, the timing's off. Because before the second full clear, you'll be dragon 20 seconds earlier or 15
Yeah.
seconds earlier, right? So it's just a bit different nowadays. So maybe you just can't do it as much. Again, that's what I talk about in the season 10 Olaf guide. Oh,
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think maybe in an ideal world this season, you just recall after the second crab, do dragon, and then full clear up. It just doesn't mean
yeah,
it just means you're not level 6.
yeah. You just don't have that luxury anymore.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are very few games where I find myself getting 6 and dragon. Doing 2 full clears. Like I don't remember the last time I did a double full clear, double crab, double full clear into dragon. It's
And again,
quite it's
that was
quite
what-
hard
That
to
was
get
what my
that
season
now.
10 guide was all about.
Yeah, I feel like I got that all the time in season 10. But to be honest, I get that. If I was to play in Diamond, I'd be getting that all the time. I think when I came back off my break and I was like Diamond 1 and I went on like a 20 game win streak, I was double crabbing all the time and double clearing all the time.
All right, so he's
So I
fighting
think it's still doable.
without his ult. So this is just not good, is it? Like,
Yeah,
what are we
no,
doing
the
here?
play is not to fight here.
Yeah,
They have
we
no
gotta
ults. Like
recharge.
if you look at Yone and Misfortune, like all these big ults are just all on cooldown.
Yeah, we can't be making.
We're looking to force this.
Do we walk back again? What are we
Maybe.
doing here? Yeah,
Maybe he just thinks he has to force something, but
yeah.
they actually end up winning off that play, like winning the fight.
Okay,
Wow.
interesting. All right, so we're running in. I don't think we can kill them here without ult.
He has to defensively flash because of that.
And defensive flashes, we don't like it as Olaf, do we?
No, because I was thinking there, like, when you were saying we can't kill Samira here without ult, I was actually thinking if he just Q auto E's her, she's dead. If he Q flash auto E's her, she's dead.
Oh yeah, he's flashier. Yeah, maybe.
He just needs to aggressively flash, but then
Yeah.
obviously Silas is there, so he gets pushed away. But I definitely think there was an angle there.
Could I have Baron here? Nah, probably not. Just Nasus and Misfortune's bot. Everyone's just all scattered everywhere. Chaos of gold. Okay, we get the Baron.
Yep, we end up getting Baron. They end up getting. Did they get Dragon? Was that their soul? No, they didn't get Dragon Soul. Games like this are very hard for me to review because it just seems like very unclear in terms of like. It's just like, it's just a gold game. It's very, very chaotic.
Well, we had the learn-ins,
And-
right? So it is reviewable.
Yeah.
We were just in the review earlier, right?
Yeah, I think
So-
like this game would have looked so different if he hadn't waited in that pixel brush at level 3 after doing his bot camps. If he'd done his topside camps, got level 6, got level 4, and then double crabbed, the game would have been like so much better. Just had like so much more experience in gold. Or even if he just like 5 camped and then fought or something, you know?
So you're a fan of this Bramble Vest, Joey?
Um,
You said you didn't like it in the build section.
yeah, I don't like Thornmail. I'm okay with Bramble
With
Vest.
just
if you
Bramble,
need the
okay.
armor. If you need the armor for the 40%, comparatively to an Executioner's Calling, I'm completely fine with that. But if you go through and you finish it off and build the Thornmail, that's where I'm kind of like iffy on the value of that.
I mean, again, we never saw you really build Bramble though. Still,
Yeah, I mean, look at his armor. Oh, you can't see it at the moment, but you already have Tabis and you have armor in your runes. Yeah, you won't be able to
I
see
mean-
his armor because he has his Conqueror showing instead. His runes.
I mean, against this team, like, what would you think? What would your build look like? Your third item?
Into these guys. What do they have? They have Silas. Is there on the AP? This is actually quite a good game to go anti-heal. He could just go the AD anti-heal
Ken
item
Punk,
or
really?
Death. Yeah, or Death Stance. Depends how strong he is. Like at the point where he is right now, I wouldn't be building damage items. So maybe even just Gargoyles. Survive through Samira ult or Viego ult or something. Gives you armor and MR.
All right, well, that's it for Patrick there. Any closing thoughts on his games there?
Patrick plays really, really well when he is confident in his own like decisions and when he's just like making snap decisions and just sticking to them. And I think those two games are quite uncharacteristic because he got thrown off like right at the get-go when they did the dragon. Like both games, he had vision, was going for a second full clear, and they just did dragon on vision, which is just like I feel like that just can't happen in, like much, right? Like that, I feel like that would never happen to me, or very, very rarely happen in like one of my games where someone just does dragon on vision like that, because it's such a bait. Like if in these games Patrick had been around when they started dragon, they would have just lost the game. It's like it's a very flippy move. But yeah, my advice to Patrick is just like be very confident in his decisions. I'd probably work maybe just on not listening and not defaulting to listening to teammates' decisions when
And
you're
resets,
behind.
gold inventory
Yeah.
as well. I think,
Yeah,
as
and
well.
gold inventory resets. Yeah. That's a huge one as well.
So this is a gold 2 game. What are you thinking here?
I don't like going bot pre-6 because Cage is terrifying. Xin Zhao is quite scary, but I think you can definitely win longer fights against Xin Zhao. But he, like, you know, if you're versing Xin Zhao Katarina, they can just burst you. He can win topside fights. I don't really want to see him fighting around bot lane too much, though, because of the cage. It's just like, if he gets caged, he can't run and he has to flash defensively straight away. This could be a top, like, if I was playing in this game, I would want to path towards top lane probably, towards the Riven, the Camille, and play around the top lane fights early, and then path up.
Okay.
Looks like he might actually start red,
Okay.
which I like. This is good.
But again, you don't really recommend. You think going blue, just keep it simple.
Yeah, I mean,
gold.
yeah, I would say at a low, like at this elo, yeah, just keep it simple. He went E second, which I find interesting. I don't know how much time that gets you. And he didn't take W here, which I think probably actually loses you quite a lot of time. So I was finished with my full clear like right now when I did it.
Yeah. And you got a bot leash as
and
well.
I was like full HP the whole time. I
And
think.
you had
Oh, actually no, I don't think I was full HP on this. I don't think I was actually. But yeah, he just double smited.
So having smite for the crabs is really important again because you just can't break it with a shield.
Wow. If Xin Zhao just walked here instead of top,
Yeah,
it would
this
have been
is
so much better.
very
What's
coin
going
flip,
on?
isn't he?
Xin Zhao just walked to top. He's like looking to dive the Riven.
We probably can't go for this crab. What do you reckon?
I think he can go with the Riven because Riven's
Okay.
moving so much earlier.
He should
I
pop
think-
his
I think
pots
this is
though.
fine.
Pop his pots because the fight's gonna break out. Okay,
So Riven might just die. Yeah. You reckon she trades with the shield and the stun? Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Yeah, she traded well on Xin Zhao. That's really good, actually. She loses the wave, but like she trades. Xin Zhao loses quite a lot. This is really good for Olaf.
So I guess we didn't really tap to check CS there at all either. I don't think he
Xin
even
Zhao would
looked
have.
really at
Xin
all.
Zhao probably would have 3 or 4 camped.
Yeah.
I think Xin Zhao either did 3 camp bot into red or like blue grump red top. But this is really good. All he needs to do right now is do a second full clear. He has a minute until dragon spawns. Second full clear, recall dragon. He's going to be level 6. He just wins the game.
Yep. So then he will do Krugs, and then all his camps will spawn beautifully. Then reset bot, and then it's GG. You think?
Yeah, he'll be bot side. Bot lane's really easy to gank for him post 6. If he dies here, yeah, this makes it so much. It's just like kind of derails him a little bit. I'm
Yeah,
sure this will
again,
make
derailed.
it much. This is going to make his like camp timings way worse. Yeah, And like the idea is like, you know how bad it is to die on Olaf early game, and when you when you do it, it just feels like terrible, and you can get in your head a little bit. This is still good. I like that he's not just like autopilot clearing, but still, we don't really want to be bot pre-6. Oh, but there goes the cage. Pick up the axe. No. Okay. So, a couple things already. Yeah, that axe is fine. Just pick it up. Look how close he is. He's like so close. If he just like, instead of going for this auto attack, just picks up the axe.
It's more damage. It's way more.
And then he just flashes over the trap, and it's a double kill. Double kill dragon. Clear up to top. Oh, does he get her? No. Yes. Okay. Oh man, now he can't do dragon though, can he?
Pop your pots. Oh, no. Pop your pots.
Oh my god! If the Veigar auto he was dead. Veigar was doing 42 damage.
Yeah, well, if it was popping his pots this whole time, it's really important. I always see low players just really struggle with popping health potions. I see it all the time.
Yeah, and now he's doing dragon on 100 health. Yeah, I don't know if he can. See, now he's just derailed.
Yeah, it's very derailed again, right? Like these deaths just goes to show how important these deaths are, right? It's
just being happy with not like involving yourself in the chaos and just understanding you're going to get a natural, like, there's no way that your opponents in gold, platinum, or even low diamond, there's no way that they're going to have the patience to build a slow lead. They're going to make lots of mistakes. They're not going to be efficiently clearing. They're not going to be making like sound high percent plays. If you just clear your camps, like slow and steady, wait for an opportunity where you know you have all your abilities up. You know, it's like a perfect opportunity. Don't wait for like, I don't want to say the perfect opportunity, but just wait for, you know, you've had a good quality reset, so you're on an item spike, and you have your ultimate, and ideally you have flash. And then you just make your play then, you know, you've got a good hand, and you should like, you play on that, you know? We don't really want to be going bot level 4 when there's a better option is like a full clear, you know? Trying to avoid the chaos.
Yes, that's great advice. And I mean, this is just end of review here. I mean, there's no point reviewing anymore. I mean, because like, think about it, he went bot out of base, he skipped all his camps. That happened. Then he tried to go for dragon, and then he went for this play mid, and then he died. And he hasn't done a single jungle camp.
Died twice. Yeah, he's died twice pre-level 6
for 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, and no 0 jungle camps. Right, so just completely derailed.
Yeah, he was on 28 CS at 4 minutes, and now he's on 34. So he's literally got 6 CS in the last like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, no, he was on 32, wasn't he? Yeah, 32 CS at 4 minutes from double crab. Or did he not get double crab?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't do double crab.
Never mind. But yeah, like...
No, wait, he did do double crab. Sorry, he did, yeah. Yeah, so 32
CS at
32 4
CS.
minutes.
Yeah.
At 4 minutes. And then he had 32 CS at...
6, yeah.
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 Well, it's even more. It's 7 minutes. Still, 7 minutes. 3 minutes.
He gets the first 2 crabs, and then he waits another 3 minutes to get another camp. Yeah, he's waiting for the next crab to spawn.
Yeah, literally, he hasn't done a single camp. You know, that's how bad it is here, right? So
and that's how easy it is to get sucked into the chaos. Absolutely. And on Olaf, you need your ult. Like, I can't stress enough how important having ult is. It's where all your output potential comes from. Like, ideally, I don't really view Olaf as a proper champion until level 6. Like, I just view him as the same as any other champion. You're just another champ. You don't have anything special. You're just another champion. You hit level 6, and you can immediately, you're like equal to at least 1.5 champions, maybe 2, depending on your item spike.
That's interesting because people think that Olaf's like a strong early game jungler, but he's
strong, but you're not that strong. You get level 6, and then you unlock the next level, but pre-6, you're just another champ. You're just another champ with a little bit of damage. That's all you are. You don't have any mobility. You don't have any CC. You're nothing special. You're just another kid. You get ult, you're the cool guy, you know? Everyone wants to be the cool guy. Get your ults.
All right, so this is Philip. This is gold 4. Olaf into Nunu. You like this matchup, Nunu, right?
Yeah, I love it.
Olaf,
Nunu just ganks a lot, but you get level 6, he's useless.
Yeah. So what would you do here, Joey?
This is where pinging is super important. This is the kind of game where like you really need to ping. I don't like he's got red smite, blue smite.
Okay, blue smite. Yep.
Blue smite. Like you can just chase down Kale and Ash. They can never get away from you with Blue Smite. Like, it's not the worst to thread smite this game because there's no one who can really dodge your axes, but it relies on you hitting all your axes in fights. Blue Smite just simplifies things.
Where would you path here? Top or bot?
Either is fine, actually. I would say from a simplicity angle, pathing bot looks really good.
Just because of the blue start.
Yeah, just because one of the blue start, and then their bot lane has like a lot of setup in Senna and Seraphine. And Senna Seraphine, if they get ahead, it's going to be super fun to play around this game because it's like so much crowd control. And I feel like Kale can't really do too much early anyway. Yeah, I think pathing either way is fine. Like, if he paths top, he's pretty, like, guaranteed to get a crab because there's no way that Nunu and Kale are going to win the 2v2. But I think if he paths bot, it's chaotic, which obviously I just said we want to avoid. It's probably what I would do is path bot and play around that. But I would say in, like, a gold, platinum, diamond game, just avoid the chaos, path top, get the crab, play around the Darius, and maybe even dive the Kale.
It's very safe. You have priority top 100%. Just play it safe.
Yeah.
But again, we're still fans of the blue star Olaf regardless, right?
Yeah, 100%. I don't like he's going leashless, but wait, yeah, Darius was trying to cheese, I think, level 1.
So he gets his red stolen by Nunu here. So this is
he's gonna have to vertical around top. Oh no, do your Gromp. He's not gonna get level 3 now until he does Krugs. So this is just almost end of review.
Yeah.
And now his bot lane's dead. Okay, so yeah, he's gonna have to redeem this by doing a really, really good top dive, or the game is like pretty doomed. Oh, but Nunu just runs here.
Oh, Nunu ganks mid and then he just runs here.
I like this if he can fight Nunu.
Well, he's not level 3. The downside, not level 3. Yeah, it's
not level 3.
There's no W.
But I think, oh yeah, no, he's not gonna win this. He has no pots because he's been using them to clear with. And he has no W, so he's already like super low HP. But they win this anyway. Okay.
So I mean, I would have just got level 3 by doing. I think in these situations you always just do blue Gromp wolves, then walk here.
Yeah. And then you just reassess after your wolves. If it's a high quality option, you can actually just do raptors and Krugs. But yeah, you can also invade and vertical.
I think you don't need to stress, and I always talk about it in the reviews. I have many videos on my Soul 2 channel saying, don't stress when you're invaded. Just relax, you know? Nunu's not going to get ahead at all. Like, can Nunu like get like level 4 super quick and power farm his jungle? No, he's just going to gank like he did. He did one camp and then ganked mid. He's a 4 CS. Who cares?
Yeah.
You'll be on 12 CS, and then you can go and invade his red anyway.
And now all of Olaf's camps are level 1, and you know he's level 3. He's got 16 CS at 330. The last review we just watched, where it was a calm early game, he ended up getting 32 CS by 4 minutes.
Yeah. This is the difference.
Yeah. Now let's see how he transitions this. Is he able to get level 6 before like what 7:30? So he ends up clearing. He's going to do another camp sequence to go bot. No. Yeah. Okay. This is fine. I would eat this mid wave with Cassiopeia. He needs to eat mid wave with Cass.
He needs to help.
She's gonna get dived.
Cass. She needs help.
Yeah. And now he's looking to invade. Yeah. So this is a bit of a mistake here. So Cassiopeia should die here 100%. Looks like she's about to. Yeah, Yone's diving with his E. Okay, she manages to live, but she's pushed off the whole wave.
Yeah, that's the bad thing. Yeah, it does.
And this is he wants to eat mid wave here because it's going to give him a lot of golden experience.
Yep. Again,
he just wants to circle that. Also, he needs to smite this early to get rid of the shield.
Yeah, there's no point.
This is costing him quite a bit of time.
So
he's just clearing.
Camps,
he's just clearing a lot. I still like that he's not over forcing plays. He's not like trying to dive top a lot. He's just getting himself level 6. He can start looking for plays.
I mean, he could be so much further ahead if he took that mid wave, right?
Yes, yeah, for sure. And I think that top invade was a big mistake. A lot of like, if he reacted to that the best way possible, he'd probably be like maybe level 7 or 8 right now, probably level 7.5. But the game would obviously be like completely different. Can he eat raptors or do Rift Herald?
Okay, this is good pressure.
Yeah, this isn't too bad. He actually eats 2 camps here.
Again, there's nothing Nunu can do, you know?
Yeah. Nunu just gets a gank top though. So he needs to go back for Gore Drinker soon. You can't go for Yone. If he's not going to be able to one-shot Yone, he can't really go for that sort of a play. He has to just go on to Nunu. So when you're making plays as Olaf with your ult, they need to be high percent plays in terms of like you're going to get value out of it. Because you're already like this, the way you play Olaf is very slow most of the time so that you can get yourself a lead. And then when you make skirmishes happen, they need to net you something in terms of like gold experience objectives. You need to get something out of it. So in a fight like this, where you're showing on the map, you're using ability, like you're using your ult, he needs to get something out of this. And like, because now he has...
The mindset for him now is like, he's just the fight's happening, he should just pop his R. Like, that's, again, the mindset. Versus the way, that's the huge difference between watching you play, Olaf. You have absolute intention when you R, but he's just R'ing for the sake of R'ing because the fight's happening, right?
Yeah, and then he goes on to Yone here. Because he's like, oh, Yone's the priority target, when you only really go on that priority target when you actually have kill pressure, which obviously Yone's in his E, you have no kill pressure there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now he's got a whole 100 seconds where he really just can't do anything. So he has no Dragon win con. He's not going to be able to play for Rift Herald to get a big lead. And he's not really ahead in gold experience enough to be able to like carry this into the Yone KL. Like,
doesn't he have enough for a gold drinker right now?
Probably, yeah.
He should just reset for
yes,
gold drinker.
Right now he has
top.
gold drinker. He has gold drinker right now.
Reset and then go top for Herald with gold drinker.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you still have a Darius, you can still fight top, but we sort of just baited into the fight, I guess. And now we're stuck on the map without gold drinker. So I think really you should prioritize when you've got that.
Oh, this is why you take blue smite.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
No, okay, that's end of review, I think.
End of review, yeah.
So we've made 2 plays on the map, maybe even 3 now, where we've just like we've kind of fumbled the bag a bit. Yeah. So I think one of the strengths of Olaf is for players who have a really good mechanical base. So players who have played the game for a long time, but don't really have much in the terms of like game knowledge or understanding of like how like jungle fundamentals, right? Like people who need like a set track to stick to, but have good skirmishing and like micro, will see huge results just by doing really slow Olaf gameplay. Because when they get into situations like that one, they're not really going to fumble as much. Because their micro is much better, and they're going to be having a free lead. Because you basically, the way you want to play the early game as Olaf is you use your strength of like really speedy clears and also like decent skirmishing to build yourself a free advantage in terms of like CS, XP and gold, right? And then once you get your ult, you become really powerful, and then you start to like build it in skirmishing as well. And what I see sometimes in like, not trying to call him out or anything, but sometimes I see it in Patrick and just like in other gold players as well, is they don't have the micro to a level, like they haven't been playing the game long enough where they can really successfully pull off high quality plays, or like they don't know their limits enough to like get really, really good plays and like push the lead that they've got. Whereas like when I have a lead in one of my games, I'm very comfortable taking that small lead and then playing really, really good skirmishes to get massive leads. That's why I think it's quite important to have good micro on Olaf, because you need to be able to extend your lead consistently. After you get like a small lead early game, you need to be able to push that really hard.
And that's going to require fighting regardless, and you have to be able to fight.
Yeah, 100%. You have to be able to fight.
You have to axes.
All the time.
Miss an axe,
yeah, you can't miss an axe. Yeah. And that's one of the struggles I see people who play Olaf. And that's why I think the first coaching client I ever had, who went from silver to platinum in 2 weeks, was he'd been playing the game for so long, but he just never thought about like, macro at all. So when I gave him this set game plan, he just took his micro that he already had and just ran with this game plan and just immediately became at least platinum level with the game plan and the micro that he had. Yeah. You have to be able to make those plays work once you get your small lead early.
All right, this is Platinum 1.
Okay.
What would you do here?
Path top, probably. Twitch Yumi is pretty useless. Tom Kent skirmishing isn't actually that bad. So yeah, I think path top. But
Okay.
Once again, it is plat 1, so he can do... I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to... Yeah, blue start, yeah. And just, like, play slow, play traditional stuff. I like that he's starting leashless Raptors. This is quite cool. I've actually thought about this. I've actually thought about doing this in my own games. Okay. I don't know if it's any faster or not. But from invades, like, where I know you can start Raptors, it's like... And it's an interesting idea if you want a leashless. But then obviously once you get to Krugs, you kind of like, what do you do when you're on Krugs is the question. Is he going to smite this? Okay. So he's going for a 5 camp. Okay, I don't see why you don't just do red Krugs Raptors then. I think this is just suboptimal now.
Because you're just not getting level 4.
Yeah, he's just not going to get level 4. And he's just doing it so he doesn't have to get a bot leash. But it's just suboptimal.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah, it's just it's just not worth it. I would just make his lead and leash. Because now he's going to be behind like 1 camp. And his Krugs are always going to be level 1 now.
All right, good map winners. Good tab in, I think. That's good. Looking at top, we know that Darius has no flash.
Yeah, see, this is why you pin it against the wall. See how he's got it pinned here?
Yeah.
He doesn't have to keep kiting it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, now he's level 3. He's done 4 camps and he's making moves. Okay.
Okay, but I think this is good though. This is still good.
Yeah, I think this can work. He's playing on the fact that Darius is greeting. Yeah.
He has no flash as well. We saw he had no flash.
Okay. Okay. Amumu just flashed in. We're gaming now. I love that, Amumu. Thank you. So Amumu just basically just like ended his own review right there.
Yeah. So he must have done 4 camps as well, or 5 camps?
Yeah, so Amumu would have 4 camped as well.
So we should tab to check his CS. So he should have
maybe 5?
CS.
Did Amumu do 5 or 4?
I mean, it's by 311. By the time he comes here...
Yeah, he's done 5 camps. Yeah, he did
done
do
5 camps. Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, it makes sense. Because I was going to say, he can definitely 5 camp to Crab easily. Oh, Nico. So did he smite the... Yeah, and he knows mid is missing. He's getting the
mid's
pings.
missing. Yeah, it's greedy, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I think he knew it as well. I think he might have known it.
Slush mute all instantly.
Yeah, no, I would do the same. Save mental. Sure.
That's good. That's a good tactic. I like it.
It is. I do agree with that. Now he's going to lose bot crab because Amumu gets there first out of base.
Yeah. Oh.
Amumu's even eating his raptors. That's so greedy.
So again, our game's derailed, isn't it? 16 CS at 4 minutes.
16
like it's a
CS.
disaster.
It's the same thing.
Fucked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just overcomplicating the early game with the whole Raptors and everything, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, this is chaos. You're not a Rek'Sai, you're not an Elise, you're not a ganking jungler. We just want to be playing consistently until level 6, and then we have crazy outplay potential.
We got
it's
a nice
like end of review.
Yeah, it's end of review, yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
It's crazy looking at these games, right? How people they just don't get the identity of Olaf, right?
Mm. They're playing as if they're like this is the kind of gameplay that I might do if I'm like 3 levels up or something. Like if I'm like massively ahead, I might be playing like this. But like
yeah. But not at this stage of the game. You're still
trying
to ramp up in the early game.
I would never be 4 camps at 5 minutes. That is like totally not allowed.
Yeah.
He could, if he just did a full clear, he would have been on 24 CS at 3:15, and now it's like 2 minutes later, and he's on like 16. You know, he's 2 camps down on where he should be. 2 minutes later, just because he's trying to overcomplicate it and he's like getting too much into the details. You know, if he's just at a blue start, path down, standard stuff. You know, like his opponent Amumu is probably just gonna fail another gank mid or something, flash and Q in and die. Like, just wait for your opponent to make some mistakes. Chill out, you know?
All right. So our final segment here, we'll do some Q and A,
Yeah.
some questions here from the community. So I thought I might as well just grab up. So we'll start with the questions. I have my own personal questions here, talking more about your journey as Olaf and stuff. We'll start off with some more basic ones here. So I don't know if you can see this. I'll zoom in a little bit. All right. First question here. Not good with Qs. Any tips? Do I need practice? How have you helped Patrick, for example, hit his Qs better, or what's your advice to people that need to hit Qs? Because I mean, as you said, your goal is to never miss a Q, and you shouldn't miss a Q.
Well, I think something that really helps is just clearing your jungle. Like,
learning how to clear your jungle camps.
Yeah, you learn your hitbox of your Q when you're clearing like camps like Raptors, for example. To clear your Raptors efficiently, you order the small Krug and the small Raptor, and then you throw your axe through all of them, right? To do that effectively, you need to understand his Q hitbox and how wide it is so that you're timing your Q correctly. And like getting your max range Q onto wolves so that they path towards you the proper way. You're learning the distance of your Q, you're learning the width of your Q. You're learning how like to time your auto attacks and your E's in when you have your W up, when you're clearing your jungle. And this is what Patrick said as well. Learning how to clear and practicing your clear is what teaches you the mechanics and the feel of the champion and how to skirmish with them. So I would just say, like, practice your clear, get your clear down, and you'll learn the abilities, you'll learn the feel, you'll learn how they all work. And then over time, you're just going to get better with it.
Also talking about max range Qs versus short range Qs. How do you think about that, or is it just all...
So in team fights, if I'm fishing for a priority target to run down, to go like mad dog on, I will be fishing with long range Qs through their front line into their back line. So say I'm hitting, I'm hitting an Ornn, I'm hitting a front line, and then the enemy AD carry is walking towards me. Say it's an Ashe. She's gonna walk in so she can attack me because I'm the front line for our team, right? And then I throw my Q at her, and if it hits her, I'm instantly ulting and I'm in her face and she's dead because she has 0 counterplay if my axe hits. So in team fights, I'm just fishing with sniper Qs while I'm going mad dog, and then I actually go mad dog on the priority target with my ultimate. Like, that's why you're holding your ult for so long, is because you're waiting for the priority target to step up and hit you, and then you just like Q, you flash, you ult, you just delete them from the game as soon as they become to come close enough to fight you.
And the flash is so good because that allows you to pick up that max range Q. Your axe, pick up your axe again.
So you Q, and then you flash on top of it, auto E, and you have your Q back again. So if they flash, you just hit them with another one, and they have nowhere to run,
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas if you have Ghost, it's just like, everyone's gonna, like, no one's gonna respect the Q flash auto because everyone expects you to have Ghost. They just expect Olaf to run at them because Olaf doesn't have any dashes, right? Olaf's all about movement speed. But then you have like this flash, and with the combo of like flash auto E auto and then throwing the next Q, it catches everybody off guard.
Next question is, how can you optimize Olaf's early game skirmishes? I.e., what champs he beats pre or post 6, and how can you maximize DPS?
So maximize DPS. This is why I W early in fights, just to kill somebody early. I feel like fights, it's pretty rare, like a fight's going to go long enough for the W to run out. Like, I feel like Wing early, if you're going to be on someone, if you hit a Q on someone and you're autoing them, just W because it gives you extra autos. And you can get used to the weaving in of your E into your auto attack pattern by clearing with your W up. Because there's a bit of a rhythm towards like the auto Q, E, auto, Q, auto, and then like, your next auto and then your E or whatever. There's a rhythm to that you're going to learn when you're clearing your camps, and the rhythm changes based on if your W is up or not. The rhythm is a lot slower if your W is down because your attack speed is lower. But the rhythm, you speed up, your damage per second speeds up, and your rhythm speeds up when your W is up, when you're low health. So you need to sort of understand that rhythm. So like just go into practice tool and like hit some practice dummies with your Q auto, E auto, and then try doing it with your W on, and you're going to feel the difference, and you're going to feel the different rhythm there. That's what me and Patrick did to sort of understand that.
And with the auto attack E auto, you never want to like, you always want to get an auto attack in before. Do you ever QE, or is it always Q auto attack E auto attack? You're like waiting for the auto attack timer, sort of using E as an auto attack reset.
Yeah, I feel like I always auto first, I imagine.
Yeah, you probably
I can't
wouldn't know.
imagine.
It's muscle memory.
Yeah, I feel like I don't E first unless I'm going to one-shot somebody, I imagine.
That's right, unless you want
Or if
to,
I'm
yeah.
versing like an Ornn and I just need to get the E down immediately so that I get
Yeah.
the cooldown ticking. And obviously things like throwing your Q through like lots of different champions, like trying to get max range, or sorry, not max range, max impact through your Qs, like hitting 2 or 3 people with them if you can, is also obviously just like a great way to maximize DPS. And then who do you beat pre and post 6? It's kind of just reliant on, like, pre-6, it's really reliant on numbers. I think Olaf is just like any other champion. It's a bit of a numbers game. If it's an even 1v1 or 2v2, you do win most skirmishes. And then post 6, you can take more 1v2, 2v3 options. But, like, you have to assess, like, you know, your gold, their gold, that sort of thing. And where you're standing in terms of, like, your ults.
All right, next question is, my main struggle with Olaf is being bursted down too quickly, especially in the mid and late game. How do you manage to survive and stay in the fight long enough to heal back up?
Yeah, so the problem there is people are going to be overcommitting for targets that they can't actually go for. So that's the problem with that one is like people are picking the priority target and it's like they have to run through the whole enemy team to get there. And they're like, yeah, let's do that. So like they're just going to pop Ghost, pop ult and run through 5 people towards the enemy AD carry and they're just going to die. But like the actual way to play team fights with Olaf is like you're a frontliner and then when the enemy team steps up into you, you throw your axe. If that axe hits, they're dead. Otherwise, they're going to have to
assassin.
walk back.
Then you're an assassin.
Yeah. You're not an assassin until you have a sizable advantage over the enemy. That's why approach velocity is so good. Because you're slowing them with your axe and you're moving faster towards them with approach velocity, with your ult, with blue smite. You know, there aren't really that many champions that are going to be able to escape from that. Especially not if you have flash. Because you're going to Q flash on them. So you're right in their face with like double their movement speed. The problem people dying too fast is they're going too deep. They're not playing at the right place. Like they're going too deep, too quickly. You need to like pace yourself. You're like going out of position. You don't expect an assassin to survive in the backline for 10 seconds. You have to like get in, do your job, and then like get out. Like you'll see, I weave in a lot. I weave in and out a lot in my
many examples of that.
Fights. Yeah. I don't just run into the back line at the start of the fight and expect to get a pentakill.
I always play perfectly, in the early game, but constantly die in the mid and late game. Do you think that Olaf is quite useless in the late game? I think we've proven that to be not the case.
So that's just going to be like a champion identity difference there, where people are obviously like, just playing team fights with Olaf wrong.
I guess it's the exact same answer to the question you just answered, right?
It's the exact same one. They're just like playing him wrong. When you're ulting and running in, you're giving up your defense in exchange for more AD. You're basically shedding all your armor when you ult and just like
your defense is your offense.
Yeah. Well, the way Olaf ult works is you get 40 armor and magic resistance when you're not using it, and then when you use it, you shed the armor and MR and you get AD. So like people just use their ult, they take off all their armor, and then they run into 5 people and expect to kill the priority target. But you just have to wait for them to walk to you. You can't just tank all the damage before you're on top of them. Ideally, you want to be on top of them as soon as possible. Yeah, and when they're coming towards you.
The best combo in 1v1s and how to behave in team fights. I guess the sort of answer at the end. You weave in a lot. You're looking for that priority target. It's about looking to go switch from sniper mode or front to back and just using ease on tanks to flash in and going on that.
I feel like people just assume that because Olaf can not be CC'd, he should be always killing the priority target. Like in a lot of the games, if they're AD carry or like whoever the priority target is, if they're not playing badly, it isn't your job to kill them. Your job is to like be a nuisance, kill their front line with your ease, and then force the enemy team to react to you, and then you can kill them. Like, you're just in the front line, killing all the tanks with your ease. You are so strong into tanks. You can like E someone 3 times, 4 times in a fight. That's 1,500 true damage. Not many tanks can survive that. And then, you know, when their AD carry walks up to you, that's when you fight them. You don't dive into their backline. Unless you're really fed. In which case, you're not going to really be having that problem. And the best combo in 1v1s is just don't miss your axes. Auto E auto, get used to the feel for that so you're not like cancelling your autos. Making sure you're gore drinking when you're low HP. Yeah, not missing and not like throwing axes so far that you can't pick them up. You should always be throwing an axe and then like weaving in kiting towards the axe. Like you should be kiting towards the axe
whilst you're walking to the axe.
Yeah, auto move. It's like you're playing an AD carry or Draven. If you've ever played Draven, you're going to understand.
Perfect
like,
example.
Auto attacking and then running and picking up your axe. It's the same with Olaf. You throw your axe, auto pick up the axe. Like, yeah, it's the same. It's the same theory there.
Is Olaf blind pickable?
Yeah, I think so. I blind pick it every game, and it works for me. It's all about champion mastery. Every champion is blind pickable, especially if you're not like. I would say if you're not in like Master, Grandmaster, don't even worry about what's blind pickable and what's draftable, whatever, you know. The chance of your opponent being like a Trundle one trick, which is like probably your worst matchup, it's very slim. I don't think I've ever seen a Trundle one trick who doesn't.
I don't think they exist.
Yeah, so you're chilling. Don't worry.
I want to know what mentality to go in when playing Olaf and how to keep your lead when you get one with him. Sometimes I get big leads in early game. He's over and I fail hard to understand how to keep abusing to help my team.
Okay. Mentality. Play safe until you get 6. Get 6, you become a raid boss. Early game is over. I fail hard to understand how to keep abusing him to help my team. Build tanky. Play as a frontliner. If you can switch to an assassin, do that. But you are a frontliner first and foremost.
How about in terms of gold? Like in terms of like golden experience, like let's say you get a lead and then you take some bad fight, you give a shutdown. Like what are the situations you've got into? I mean, I guess sort of like, I mean, why couldn't you win games in Diamond when you got a lead, Joey? For you, like compared to what it is now?
Oh yeah, I used to like. This is my problem. I didn't understand how to. I didn't understand my job in fights. I used to just dive and. Like my biggest problem, like a lot of the problems I had with Olaf was I used to just overforce, like don't force, you know, like don't feel like you have to force things because you're on a timer. It's like when people play Xin Zhao and they're like, oh, I have to gank 10 times in the first 3 minutes of the game or I'm going to get outscaled. It's like, actually, if you just farm your camps, you're probably going to get more golden experience than failing 5 ganks and dying 3 times. You know, like don't force because you're on a timer and you're getting outscaled. Just be calm. The enemy team is going to give you tons of opportunities. Just clear your camps, play for the objectives, understand your role in team fights. Don't play as if you're, you know, Mr. Olympia and you're going to 1v5 dive the enemy AD carry, backflip onto the top laner and flash into the mid laner. Like, just chill. You don't need a
pentakill.
Yeah, you don't need a montage pentakill every game. Because that's my problem. Is I was trying to montage every game. Even if I wasn't that fed, I was just like, that's my role, you know? But there are lots of other things you can do.
And a lot of the time, it would just be some really basic deaths. It's like, you know, there's like not looking at mid-CF Silas moving in that example or, you know, it's just like basic fundamentals, like reading the map, like map awareness, like what's going on there. I would say poor dragon setup, like they'll throw it a dragon, 3rd dragon, like I've seen that millions of times.
What it's going to be, and I'd say like for most of these people who are writing these questions, what they're going to do, I'd watch a review, they get to the dragon fight early. They're like 5-0 with 1,000 gold bounty. They see the enemy AD carry. They smite them. They run at them with ult. And like they throw a Q, they flash. And then there's like 5 people there and they die. And they're like, damn, I just got outscaled. It's like, no, you didn't get outscaled. You're just playing team fights really poorly. If you just don't play team fights badly and just like calm down, wait for your team, 5 versus 5, play as a frontliner, like the game will go your way. If you have a huge lead and you don't throw, it's very easy to win. Just play for objectives, play for Dragon Soul, play for Baron, play for, you know, Elder, whatever you want.
Set it up correctly, be patient. And like, remember the example you showed
Patience.
us how to
Yeah.
not do it, his dragon in
Yeah.
one of those games.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, mana conservation. Any tips there? Do you ever have like mana problems as Olaf?
Only when I start red for the first, like, until I get blue buff. But then
Yeah.
after that, no.
I mean, it's not like you run
Oh,
around throwing axes all the time,
yeah.
or
If you're ganking and you're throwing tons of axes,
if
that's
it's
a
like a
problem.
long fight, then
Yeah,
you'd
if
be
it's a
like,
long fight,
okay,
then yeah, you might have some
yeah.
problems.
But you would assess that beforehand. It's like you know whether it's
Yeah,
gonna
you'd be
be a
like, oh,
fight
I
worth
have
taking.
200. Yeah, you'd be like, oh, I have 200 mana. I can throw like 3 axes this fight.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like I do that many lane ganks. Like there aren't that many ganks where I run out of mana. I can't really imagine any. Oh, how do you play around junglers that invade you on your second buff? That's a big one. Um, yeah, so into certain junglers where I'm expecting them to be there, I either pull the buff down towards my raptors, or I pull it into the bush, like the red buff bush, or I sit on the wall close to my raptors and I'm throwing Qs through the red buff
So you
into
can
the
check
red
the
buff bush,
bush.
so I can
Yeah.
check because it gives me vision, right? But yeah, most of the time, if you're going QWQ, you're going to be about 80% health anyway. You can just pull the buff into the bush, smite it if they get there to kill it, and then just 1v1. You're mostly going to win. If it's a Kindred, if it's a Graves, if it's a Nidalee, they just die. If it's a Trundle or a Volibear, then you probably don't want to have the buff in the bush. You want to have it more towards your Raptors. If it's someone you can kill in the bush, if you can't kill them, on the Raptors wall. Or like the red buff wall, but close to Raptors. That's how you play those. And they happen not so much. Like they don't happen all the time, but it is important to know how to play against that because it can screw you over.
His power spikes and how to play mid game. I think we've sort of answered this enough.
Yeah.
Is it worth doing any other jungle clear except the level 4? You're a big fan of level 4 clear. Obviously, we
Level
talked about
4,
that a
really
lot.
good.
And how to hit Q better. We sort of talked about that as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so some of my final questions here. Talk about the learning process for Olaf. Let's say someone is coming here. They'd be like, okay, I'm super excited. I've watched Joe's Olaf. I probably can't play team fights like him right now. How do we get to Olaf, the rank 1 O's Grandmaster Joey Olaf special? How can someone get to that level? What's it look like?
Okay, so the first thing you have to do is you have to learn your clear. You have to learn your clear really well. So I would say the way I want you to do it is just get leashes all the time, maybe do some practice tools. You don't have to have the best clear in the world, but if you're finishing Krugs and getting to Raptor Bush about 3 minutes and 20 seconds, that's really good. And I don't want you to focus too hard on your first clear, but you need to know how to do it consistently, decently. You don't have to get a PB every single time, but just consistently okay is completely fine. You don't have to be the best, but just always review it. It's going to be something that you improve on until you're happy. Yeah? And that's awesome. And then the next thing is you need to learn which crabs you can and can't fight, because there is a lot of times where when I was learning Olaf, I just died on the first crab. Like that was my biggest problem.
We did so many reviews. Like when you started Soul 2, like that was we literally, I think for weeks it was how do we make sure we never die on the first crab?
Yeah, it was just crab fights every single time for probably weeks. We did that. Yeah, and once you know how to do the first crab, then you can obviously judge the second crab. So that's just fight selection, understanding which lane can move. And that is something that's going to come with better clearing and understanding of your jungle clear. Because the more, everything sort of links back to your jungle clear. All your jungle tracking and all your lane assessment comes from being really comfortable clearing your jungle. And then you sort of become able to tab out, look at lanes, who has prio, who's trading, where's the jungler, which crab are they on, can I fight them, am I healthy? All this stuff you can start to assess once your mental stack is a little bit less full with just clearing the jungle. So clearing the jungle really comfortable, you have to be able to do that. Understanding which crabs you can and can't fight, understanding how to create a really effective path around the objective, usually the first dragon and then the Rift Herald, and not getting pulled into the chaos of just fighting unless you're on a power spike. If you had a really good recall and you've had you buy an item that you really want, some AD or an Iron Spike Whip, if you have ultimate, these are the power spikes that you want to be playing around. You don't want to fight at level 5 with 1,000 gold in your inventory, and you don't want to fight without ult. Those are the main things that you can do early game to ensure that you're getting through early game with a sizable lead or at least not falling behind. Because those are the main mistakes people make is they fight off of power spikes. So you need to do that. You need to fight on power spikes. And then mid to late game team fighting, it's pretty rough. Yeah, it's pretty rough if you just dive into the enemy backline. You have to be playing as a frontliner for the start of the fight, and then you switch to like attacking the backline once they walk towards you. If you're healthy enough, if you're already chunked from the front line, then you don't just dive them anyway. You still back off. It's about weaving in and out, understanding your limits, and you're going to learn that through playing the champ more.
All right, so I think a big one you emphasize there is about the clear. Just once you clear the camps, you learn how to fight, right? Because it's like, well, I'm maximizing DPS. It's like getting to the clear down will help you learn how to fight better, maximize DPS more. And that also allows you to have more options.
Here's a nugget of information for everyone who's made it this far. So the biggest thing that you can do as Olaf when you're full clearing the jungle, right? Because you do that a lot. That's like 80% of your early game is going to be you clearing the jungle with just PvE. If you aren't filling that time with like really useful pings, jungle tracking, and like gank, like warning off ganks, you're basically just zero value for your team until you come to a fight and show up. So if you're not pinging the enemy jungler's path and pinging lanes that are vulnerable to ganks, you're not giving your team any value. So the difference between me and you during our first clear, we could clear at the exact same speed. Maybe you're even faster than me. But if I'm telling the enemy jungler, like my team, where the enemy jungler is at all times, like when to play up, when to play back, and then like, you know, that's just the difference that's gonna make a big difference when it comes to like 5 minutes and the enemy jungler is 5 kills, and you know,
well, that's also important for value. That's even important for you knowing to get that first crab or not as well, right?
Yeah.
So then you know which lanes have priority or not. It's like, okay, well, I'm pathing. It's like, okay, well, I might have to loop down to the bot crab or just reset for the double ruby crystal, as you said.
Yeah. Yeah, but you just really have to have super effective pings, and that all comes from jungle clear. It all just comes from being super comfortable in your jungle clear, and then getting to the level where after that, you can look at all the lanes, you can look at lane states, you can track the jungler. All of this needs to be happening at the same time, and it's really hard to do. But once you can do that, then you can make good pings. You can carry your team even without showing on the map. And that's how you have a good early game. Play to your strengths.
Misconceptions of Olaf. What would you say the biggest ones you see, Joey? Well, I guess we sort of covered a lot, but
yeah, that you should be forcing pre-6. You should be like dominating the map at level 3 and 4. Just play nice and slow. Like if the enemy jungler isn't inting, there's not really that much that you can do level 3 and 4 to win the game, except for just play to your strengths, which is full clearing to level 6 and playing for objectives. That's like the biggest misconception is everyone just wants you to win the game by level 5 when that's like not even when you're strong. Like that's pre-power spike Olaf. And like, sure, don't get me wrong, like Olaf pre-6 isn't useless, but he's just not special enough to like, you just need to wait for your power spike. Because you can still win fights, and I have tons of games where I've won the game before 6, but that isn't because I'm doing something special.
Ganking lanes and like
it's
proactive.
The opponent is just
ganking.
playing into my hands.
It's a counter gank. It could be a counter gank, right?
Yeah, I'm just reacting usually. I'm not forcing plays. I'm just reacting to the map state, trying to play my own calm game of League of Legends, get to level 6, and then start to induce a little bit of spice, a little bit of team fighting. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we wrap it up there, Joey. That's all. Again, 17 months in the making here.
Yeah.
Joey, Joey's the perfect Soltu success story. I worked a lot with Jolaf.
Don't know about that.
Platinum 1, Diamond 4 to Grandmaster 500 LP. That's huge, And again, that comes down to what Curtis and I preach on the podcast: champ mastery. Joey is the definition of champ mastery, but Joey also learned jungle fundamentals through champ mastery. Like your understanding of the game now, even though people say you're one trick, it's like your baseline is probably easily like you could play any other champion at like Diamond 1 Master Tier level right now, because you're just your understanding of jungle fundamentals.
When I started picking up Kindred and Graves, I was very easily able to coast to like D3, D2 and just like with like barely any games on them. Whereas before I was like struggling in Diamond 4 Platinum 1 games playing my one trick Rek'Sai
Olaf
and Skarner. Yeah.
Even when you're Olaf and you're still default.
Yeah, even when I was starting to play Olaf, I was still struggling. But yeah, I think learning the game through the lens of a one trick accelerates the learning process so much, and then you can just come back and learn it again through the lens of someone else and broaden your scope a lot. That's my view on it.
All right, well, that's a great closing statement. Anything else you want to touch on? Leave the. Hopefully, you've converted a lot of people to the Church of Olaf, Joey.
Yeah, hopefully. I want to shout out Patrick and Ben, my homies from my coaching guys, and Paul. He's picking up Olaf as well.
He's in Soul.
There's everyone else in the Soul too who's picking up Olaf. Respect for you guys.
You might have
and
some
Nathan
more after
obviously.
This video.
Nathan obviously for being my coach, getting me here. I've definitely been a troublesome student. Some terrible mental blocks.
We have had some ups and downs, yes.
Yeah. But
look where we are now. I think we're on the right track, potentially challenger, if not this season, next season.
Yeah, that's the goal. Awesome.
All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you made it this far, good work. We'll see you on the Rift.